Amazing Village Building. Volume 3 by Kuzu Shishio. Translated by RPG Noob at RPG Novels. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 125. I don't think there's any need for great concern. A month after Raoul's army left Luke Sama. Please let us live here. Yeah, okay. Us too, please. Sure. Luke Sama. Oh, okay. Since then, there was yet again an increase in the rate we were receiving immigrants. The main reason I could find was that the soldiers from Raoul's army have decided to move here, along with their families. I was so touched by Chief Luke's character, I immediately thought of moving here with my family. I also thought of those delicious food and drinks, and those dwellings. I'd like to offer whatever I can to help this new village grow further. I want to eat more minotaur meat. Slurp. This village's strong soldiers have left a deep impression on me. They've inspired me to get stronger myself. That toilet has left a great impression on me too. They were saying one thing, but I felt like they had other reasons. In addition to their families, the soldiers also apparently told people in their hometowns about this village. The soldiers were recruited from all over the Albert territory, so rumors about us spread even further. Not only did the capital now knew of us, even some of the most remote areas in the Albert territory did too. And thanks to that, another surge of immigrants came our way. In just a month since Raoul attacked, our population went from 10,000 villagers to 15,000. I feel like Raoul's gonna get mad again once he finds out we've never once paid any kind of tax to the Albert territory. If we were at a village level, it was nothing. However, with this growth, it was kind of hard to insist we were still at that level. You've passed that level ages ago. Such was the exasperated reply of former Governor Dand when I expressed my concern. I don't think there's any need for great concern, mainly because we won the battle. However, when my replacement as governor takes office, they might demand for some things. When that day comes, please leave the negotiations to me. It was truly reassuring to have Dan-san here. Well, then again, if he somehow was able to continue being the governor, things might be even easier. Section. Hello. I am the new governor, Mitchell. It's a pleasure to meet you all. A very soft-spoken man appeared before the tense staff members of the government office for the administration of the North. It seems like there's so few of you. Are there anyone else? No. This is all of us. To be honest, a lot of us have decided to migrate to the city in the wasteland. The one to reply apologetically was the chief aide to the governor. I see. I assume that city is also the reason why Reason, which is supposed to be the largest city of the north, has become so deserted. That's exactly it. The county's administration is in quite a difficult spot at the moment due to the constant immigration of our citizens to that wasteland city. However, I believe that if we can incorporate that city into the north and then collect taxes from them. May I see the materials you have on that city? Here, sir. Mitchell scanned the documents handed over to him. Where are the people who conducted these investigations? About that. Even on their first time to go there, the investigators immediately decided to resign from their post and move to that city. Ahaha, I've heard a little about that city. I guess it really is something. I've heard the previous governor even immigrated there, but are these data for real? It's just so unbelievable. But then again, if it's for real, that'd explain why so many want to move there. Mitchell then said all right while clapping his hands. Okay, how about we go to that city and introduce ourselves? Oh, and also negotiate? Yeah, actually, my superiors have explicitly told me that under no circumstance was I to go that wasteland city. Finally, if we can convince them to join us, all our financial woes will be gone all at once. No, you have it the other way around. The other way around? Yeah, Mitchell nonchalantly told the perplexed chief aide this. We're not asking that city to join the North. We're going to ask them to let the North be part of their city. Pardon? Chapter 126. So long as they don't find out, it's fine, right? Hello, I'm Mitchell, the new governor for the North. A pleasure to meet you. The new governor came to the village to pay his respects, at least that was what he said. He was quite friendly, though it might be better to say he was kind of a light-hearted person. Meanwhile, Dan-san, The former governor was beside me with a raised eyebrow. Well, I'm Luke, the chief of this village. Thank you for coming all this way. Oh, please sir, I don't know what I'll do if you humble yourself so. I am but a servant of House Albert. He should have knowledge that I was expelled out of our noble house, yet he still showed me respect as though I wasn't. That wasn't enough of a reason to let my guard down though. According to Dan-san, the new governor was from a rather poor family. He wasn't in the army either. No. He rose up through the ranks because of his own work and management skills. In other words, he was a self-made man. Until recently, he served as the governor of a western county. But Dan-san's removal from office prompted a transfer. Rather than being chosen by Raoul-sama, I think he was chosen by the group of retainers who remained in the capital to support Raoul-sama. I don't know much about him, but rumors about him all point to him being a capable person. My point is, he is capable enough to be entrusted the North in such a dire time, so don't let his demeanor fool you. Dan-san whispered so to me. However, my villager appraisal skill told me he didn't have any vile ulterior motives. But, what a wonderful city you have here. It's pretty, lively, devoid of trash as well as vagabonds. Plus, I hear there's lots of delicious food, and public bathhouses that can be used at any time. Of course, there are those dwellings that your citizens can comfortably live in. It makes so much sense why people are immigrating here one after another. In all honesty, I too want to live in a city like this. Mitchell-san openly praised the village like that. Well then, let's get down to business. Shall we? I have a proposal for you, Luke-sama. Mitchell-san suddenly started talking with a serious tone, and the air quickly became tense. This proposal, in all likelihood, was the real reason for his visit. While Dan-san gave me a look as though to say if he starts making stupid demands, leave the rest to me, Mitchell-san continued talking. I'd like to ask you to make the North a part of this city. As expected, we can't accept. Dan-san reflexively refused, but then let out a baffled voice. Make the North a part of this city, not make this city a part of the North. Ha ha ha, you're aware, of course, that this city's population, industry, and military might at this moment far exceeds that of Reason, the largest city in all of the North. Yes? You might even say it's superior to all the North combined. Given that, I don't think we're in a position to demand anything from city like this. And just so we're all on the same page, I've actually been told by my superiors to leave this city alone. Meaning this proposal's my own. Mitchell-san said so and then smiled mischievously. As for the former governor, his face twitched wildly. A large number of the North's people have already immigrated here anyway, and there's no sign that that trend will subside anytime soon. If left unattended, there'll be no one left in the North. If that's the case, I'd rather we join your ranks sooner rather than later. But can you really make that decision on your own? So long as they don't find out, it's fine, right? Ignoring Dan-san who was at a loss for words, Mitchell-san smiled and proceeded to make requests. Is it possible to make the dwellings in your city back in Reason? And those fields where incredible crops can grow? And while I'm at it, we'd very much appreciate those public bathhouses. Stop spouting nonsense. Even with Luke-sama's gift, Reason's too far. Yeah, it's possible. The size of the village, that is. The area where my village skills could be used in, and not only the area where people lived, was now larger than the whole North, and I didn't seem to have any problem using my skills anywhere within it. Based on that, distance didn't seem to matter as long as it was within a part of the village. Of course, this move would also mean that I would be making all the citizens of the North my villagers. So, are you sure? Chapter 127, Look, the roads stretching toward us. I stood outside of the village, looking down at the stone pavement stretching southward until the end of the wasteland. Mitchell-san had asked to incorporate the whole North into my village. As the person at fault for the continuous immigration of the North's citizens, I felt like I couldn't ignore his plea. Of course, Mitchell-san would remain in charge of all government affairs of the North. I would remain as a simple village chief, and only build for them some facilities. In exchange for that though, I get to register the citizens of the North as my villagers. I see. So, You need these village points to build the so-called facilities, and you gain more points with more villagers. Yes, don't worry though. There's nothing particularly disadvantageous about being a villager. For one, no one else but me can distinguish for certain who the villagers are, and if they really don't want to be a villager, it's possible to exclude them from being one. But if I had to be completely honest, there was a disadvantage to being a villager. Their personal information could be exposed to me through my villager appraisal skill. But no one has to know that. By the way, how did you know that my abilities could be used even in reason? I just guessed it. You see, I heard a story that you suddenly appeared in the middle of where Raoul Sama's army was camping. I figured that was somehow thanks to your ability, and then I thought that if your ability can reach a place that far away from your village, maybe it can reach further away places. Mitchell-san not only believed what others would normally consider a tall tale, he even inferred details of my ability from it. All right, let's begin with the road. Yeah? The road? This pretty cobblestone road was made using my facility construction skill. Road. A cobblestone road reduces fatigue and improves movement speed. In line with what the explanation text said, immigrants and merchants would often give praises such as awfully easy to traverse. The horse drawing our carriage somehow seems more energetic, but by using facility upgrade on it, the road's performance should even better. And so, I chose facility upgrade and paid the necessary points. I should be able to walk faster in the road now, right? Wah. Saying my body felt lighter than a feather somehow was an understatement rather than an exaggeration. I felt like I've only taken a few steps, yet I found myself having traveled several meters ahead. So fast. When I looked back, I was already so far away from Mitchell-san who was beside me just a moment ago. Luke-sama, wait P? Mitchell-san tried to come after me, but he ended up going past me. Thankfully, I upgraded only a small portion of the road. When he reached the end of that portion, Mitchell-san finally slowed down. This time, it was my turn to catch up. So, what do you think of me extending this road all the way to Reason? This road? Yup. With something like this, a day trip to and from Reason should be possible, right? A day trip. Together with the dumbfounded Mitchell-san, I continued walking toward Reason, upgrading the road along the way. Of course. Oi, look there. Are those people running? No, they're walking? Huh? There's no way someone's just walking at that wait, they are? People from the other end looked surprised when they spotted us, but when we walked past each other. What? Why am I suddenly walking so fast? What's going on? When those people stepped on the portion of the road that had been upgraded already, they walked fast themselves. Before long, we reached the end of the wasteland, as well as the end of the road I had constructed before. Okay, from here on, I'll be building new roads. This place is already under someone else's control. Would you like to take over? Yes, no. Takeover complete. This place is now part of the village. Through territory takeover, I had incorporated this area into my village and could now extend the road. Look, the road's stretching toward us. Don't be absurd. How can it is? While surprising and stunning the people we run into, we continued forward to Reason, and in just a few hours after we left the village, it's within sight now, we eventually reached Reason, the largest city in the north. I can't believe it, a day trip to and from Reason really is possible. Unless, of course, I'm just dreaming right now. Chapter 128. Then, I think I shall turn this one into a public lavatory, and we're here. We really walked all the way to Reason. On foot. And we're not one bit tired. We finally made it to Reason, the North's largest city. It took about 3 hours to get here from the village. But that was while I was extending the road and upgrading it. If we were simply to travel from one point to the other, I suspect we would reach our destination in half the time. Moreover, thanks to the fatigue reduction effect, we weren't tired at all even after all that walking. At first thought, this seemed like it would speed up the immigration of people to the wasteland village, but this road might just do the opposite. Indeed, if people can come and go in such a short time, they're less likely to think of immigrating. Yup. Plus, if we set up carriages at fixed locations, People will be more capable of traveling between points. That's a great idea. Until now, people have been flowing almost exclusively toward the village. If we could also make them to go to and from Reason frequently, both territories should benefit economically. Turn the citizens of Reason into villagers. Yes, no. The 9,531 citizens of Reason are now villagers. Like that, I gained a whole lot of villagers at once. Now then, what should I do? Before this, I was able to build facilities as I wanted. There originally was nothing in the wasteland, so I was free to build whatever I liked and put it wherever I wanted. Such wasn't the case with Reason though. Reason was a city rich in history, so even simple dwellings had some kind of significance, making it regrettable to destroy. Especially so when taking its place were the cold and utilitarian apartment buildings. I could expand the city and prepare a new residential area, but even that felt like it could mess with the city's landscape. Thankfully, so long as they were within the range of my gift, I could use facility customization and facility upgrade on buildings not made by my gift. And so, I decided to keep the current buildings in the city and only modify them. First, I should repair and restore the broken and filthy ones. From atop the tallest tower in the city, I began to use facility customization on the buildings below. This tower, by the way, have already been converted to have the features of an observation tower. Observation tower, tower made of sturdy stone that allows one to see further. Greatly improves one's vision. Thanks to that effect, I could see even the tiny details of the buildings below. Naturally, even with this, I couldn't see through the buildings, so I had given up on trying to make adjustments to their interior. For the meantime, I'm more than content if I could make their outward appearance look great. The cities become so tidy in an instant. I decided to not react to the dumbfounded Mitchell-san's comment for now, and proceeded to improve the comfort, fragrance, security, and durability aspects of the buildings through facility customization. That should make them more comfortable to live in. I wanted to install toilets and baths in each home, but as to be expected, that's a bit hard to do. Can we go check out some buildings that I can use freely? Mitchell-san? Oh, why yes. Of course. It was hard to tell which buildings were unoccupied, so I thought it would be faster to just ask Mitchell-san to tell me. After going down the tower, Mitchell-san guided me toward the city. Luke's armor. Here is the first one. No one owns it, so feel free to use it however you want. Thank you. Then, I think I shall turn this one into a public lavatory. The inside really did become full of toilets. Let's go to the next one. That one is also unoccupied. It seems spacious, so let's turn this one into a public bathhouse. By customizing vacant buildings like that, I was able to install public lavatories and public bathhouses at various points throughout the city. I might not have been able to install baths and toilets at each home, but this should make up for that. Let's see. I guess we should check the roads in the city too. Maybe install hand-pumped water wells too. And then, I think I should build some ramparts. Like that, I spent the day remaking the City of Reason. Chapter 129. I'm just a grunt. So tired. A person who worked at the government office here in Reason was dead tired and was using the last of his strength to get back home. The reason he was this tired was because he ran all over the city in order to determine which buildings were unoccupied. His superior has told him it was the order of the new governor. Even ignoring today, my workloads increased so much lately because of the people that left. Maybe I should also resign and live in that rumored city in the wasteland. His co-workers at the government office have been resigning one after another so that they can follow after the former governor, and after not being impressed by the new governor, he himself have started to wonder if it was time to move as well. Wait, I'm here already? That's strange. He thought he walked quite slowly, yet before he knew it, he was near his house. Is it just because I was lost in thought? No, that's not it. My body feels light. And what's with this road? Was it always this pretty? His head inclined, he continued walking forward until he spotted a line for something. This was the path he always took to go to work. so he knew there wasn't any store that could prompt a line such as that. Curious, he walked closer. Among the crowd was the familiar face of his wife. "Dear, welcome back." "What's the matter? Why do you look so tired?" "Never mind that." "What's this line for?" "It's for the toilets." Toilets? He had no idea whatsoever of what his wife was talking about. And then, he noticed that the building they were lining up for was one of the unoccupied buildings in the city. They installed toilets that can be used by anyone throughout the city. "You work at the government office, yet don't know about it?" "I'm just a grunt. How am I supposed to know?" Ignoring his self-deprecating joke and laugh, his wife's eyes sparkled while she continued to talk. "The toilets are amazing, dear. It washes your bottom clean for you." "Bottom? Thanks to that, everyone's lining up for it." "I've actually tried it before, and before I knew it, I'm lining up again. In fact, lots of us here have lined up more than once." Then, is that line for those toilet things too? In a nearby building that he was quite sure was determined earlier to be not in active use by anyone, people were also lining up. "That one's for the baths, dear." "The baths?" "Yes, and anyone can use it at any time as well." "I haven't tried it before, but the wife next door told me it felt great. Let's try it later, okay?" "You're saying there's a public bathhouse now in the city?" "In reason, only a small number of people, mostly just the rich, have baths in their home. There was no public bathhouse either. Because of that, the common way for people to clean themselves was to gather water from the nearest well and wipe their body with a wet piece of cloth. As such, it took quite a bit of effort for them to get completely clean. Actually, one of the reasons why the rumor about the wasteland city was so popular was because of the part that talked about the city's splendid baths and bathhouses. I guess this is one way to reduce the number of people wanting to immigrate. But, wait, when did this happen? I don't recall any construction or renovation around here, and there certainly haven't been any talk about this at the office. Both are vacant buildings. Don't tell me this is the reason why I've been ordered today to survey which houses are unoccupied. No, of course that's not it. Even though he was still wondering about it, he proceeded to go back home. But when he arrived, the house, it's suddenly so pretty. Their house was made of stone, and was built a century or so ago. Its outer walls had cracks, had its paint peeled off already, and were plastered with indelible graffiti. Yet now, it looked as though it was just built. It wasn't just their house either. The houses in front and at the side of their own looked completely brand new as well. How about the inside? What? Nothing's changed. When he hurried inside, what greeted him was the slightly dusty sight he was familiar with. The furniture and other furnishings inside remained the same as well. He felt a bit disappointed by that, but then he noticed something. The air. It's fresh. Normally, the entryway was filled with this strange odor, but now, it was completely filled with fresh air. When he closed his eyes, he felt as though he was standing in the meadows. Moreover, the inside of the house was previously quite humid, but it was now exceedingly pleasant. Just what is going on in this city? Chapter 130. That was just a slope, and I didn't even break a sweat. Ha ha ha. So this is the power of Luke Summer's gift. All I can do is laugh. No wonder the city in the wasteland was built within a year's time. Reason was reborn in a blink of the eye. All of the buildings in the city, even those in the state of disrepair, looked as though they were built just today. And the many old and bumpy roads even became well paved and ridiculously easy to traverse for carriages. "Grandma, look, I'm walking so fast." "What are you talking about, Grandpa?" "Huh? You are. That was just a slope, and I didn't even break a sweat." "Easy now, Grandpa. You might fall down." When he saw an elderly, hunched-over man walk like a young lad, Mitchell knew the roads weren't simply made well. They also had the same effect present in the road that connected Reason with the wasteland city. Public lavatories and public bathhouses were also added to the city at various locations. What were unoccupied buildings just a while ago were turned into such useful facilities in an instant. Soon enough, no one would ever throw their wastes on the streets anymore, and if people and the city could be clean, the higher the city's defense against plagues would be. Even reason's ancient walls and water wells were renewed. A mysterious contraption was added to each of the water wells, making it so that even children could easily draw water from it. As a bonus, because the wells had lids now, there was no longer a need to worry about people falling down the wells. In all honesty, I asked for help simply because why not? But never did I imagine that Luke-sama would do this much for us. And it hasn't even been a day. Mitchell made his appeal yesterday in the wasteland city, and by noon of today, this much work was done in the city. He was already in awe by all this. Yet, let's see. I guess I should work on the fields next. Upon hearing of Luke's intention on continuing on and improving the fields, Mitchell unintentionally muttered something out loud. If Marquis Albert knew of this power, I can't imagine he'd ever let go of it. After remaking the buildings within the City of Reason, I proceeded to improve, through facility upgrade, the fields around the city. Let's see. Faster crop growth, better crop quality, and improved work efficiency in the fields. Also pesticide effects. The fields here might not yet be as good as the fields in the village which have been improved multiple times, but at least now, these fields could produce more crops. It should be easier to work here too. Grandma, look. I'm working so fast. What are you talking about, Grandpa? Huh? You are. I'm doing field work, and I'm not even breaking a sweat. Easy now, Grandpa. You might fall down. The old couple there seemed to be pleased. At least farming's hard work, after all, and any help matters. Mitchell-san, I think we're done here. Oh, thank you for your hard work. Thanks to that, this city's become so pleasant to live in. I honestly don't know how to properly thank you. Don't worry about it. Besides, we still have more work to do. Huh? Both of us inclined our heads. Aren't we going to work on the whole north? Ah, really? I mean, I did say that the whole north will join your city, but I thought you were going to improve only Reason. Are you really going to improve the whole north? That's my intention, yes. I planned on doing the same things I have done in Reason to all the major cities and settlement in the north. Really? I'm very thankful, naturally, but improving all of the cities is going to take a lot of time and effort. Ah, but then again, you did do this much to Reason, the largest city in the north, in just today. Then, I guess I should officially ask it. If you don't mind, Luke-sama, will you also improve the other cities? I don't mind at all. Afterwards, I improved the roads that led to the other major cities and even built new ones when applicable. And then, upon reaching a city, I would do the same things I did for Reason. Of course, I also added the residents as my villagers each time. The result was that I was able to breach the 30,000 villagers mark in an instant. Congratulations. Because you now have more than 30,000 villagers. Your village has become level 9. Chapter 131. Then, I'll build one for you. Congratulations. Because you now have more than 30,000 villagers. Your village has become level 9. 30,000 village points have been acquired as level up bonus. You can now build more kinds of facilities. Maximum village area has been increased. The village skill, 3D reposition, has been acquired. By adding the residents of the north as my villagers, my village leveled up. The new facilities that I could build were as follows. Freezer, 100 pints. A facility for keeping the temperature of things like food low, and thus preserving them. It's possible to adjust the temperature. Brothel, 200 pints. A facility for sexual services, has contraceptive effects. Has an effect that prevents the transmission of sexually transmitted diseases. Art gallery, 300 pints. A facility for preserving and also exhibiting works of art. Prevents the deterioration of artworks. Has security features. Improves the villagers' artistic sensibilities. Office building, 400 pints. A facility for office work. Has 10 floors. Improves work efficiency, productivity, and also fortune. Dam, 600 pints. A facility for river management as well as irrigation. Automatically adjusts the volume of water. I feel like the scale of what I can build has gone up by a lot. In addition to those facilities, I also got 3D reposition, which was basically a superior reposition. Until now, I could only move facilities along the ground. For example, if I wanted to move an apartment building to the other side of a public bathhouse, there must be a route for the apartment building around the said public bathhouse. Through 3D reposition though, I could simply move the apartment building over the public bathhouse, which is to say, the apartment building's going to be up in the air. Right? I can tell, even by just imagining it, that that'll be a sight to behold. Section. While making our way through the other major areas in the north. Floods. Why yes. Heavy rains can make the nearby river overflow and submerge this whole place, while a rain like that come only about once every decade. The fact remains that each time it happens, the village and the fields are devastated. I see. Sincerely expressing their troubles to Mitchell-san was a certain village chief. That village chief seemed to have come here when he was made aware that the new governor was coming to inspect the nearby area. Wow, it looks like a chance to build the facility I just acquired is here right away. I understand your concerns, I really do, but sorry Mr. Village Chief. The cost of building levees of that scale is, well, you know, it's nothing to worry about. Luke-sama, I can build a dam upstream. A dam? As though he didn't recognize the word, Mitchell-san tilted his head. Basically, I'll build something that will block off the water upstream and form a kind of lake. That facility can also discharge water downstream at a controlled rate. Like that, not only will it help in defending against floods, it'll also help in times of drought. That kind of thing's possible? I mean, I understand the theory, but to do it in that scale. Surely, even Luke-sama will find it difficult. Just leave it to me. Why does he look so confident? At that point, the village chief from earlier timidly posed a question. Sir Governor, might I ask who that person is? Huh? Oh, did I not say already? Well, he is none other than Luke Albert-sama, son of Marquis Albert. Marquis Albert's son? The village chief then hurriedly knelt in place. There's no need for that. More importantly, may we ask you to guide us to the river? Oh, of course. Great. I'll build a road as we go. Huh? A road's being built on its own. After a while of traveling via carriage, I finally caught sight of the river. It was quite wide and imposing, making it easy to believe that it could submerge the area during a heavy enough rain. Oh, our village is on the other side. How do you cross the river? Mostly through boats. As you might expect, it's hard to build a bridge over a river like this. Is that so? Then, I'll build one for you. Bridge, a bridge made of reinforced concrete. Durable, resistant to deterioration. It's possible to select the type and form of the bridge. In order for the bridge to withstand the surging of water, I planned on using facility upgrade to reinforce it further. Huh? Seeing a bridge suddenly appear in front of them out of nowhere, Mitchell-san and the village chief's jaws dropped. Chapter 132. I do, so building things isn't something I can do infinitely. A bridge. Just like that, Mitchell-san said so in a daze. Luke-sama, you seem to be using your gift quite a lot. But don't you need points to make those buildings? I do, so building things isn't something I can do infinitely. Why yeah, exactly. But, you know, with the number of points I have now, I can build about 10,000 bridges like this one. 10,000? I had just obtained 300,000 village points as a level up bonus, after all. In addition, because I had over 30,000 villagers, I earned more 30,000 village points each day. Of course, I still had plenty of necessary things to use my points on, so I shouldn't waste it. I believed a dam here was among those necessary things. Oh, thank you so much, Luke-sama. This'll make crossing the river so much easier, the village chief said so while crying tears of joy. Apparently, Sahajins, which were merman type of monsters, were known to appear in this river. Each year, these Sahajins attack and slay people who were simply trying to cross the river. And because being in a small boat in this river was so dangerous, criminals were mostly the only ones tasked with rowing the boats. After traveling upstream, around here should be good, right? 600 village points will be consumed to build a dam. Proceed? Yes. No. After I selected yes, a gigantic dam appeared. Ha, ha ha, my word. Isn't this 10 times larger than what I imagined it would be? In front of the gigantic structure that suddenly appeared and stopped the flow of the river, Mitchell-san gave an awfully dry laugh. Even though it just appeared, the dam was already at half of its capacity. I wonder where all that water came from. Can it be that when it said that it automatically adjusts the volume of water, it didn't mean that it regulates the amount it takes and discharges, but rather that it actually materializes and dematerializes water? If that was true, no matter how much it rained, the dam would never ever get full. As absurd as that was, I couldn't rule it out as impossible. After all, there seemed to be an endless supply of water from the water wells, houses, and the like. In addition, by using facility customization on a moat, I could make the water in it disappear instantly. Village Chief, this should make it so that you won't be troubled by floods anymore. Thank you. Thank you so much. The village chief went down on his knees as though he was worshipping something and then expressed his gratitude. At that time though, something made the nearby shrubs rustle. When I turned to look, I saw the figure of a bear nearly 2 meters tall. As though it was thirsting for blood, saliva dripped from its sharp fangs. It probably caught our scent and decided to emerge from the deep forest. A monster. A blood grizzly? Those shouts came from the Mitchell-san soldiers who were accompanying us. It's a dangerous monster. We alone might not be enough to run while you still can. No. Don't worry, everything's going to be alright. Luke-sama. Ignoring the frightened soldiers for now, I went closer to the bear. Graga? When it leapt at me, I constructed a stone wall. It crashed headfirst into that wall. I then reshaped that wall into a golem through facility customization and made it hit the stunned bear. Almost like it understood that it had no chance of winning, it escaped back into the woods while wobbling. A golem? Is that yours, Luke-sama? Yup. It's, let's say, an advanced application of my gift. Thanks to that, I can drive away monsters of that level. Doesn't that make his gift not only powerful but also very versatile? I think that's about it. I had added the entire north to my village, made its citizens my villagers, and linked major areas together. Due to the surprising number of requests for dams and bridges, it took longer than expected, but what matters was that life in the north should be a tiny bit more comfortable now. That said, this just barely covers the absolute basics, so if you think up of something else, feel free to contact me. Thank you. Thank you so much. In the end, even Mitchell-san thanked me as though he was worshipping something. Chapter 133, This'll make cooling down so much fun. As summer approached, the temperature steadily rose. Needless to say, this wasteland was quite a harsh environment, but more so in the summer and in the winter. The summers here were scorching hot and the winters freezing cold. It was quite a different story indoors though. After all, in a large house, temperature and humidity were always kept at comfortable levels. The apartment buildings also had this feature, of course, so villagers were commenting something along the lines of "it's summer already, but it's still so pleasant here." Nevertheless, the temperature outdoors remained an issue. As such, I have been receiving plenty of requests for ways to cool down, especially from farmers and other folks whose jobs required them to be outdoors. That's why I've been thinking of building a swimming pool. A swimming pool? I've never heard of that. Staring blankly at me were Milia and Silan. I then explained what a pool was. It's a facility where you can play in the water, you know, to dive in, swim in, or just floating around. So, kind of like a man-made river? Philia-san asked me that while tilting her head. Pretty much, but, well, I think it's better to just show you. We then headed to a vacant spot in the village. I wanted to make a pool, but unfortunately, pool wasn't in the list of facilities I could directly make with my gift. So, to make one, I planned on using a canal. A canal made of stone automatically cleans itself, preventing the accumulation of trash and sludge. The water within was supposedly clean, so there should be no problem in swimming in it. After building one, I made it stretch and then made it bend until its endpoints touched each other. In other words, I made it form a large circle. I intentionally left the wall separating the endpoints still standing though. Alright, I'll just slowly move this wall. When I gently pushed the wall, the the water began moving along with it. Before long, the water in the canal loop flowed like a river. Yes, I made a lazy river pool. You really did make an artificial river. Amazing. This'll make cooling down so much fun. Impressive as always, Luke-sama. I planned on making this pool open to the public, but for the sake of safety, I thought it best to have a small number of people try it out first. We should probably undress, right? But how much? We're outdoors, so being fully naked like at a public bathhouse won't do. Should we get dressed down to our underwear? Actually, I have something. What I took out were clothes made with special fabric that were elastic and quick drying. The texture's nice, isn't it? And it's so stretchy. I've never seen anything like this before. I've had it made in the clothing workshop. Workshop, a workplace that can be used for things like fine arts, industrial arts, blacksmithing, and dressmaking. Improves one's creativity as well as one's skills. One of the workshops I built specialized in making clothes. Recently, thanks to their excellent quality, the clothes made there have been really selling well in the village. It was a hit particularly among the women, and to that clothing workshop, I made a request to design and make clothes exclusively for swimming, the so-called swimsuits. At least in the C-Albert territory, these swimsuits should be the first of their kind. Are these your idea, Luke-sama? You're so amazing. I doubt any of us would have thought of it. It's all due to the knowledge my previous life had though. There are so many kinds. A lot of them's got cute designs too. It's so hard to choose. Some are so revealing. Are those for me, Luke-sama? Fufafu, then so be it. I'll use those to charm you. I then built some sheds so that Milia and the rest had a place to change in. By the way, I left all the design choices to the craftsmen in the workshop. Not once did I tell them to make ones that had hardly any fabric, yet here those designs were. How about you, Celius-kun? There's some for men too. I don't. No need to hold back. Look, Philia-san's going for a swim too. WWWW, what's she got to do with anything? If your face is going to get that red that quickly, everyone'll know, you know. Gar, Philia-san, what are you doing? Going for a swim. Standing by the poolside and tilting her head was an elf. A stark naked elf. Sheer. Oh no, so much blood's coming out of Celius-kun's nose. Chapter 134. I can see a garden. I can see a garden. Oh, I see. I must be in heaven right now. Ha, ha ha. Celius-kun. Celius-kun, are you alright? You're not in heaven yet. You're still alive. After seeing a naked Philia-san, Celius-kun had a tremendous nosebleed and fell down. The gush of blood seemed to be because of excessive stimulation. See Chief, where am? Oh, thank goodness. You've returned to us. Perhaps due to my desperate pleas for him to return to the side of the living, Celius-kun's eyes became a bit more focused. Even so, he was ghastly pale from all the blood he lost. Celius Dono, are you alright? At that moment, the person that caused all this, of all people, approached. She was still stark naked. Of course. Sheer. Wah, he's spurting out blood again. Philia-san, sorry but stay away for now. And please, put on some clothes. Wear something, anything else, Celius-kun will die. I made the bewildered Philia-san step back, and then forcibly made Celius-kun drink down a potion. Ah, the river. I should cross it, I guess. Ahaha. No, no matter what, don't cross that river. Huh? Village chief, what? What's going on? Somehow, it seemed like Celius-kun has escaped death. Had he met his end here? I had no idea how to explain it to Count Bazurata, his father. He seemed to have no recollection of what happened though. Luke Dono, I've dressed myself now. Likely because I got angry earlier, Philia-san said so timidly. Why do I feel like I saw something truly shocking earlier? No, you didn't see anything. So, don't think about it, alright? Albeit in a panic. I managed to put an end to that. Just when I did, Celine and the others have come out of the sheds after changing their clothes. It's a bit embarrassing, isn't it? Yes, I see what you mean. It is quite embarrassing for your swimming clothes to be so tight that it's making it more obvious how small your breasts are, isn't it? I wasn't talking about my breasts. Celine was wearing a one-piece swimsuit that was as vividly blue as her hair. A one-piece swimsuit, as its name implies, was swimsuit for women that consisted of a singular, continuous material. As familiar, she chose a bikini-type swimsuit, a swimsuit for women that had a material for the top and a separate one for the bottom part of the body. Her bikini was black, just like her hair. Perhaps the more important detail though was that her swimsuit was so small that her breasts were about to spill out. I would normally have been shocked by that. But given that I saw a naked body just a while ago, foo-fa-foo, Luke Summers looking at me. He must be filled with excitement now. Well, anyway, I should probably get changed myself. Oh, Philia-san, you're going to wear a swimsuit that's like what Celine is wearing, right? That looks like it'll make swimming harder though. I'd like it to be like Milia Dono's, at least like what Celine is wearing. Am I right? Oh, okay. You're so frightening, Luke Dono. A life was at stake, so I didn't mind being a bit tyrannical. Luke Sama, you should wear this. No way. What Milia presented was a speedo, a swimwear for men which provided the absolute minimum cover. I refused to wear them, and chose some shorts instead. Celius-kun wore the same kind. What did I see? Arg. I can't remember at all. I'm telling you, you didn't see anything. So, don't worry about it and just swim. While I was a bit worried about his condition, I still thought it would be better for him to move around so that he wouldn't remember anything unnecessary. At any rate, I took the initiative and dove into the water. It's a bit cold, but it feels great. By the way, I had used facility customization to alter the depth of the pool. For the outer edges of the pool, I set it to be at 1 meter deep, and for the inner edges, I set it to be 1.2 meters deep. Even in the deep part, I could still stick my face out of the water, although just barely. If I made it any deeper, the pool would be hard to use for anyone of the same height as me or lower. I guess we should make some lifebuoys or maybe some kickboards. Oh, I guess I should add some slides later on. That'll make things more fun. I thought of things like that while doing a front crawl. I've never seen anyone swim the way you're doing it. Huh? You mean, you don't know about the front crawl? I don't. Me neither. It's also not taught in military swimming exercises. It seemed like the front crawl wasn't a well-known way to swim in this world. Milia, who couldn't swim aside, Celine and Celius-kun did breaststrokes. It's faster to swim this way, I'd say. If you'd like, I can teach you how to do it. Not that there was any need to swim quickly at the moment, especially since this was a lazy river pool. That way of swimming kind of resembles the method that's been passed down to us by our ancestors. The way you're moving your feet is different though. It's also my first time seeing that. Philia-san, now wearing proper swimwear, appeared by the poolside and commented so. The swimsuit she wore was a high-cut one-piece, so it was little concerning, but it was 1,000 times preferable than just being naked. I'm sure even Celius-kun still no? Chapter 135, It's easy if you search for the watermelon's presence. Despite the incident that dyed the pool's water red, the fact remains that we have managed to build a new recreational facility. Factoring in the summer's heat, it was definitely popular among the villagers. I had anticipated the requests for a pool where even small children could play in, so I also built a shallow one. The thought of making heated pools when winter arrives has also crossed my mind. I was getting ahead of myself though. Other than the pool, some related food has grown in popularity as well. A great example were the gigantic watermelons harvested in the village's orchards. And thanks to being preserved in a refrigeration facility, these watermelons could almost always be eaten cold. Refrigerator, a facility for keeping the temperature of things like food low, and thus preserving them. It's possible to adjust the temperature. I obtained the ability to build a refrigerator when my village level became 9. In terms of default physical size, a refrigerator was as big as a storehouse because temperature inside the facility could be changed depending on the occasion. It could also be used as a freezer. This watermelon so sweet, so juicy, and so delicious. Celine said so while the corners of her mouth were drenched with the watermelon's red juices. If I can have just one of the seeds that Luke Sama spat out. For some reason, Milia hasn't eaten a single bite out of the watermelon piece she had in her hand. Does she not like watermelons? At that moment, a certain game came to my mind. Do you guys know about watermelon splitting? What's that? I've never heard of it before, Celine replied so with a blank look on her face. It's a game where you have to smash a watermelon with a stick while blindfolded, making you needing to rely on hints that others will be giving you. Oh, sounds fun, Celine replied so, sounding interested. Okay, let's do it. Like that, we blindfolded Celine. I placed a watermelon about 20 meters away, and then went a bit closer before shouting. I did so in order to avoid giving away the location of the watermelon. The watermelon has been set. On my signal, Celine drew out the two swords hanging from her hips. Hey, those are real swords. That's dangerous. It's fine. I'm used to this. Even if she says she's used to it, the fact remains that it's dangerous to hold real swords while blindfolded. However, contrary to my worries, Celine walked directly toward the watermelon without a trace of hesitation. It was as though she wasn't blindfolded at all. And then, you smashed, or rather, cut the watermelon so cleanly. Nothing to it. How were you so sure of where the watermelon was though? I sensed it. You sensed where it was? Maybe she was just pretending that her eyes were covered and could actually see perfectly? That looks like fun. Philia-san, who had watermelon seeds around her mouth, said so as she approached. I see, so that's watermelon splitting. Huh. May I give it a go? Sure. Here's a stick you can use. No, I think I'll use this, she said so while holding up a bow. Wait, hey, that's so dangerous. There's no need to worry. Like that. A blindfolded Philia-san confidently drew her bow and let her arrow fly. In the next moment, the arrow pierced the watermelon that was 50 meters away right in the center. How did you do that? It's easy if you search for the watermelon's presence. What does search for the watermelon's presence even mean? At any rate, watermelon splitting soon became another hit in the village. Curiously, the villagers have begun competing among themselves to see who could split watermelons in the flashiest way possible. In another attempt, Celine managed to slice a great number of watermelons floating in the pool in an instant. Philia-san also tried again, this time shooting an arrow through a watermelon that was a kilometer away. Of course, it wasn't just the two of them who tried. The spearman Rando-kun demonstrated a technique that was able to skewer 10 watermelons seemingly all at once. The strongman Goat-san simply swung his hand down toward the ground, and the watermelon nearby was smashed by the shockwave that emerged from his chop. The adventurer Hazna-san used fire magic to slice a watermelon in half. It was extremely hard to hold the flames back from burning the watermelon to ashes. Or so Hazna-san said after she succeeded. Also, Manta-san from Mao village boasted that he could split a watermelon with his thing and proceeded to undress. Understandably, the guards arrested him for that. Thanks to Max-san, Manta-san's father, pleading for him, it was decided that Manta-san's punishment would only be to enter a rehabilitation facility for a while. Contrary to my expectations of this being a one-time only event, watermelon splitting has already become so synonymous with summer for many of the villagers that most of them were saying that they would like to do it again in the years to come. But can it still be called watermelon splitting at this point? No watermelons were wasted in any of these events. They have all been eaten afterwards. Chapter 136. It's a healthy baby boy. Luke-sama, my child was born safely. It's a healthy baby boy. Delivering such a report while carrying an adorable and peacefully sleeping baby in his arms was Belrith-san. Wow, congratulations. And standing close and happy besides Belrith-san was his wife. And not only my son but also my wife is safe and in good health. It's all thanks to the clinic you built, village chief. This is my third time giving birth, but by far, this has been the least painful labor I've had. Well, I'm glad to hear it helped. Clinic, a facility for diagnosing and treating the sick and the wounded. Reduces the patient's pain, also improves the potency of medical procedures. Given the result this time, it would definitely be better to have the pregnant women give birth in the clinic I built than elsewhere. Have you decided on what his name is? About that, we'd like it if you were the one to name him. Huh? Me? Yes, just by being named by you, I'm certain this child's future's going to be full of joy. Well, I don't mind, but But it's such a big responsibility. What if I end up naming him something weird and his friends make fun of him for it for the rest of his life? Let's see. Since he's a boy, in order to avoid that fate, I racked my brain to come up with a good name. While I was deep in thought, the couple looked at me with great expectations. Even the baby woke up and looked at me with his round and cute eyes. The pressure was so much, it felt hard to speak. How about Belk, Baraku? Ooh, did you perhaps name him after me? Bururito? Not just you, dear. Don't you see? The latter part, the Yuku part, it came from Luke Sama's own name. You're right. What an absolutely wonderful name you've given him, village chief. There can't be any doubt about it now, dear. Our son will grow up into a splendid adult, just like our village chief. Sorry to disappoint you, but my thought process wasn't anywhere that deep. I just thought of what will sound good with the bell from Belrith-san's name. It's just by coincidence that my name's gotten mixed in. Well, as long as they're happy about it, I guess. Afterwards, other couples who also wanted me to name their children came. I had no reason to refuse their requests, resulting in me struggling to come up with good names each time. To be honest, there have been a lot of childbirths lately and many more were still expecting. After all, having secured their basic needs when they moved into this village, many married couples have tried to conceive throughout autumn and winter. Given that, it might be prudent to change my strategy. Instead of coming up with names on the spot, I thought I should come up with a few names beforehand and have the couple choose from those, and then, on a certain day, a certain couple came to me with a request. Chief Luke, if it's at all possible, can you build a place where couples can have some private time? We have children at home, you see, so it's a bit hard to have some time alone there. I see. All right. Agreeing that this was certainly an important issue, I recalled a facility that I became able to build when the village became level 8, hotel, a facility that mainly provides accommodations and relaxation services. It can be used for multiple purposes depending on the configuration. I'm intrigued by the latter part of the explanation. When I looked at its list of abilities that could be improved with facility upgrade, I saw things like stamina boost and STD prevention. In other words, if I so wanted, I could make that kind of hotel. When I built one, its default outward appearance looked like a regular hotel. If I kept it like that, there would inevitably be people who would enter after mistaking it for a regular hotel. On the other hand, if I made its outer appearance reflect what it really was, well, it would stand out too much. Oh, well, there'll be no problem if it's in the underground, right? By using 3D reposition, I could move it as it was underground. Use as a zoo. The sight of a large building disappearing into the ground was quite a sight to behold. I then built an underground tunnel and connected it to the entrance of the said hotel. If I added some restaurants along the underground tunnel, maybe even turning the tunnel into some kind of entertainment district, people wanting to use the hotels should be able to do so without attracting attention for going this way. Chapter 137, Please tell me more about this place. Hey, have you tried that hotel yet? Hotel? Yeah, Luke Sama built it recently. Oh, that? No, I haven't tried it. We don't have children yet, so we have enough space at home. I still think you should give it a try. That hotel's magnificent. You see, just between us, no matter how hard I try, it's so hard to get my husband in the mood for that. But the moment we enter that place, why, he was raring to go. It's actually the first time I've seen his thing get that big. It almost frightened me. Huh? For real? For real. Plus, according to my neighbor, she and her husband went for a lot more rounds than they usually do. How amazing. That's not all. It seems like it also heightens the arousal of women too. Blush. Gulp. Ever since we went, my married life has gotten far better. I'm certain that even a marriage in a rough patch will become as lovey-dovey as newlyweds. Will go. Please tell me more about this place. Emilia-sama, I can't believe there's an establishment like that. Oh no, I cut in on their conversation. I didn't even mean to eavesdrop. I just overheard them by chance. Are you perhaps not aware? In the underground district that Luke Sama built recently. It's in there? Thank you so much. Milia-sama, and she's gone. Having obtained additional information from the two, I sprinted off to the said underground district. The stairway that led down to it was in an inconspicuous place not far from the center of the village. When I descended the stairway, what greeted me were taverns on both sides of the underground tunnel. After walking for a while, I found an entrance to a place that gave off a different vibe from the taverns nearby. Oi, why did you bring me to a place like this? Don't think about it, just follow me. A couple from behind were having some kind of quarrel. They seemed to be husband and wife, but they weren't exactly in the greatest of terms. Both looked like they were in their late 30s. When they reached the entrance to the hotel, the husband seemed to realize what was going on. This place. Is it that? It's fine once in a while, right? I mean, you've been so cold lately. Nope, we're going home. Wow. The husband turned round and started to walk away, but the wife suddenly grabbed him by the scruff of his neck. Where are you going? Hey, let go of me, woman. Why do you dislike me so much now? You used to love me like crazy when we were young though. Because you were thin back then. Look at you now, you've swelled so much. It's like you're a whole other person now, and you've only gotten fatter since we arrived in the village. While I think the husband said some terribly mean words, he wasn't exactly exaggerating. The wife could be said to be overweight. Her body was about twice as big as her husband's. The wife's arm wasn't just thick though. They seemed to have some strength to them. So, try as the husband might, he couldn't escape. The wife was even capable of dragging the husband to the inside of the hotel, but simply because she dragged him in there, doesn't mean, the moment they took a step in though, the husband's attitude took a quick turnaround. Why, you know what? It has been a while, hasn't it? I say, why not? Oh, darling, why you're crushing me. From that moment on until they disappeared into the hotel, they acted like a perfectly happy couple. As long as I can get him here. Even Luke-sama. Gufafufafu. Section. When I randomly looked at the map that I could use when I first received my gift, I noticed a red dot was so close to me. A black dot on the map meant an ordinary villager, but a red dot meant a hostile individual. When I hovered the cursor over it, a text saying pervert showed up. Pervert? What does that mean? No. More importantly, the red dot's headed this way, isn't it? Section. Luke-sama. Care to come for a walk with me? Milia? Chapter 138. Maid breathing first form. When I turned around, what I saw was an out-of-breath Milia. What? It's Milia. I was worried because a red dot was quickly on its way toward me, but it turned out to be just her. Though something felt off about her. Luke-sama. Care to come for a walk with me? A walk? Fufafu. It's alright. There's nothing to be afraid of. Nope. No matter how I look at it, you're being scary right now. Scared by the ominous smile on Milia's face, I unconsciously took a step back. Because she has been devoted since her time serving as a maid, I had faith that she wouldn't harm me. That said, all my instincts at this moment were sounding an alarm. What seems to be the matter? Come on. Let's go for a walk. I knew it. She is acting strange. In the first place, it was strange that the dot that represented her in my map was not only red, it also said, pervert. Is it possible that the person before me is someone else, only pretending to be her? When I realized that possibility, I quickly used villager appraisal. Name, Milia. Age, 23 years old. Village bond level, ultra high. Suitable occupation, priest. Gift, oracle. Nope, it is her. But then, why is she acting like this? The base version of villager appraisal couldn't tell me about it, so I thought maybe villager appraisal 2 could. However, by using that, I might see other things that I didn't want to see. Maid breathing first form. Did you call for me, master? Exclamation mark. She was able to shorten the distance between us in an instant. Since when can Milia move this fast? Let me explain. Maid breathing first form. Did you call for me, master? Is a breathing technique unique to maids that allows us to move several times faster than normal so that we can quickly come to our master's side. She explained. No, wait. More importantly, a breathing technique unique to maids? Maid breathing second form. I'll carry you, master. Whoa. She lifted me up. I didn't know Milia had this much strength. Let me explain. Maid breathing second form. I'll carry you, master, is a breathing technique unique to maids that allows us to have more strength several times than normal so that we can easily carry our masters. Thanks for the explanation, but I still don't understand what you're saying. Don't worry, Luke-sama, it'll all be better soon. Gufafafu. Hi. While carrying me like that, Milia brought me somewhere else. This is bad. Somebody, help. Ah, there are two ladies there. Help, Milia's abducting me. Oh my, they get along so well. Yufufu. How I envy them. It's not like that. I'm seriously being abducted here. She's taking me somewhere dangerous. Help. Oh my, I wish a handsome prince will carry me away to some place dangerous as well. Yufufu. How lovely. These two aren't of any help. Thanks for your hard work today, village chief. You're going on a date with Milia-sama today? I'm so jealous. Next, we passed by two men. In what way can being carried away by Milia look like a date to them though? More importantly, help. Milia's forcibly taking me somewhere. Forcibly, you say? Gulp. He's so young, but he's already doing those kinds of play. You're so amazing, village chief. It's not like that. I'm seriously asking for help here. I too want an older woman teach me stuff. At our age though, that's no longer possible. Yeah, these two aren't of any help either. And so, Milia continued carrying me like that. After a while we reached the underground restaurant district that I built recently. However, the whole district was just to misdirect the attention from a hotel of a certain kind. Not long afterward, Milia stopped after reaching the entrance of that hotel. She finally put me down, but she quickly and firmly grabbed hold of my hand to prevent me from escaping. Ha. Now, Luke-sama, let us enter together. Wait a minute, Milia. This hotel's. Let's bravely ascend the stairway to adulthood. Milia interrupted me like that before I could finish my own words. However, in the next moment, an employee stood in her way. My apologies, but individuals under 16 years of age are not allowed within. Like that, Milia collapsed into the ground. Chapter 139. It's one of our cows. I traveled to the barn located at the edge of the village. Chief Luke, thanks for all the hard work. Thanks for all the hard work too, Naru. How are the animals? They're all in good health. Naru had the heart of the animals gift. As such, she was made in charge of the village's farm animals. At the moment, we were keeping cows, sheep, and chicken. The milk and eggs we get from them were absolutely delicious, making those some of the village's hidden specialty products. Bwack. They're so adorable. These ones have just been born, but wow, Chief Luke, they're already forming a bond with you. But aren't there too many newborns? How many adult ones do we have again? At the moment, approximately 200 cows, 500 chickens, 100 sheep, 50 horses, and about 50 other livestock. We have that many? We originally purchased about 10 animals from the Brookly-san the merchant. We did get new young ones as time passed, but the majority of the animals we had were born here. Animal barn, a shed for the use of livestock. It speeds up their growth, preserves their health, and strengthens their reproductive abilities. So, it really is because of the animal barn's effects. But considering the demand for milk and eggs, do we have enough? Our livestock might have grown in numbers, but so did the population of the village. I was worried our supply of milk and eggs were not enough. And yet, even now, I haven't heard of any kind of shortage of it. Oh well, to answer that, let's go over there, toward the pasture. We had set up a vast pasture next to the barn area. Well, it became a pasture, but since pasture wasn't among the list of facilities I could build with my gift, I had to improvise with a public park. Public park, an area where villagers can relax and do some recreational activities. Preserves the villagers' health and also improves their village bond level. I used facility customization on it to increase the green tract of land until it turned a pasture. It wasn't that far off from being a nature park, to be honest. Exclamation mark. All of a sudden, Along with a thunderous roar, a gigantic figure appeared. In reaction, I instinctively took a step back. A monster? Nope. It's one of our cows. Huh? That's a cow? When I looked closer, it was indeed a cow. However, it was a cow that was easily more than 3 meters tall and 5 meters long. Suffice it to say, it was in a different league than the cows I was familiar with. It was no wonder I mistook it for a monster. This child is born here in the village. It's grown quite big, hasn't it? Grown big was definitely an understatement. So, is that one also a milk cow? Yup. How could it have grown this big though? More surprisingly though, there wasn't just one gigantic cow. Looking around, I found all the cows there were equally gigantic. As you can see, despite their size, they're also meek and docile. But more importantly, these cows give so much milk. Moo. It made sense that cows that big would produce lots of milk. And if there were 200 or so of these cows, the village's demand for milk should be well satisfied. Just to be sure, the males still don't produce milk, right? Yup, but for some reason, nothing but female cows are being born right now. Is that so? Upon inspecting the cows leisurely grazing in the pasture a bit more carefully, I confirmed that most of them had large udders. I didn't know much about farm animals, but even I could tell that these cows were female. That solved the mystery of where the supply of milk comes from. But what about the "bwack bwack" exclamation mark? Right at that moment, an ostrich-like chicken passed in front me. That chicken's born in the village as well. You mean I'm not just imagining that? Much like the cows, the chickens born and raised here seem to be much larger than usual. Before long, other 2-meter-tall chickens were energetically running all over the pasture. These chickens lay a lot of eggs. Perfect timing. Look over there. I looked where she was pointing and saw one chicken ready to lay an egg. Huh? Her egg's size is normal. I was expecting its egg to be as big as an ostrich egg, so I was a bit let down to see that its egg was not much bigger than a normal chicken's egg, if at all. In the next moment though, pop 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 pop, eggs came out of the gigantic chicken one after the other. Each chicken lays about 50 eggs per day. It's the type to make up with numbers. Book, Chapter 140. So fluffy too. Me. Even the sheep are big. So fluffy too. Which means we can get a lot of wool. Hi-hin. The horses too. All of them are so strong. And despite their size, they're super fast. I soon found out that, much like the cows and the chickens, our sheep and horses were also so much bigger than usual. Obviously, our farm animals were originally normal-sized. However, after living within our animal barns for some time, they grew in size. Wait, maybe I can grow taller too if I spend some time here. You're not livestock though, so I doubt it'll work. Besides, I think it's better you're small and cute like that, village chief. Well, I don't. I was already 13 years old. This should be when my growth spurt starts. Yet, more importantly, I'll greatly appreciate it if you can add another barn. How is that more important to me? Considering their birth rate, we'd soon have nowhere to put the newborns. Yeah, there were really so many young ones earlier. This was likely brought about by the barn's effect on the animals' reproductive abilities. But even so, this growth in their numbers was truly tremendous. Aside from that, their size, especially when they reach adulthood, made space inside the barns even more scarce. Okay, I'll add 10 more barns. I guess I should also expand the pasture, don't I? Thanks. While we're in the topic of newborns. What is it? It's Tri-chan. It's about to give birth. Excuse me? By Tri-chan. Is she talking about the tree dragon? Together with Naru, I went to a field where, instead of crops, there was a gigantic tree. From afar, it might look a perfectly normal, albeit gigantic, tree. However, upon a closer look, it would become apparent that a part of the trunk greatly resembled the head of the dragon. Yes, this field was the one exclusively used by the tree dragon. When we drew near, it began to move as though it recognized us. Tri-chan, have you been well? As though urging Naru to hug its snout, the tree dragon presented its head to her. Naru was, of course, happy to indulge. This made the tree dragon so happy. It began swinging its tail like a branch left and right. By the way, the tree dragon didn't have a name before, but after Naru began calling it Tri-chan, it kind of stuck and everyone also began to use the name. The person, or rather, the tree itself seemed to be pleased with it, so I didn't see any reason to change the way things were. Look around, village chief. There are small trees growing here now. Yeah, you're right. When Naru said so, I noticed the trees growing here and there. They varied in size. Some were just sprouting, while some have grown to be as tall as I was. Are these ordinary trees? Unlike the tree dragon, I could not find a dragon-like head anywhere. Look at this. Naeru said so and approached one of the larger saplings. It then began swaying. It's moving. After a moment, it didn't just shake its trunk and branches in place, it actually moved forward. They're apparently almost indistinguishable from treants until they become adults, that is. Oh, I see. Whoa, wait, why is it wrapping its branches around me? The sapling that approached started to wrap their branches around my feet and my torso. It's just playing around. Playing around? It kinda hurts though. Rather than being embraced, it felt more like I was being constricted. Because of that, I became unable to move. Help! Exclamation mark. It let go, as though it reprimanded the sapling. The tree dragon swung one of its branches at the sapling. Soon after, the sapling let me go. At the very least, it seems to listen to its parent. Or, what a good kid. I don't know if that's what I'll call a good kid. At any rate, there were nearly 20 saplings at the moment. It was possible there would be more soon, and if each one grows to be as big as their parent. Chapter 141, Leave Things to Me. I'm Alec, an adventurer. At present, I have made the recently built village in the wasteland my base of operations. It's called a village, but to be frank, it was on the same scale as a metropolis. When we first arrived here, it could somehow still pass as a stopover town, albeit a very prosperous one. However, in the extremely short time since then, its population has grown and its infrastructures have increased tremendously to the point that it was hard to believe this place was originally a wasteland. And it was all thanks to its village chief and his powers. I, myself, have nothing but gratitude for Chief Luke. If not for this village, I and my party would never have gotten our gifts. It was thanks to our gifts that we could obtain so much more items and materials from the dungeon that was in this village than ever before. We used the money we got from that to upgrade our equipment, and what an upgrade it was. Each piece we bought was made by the dwarves of this village, meaning it was guaranteed to have great quality. Finding equipment like this would be hard even in the royal capital. After some while, as the rumors of this place spread further, many other adventurers arrived in the village. To make purchasing items and materials from us easier, Luke Sama decided to establish a certain organization. Yes, it was the first ever Adventurers Guild in the country. In this Adventurers Guild, parties were assigned a rank based on their achievements. Novice parties start at E and climb up to D, C, B, and A as they progress. At present, our party was the only party to be awarded an A rank. Oi, aren't they that A rank party? Crimson, I believe they're called. Yeah, you're right. I heard they broke the record again for the deepest floor reached in the dungeon. When I overheard those comments, I unconsciously smiled. Hey, stop it. Your face looks weird. Why are grinning like that? Anyway, you say that, Hazner, but you're also grinning from ear to ear, you know. No, I'm not. We needed to have a name for our party in order to register at the guild, and Crimson was the name that our party agreed on. It has since become well known by other adventurers. To be honest, before coming to this village, I never would have imagined that I would be the center of attention, especially at my age of 38 years old. Fame, to me, is unnecessary. I feel the same. The voices around you are nothing but noise. Rid yourselves of your worldly desires, and simply follow the path to where you need to go. Spouting such stoic words were Dill and Gay I, the other members of our party. Dill was a hunter who excelled at locating enemies, stealth, and other such things. As for Gay I, He was a warrior monk who could not only heal us but was also proficient in fighting with a staff. Based on those words, it would have been understandable to think of the two as upstanding adventurers. I knew better though. I knew that both of them would always go to a bar and have multiple women entertain them, all while they ogled at those women with malicious eyes. At any rate, while most adventurers were active only on the first few floors of the dungeon, we have been devoting ourselves to clearing the deepest floors. Dungeons expand over time. It normally happens little by little though. In the village's dungeon, however, it was happening at quite a quick pace. When we first arrived here, the dungeon had 5 floors, but it now had more than 20. As for why we do it, well, why not? We had obtained gifts, so we thought we should aim for as high as a goal as we could. The risks were higher, yes, but it was well worth it to us so far. We were planning to go deep into the dungeon today as well. Camus, we're in your expert hands again today. Hey, yeah, leave things to me. In order to clear the dungeon, we have employed Camus, a villager who possessed the labyrinth exploration gift. His participation always made a great deal of difference in exploring the dungeon, and because of that, many other parties naturally also wanted his help. For some reason though, he seemed to give scheduling preference to our party. You're always such a great help. It might be unexplored as of yet, but I know the place like the back of my hand already, so rest easy while I'm here. It might be just my imagination, but can it be that he's interested in Hazen? Camus was 38 years old like me. Meanwhile, Hazen was just 18 years old. Moreover, Camus wasn't fortunate enough to have good looks, unlike Hazen who was popular enough among adventurers that some of them secretly formed a fan club for her. Them becoming a couple just didn't seem likely to me. Chapter 142. Well, it is the village chief we're talking about here. Ever-changing dungeon, that was what adventurers like us have dubbed the dungeon in the wasteland village. Perhaps this dungeon's most distinguishing trait was that the scenery and the atmosphere totally change every 5 floors or so. Because of that, one had to be prepared not only to face different kinds of monsters and traps, but also to be ready for the new environment. For the first floor up to the 5th, the dungeon was a typical cave-type dungeon. The monsters that appeared there were mainly goblins and kobolds, making the area a good hunting ground for novice adventurers. Some of the most popular items to be gathered in the area were the goblins' rusted weapons and the kobolds' fur. The rusted weapons could be melted down and be reused in making new weapons and other metallic items, while the kobolds' fur could be used in making clothes. At the 5th floor, there awaited an area boss called the Elder Kobold. Being a high-rank kobold, it served as the first major obstacle for many new adventurers. But then again, escaping from the boss and going to the next floor was also an option. Moreover, because it takes about an hour for the area boss to respawn, it was possible to not have to face the boss at all if the prior adventurers did manage to defeat it. HMMP. At our level though, an elder kobold could be killed instantly. After Gay whacked it in the head with his staff, it fell to the ground, and when the kill was confirmed, Dill immediately proceeded to use his knife to expertly tear off the elder kobold's fur. An elder kobold's fur tended to sell for a high price, so we always made sure to bring it back. Camus was the one carrying our luggage, so adding a bit more to it didn't affect our combat strength much. After the boss room was a safety zone. In such a place, no monsters would ever appear. And thanks to the simple lodgings there, adventurers could even stay the night. There were also some restaurants here, making it possible to enjoy a good meal even deep into the dungeon. As for us, we simply passed through. We still have far to go today. After all, from the 6th floor up to the 10th, the dungeon still looked like a cavern system, only now it was a lot greener thanks to the moss and other vegetation. Many insect-type monsters inhabited the area, such as the spider-like Durants and the ant-like Ambiance. Unsurprisingly, this area wasn't popular with female adventurers. As for the area's most popular items, it included the materials from the Ambiance that could be used in making defensive equipment, as well as a type of honey from the lair of bee-like monsters called mad bees. Medicinal herbs could also be gathered here, But since basic medicinal herbs were being cultivated back in the village's fields in large amounts anyway, no adventurer picked up the herbs here in order to sell them. This dungeon was set up so that there was an area boss every 5 floors. For the 10th floor, the area boss was the Mother Tyrant, the higher rank version of the Tyrants. The thread that could be obtained from the Mother Tyrant's gigantic web was extremely durable, so it understandably sells for a high price. However, because it was difficult to collect, we usually don't bother with it. Much like the previous area boss, it was possible to get through the boss room without defeating the Mother Tyrant. Even better, since it didn't attack unless approached really closely. We simply walked straight ahead. There was another safe zone afterwards. This time, we decided to take a short rest. For the 11th floor up to the 15th, the dungeon began to look like some kind of ruin. It was almost like a labyrinth made of stone. To be honest, there were noticeably more traps in here, but more noteworthy was the frequent appearance of minotaurs. And because minotaur meat remained in high demand, this area was where most adventurers gathered. Serving as the area boss at the 15th floor was a black minotaur. Like its name would suggest, it was a higher rank minotaur. Its meat was also of a higher rank in quality compared to ordinary minotaur meat. However, when factoring in how hard to defeat a black minotaur was, it could be argued that the meat wasn't worth it. As such, there was only a small portion of adventurers that repeatedly hunted the area boss. By the way, it used to be that we could hunt minotaurs in the first couple of floors of the dungeon. However, probably because we hunted down too much of them, we now had to descend a good number of floors just to meet one. Such sudden changes were not at all rare in this dungeon. I did hear that the village chief is close with the dungeon master, so maybe, I don't know, they adjust it based on the current situation. I've never heard of a dungeon that does something like this though. Well, it is the village chief we're talking about here. Indeed, it is the village chief. After all, chapter 143, I can sense a chest that way. So went the Black Minotaur's last cry. For an A-rank party like us, even an area boss for the 15th floor didn't pose much threat. It's heavy as always. We carried the defeated Black Minotaur to the safety zone, but because of its weight and size, we naturally couldn't afford to carry it all the way to the deepest parts of the dungeon. Yes, the usual, please, thanks for your patronage. Perhaps due to some requests from adventurers, a service was offered in the safe zone, the temporary safekeeping of the items and the materials we had gathered. We didn't even have to dismantle our prey first before handing it to them since they offered to do that for us. Furthermore, if we asked for it, they could also transport our belongings back to the village. Thanks to this, some parties dived deeper and deeper into the dungeon and then deposit all their gathered items and materials whenever passing a safe zone. At any rate, now that our load was lighter, we proceeded the 16th floor. Starting from the 16th floor, the environment was once again that of a cavern system. This time though, it was the kind covered in ice. While the scenery was beautiful and almost magical, the fact remains that this place, with its extreme cold and its slippery ground, was deadly to us adventurers. The monsters that frequently appeared here, like the white grizzlies and the ice wolves, were all quite powerful too. On the other hand, the fur that could be obtained from them were all high-class items. Because of that, many of the more powerful adventurers preferred hunting here rather than hunting the minotaurs. The area boss waiting in the 20th floor was a group of yetis, one big yeti and about 10 other regular yetis. Because it was against a group of strong enemies, it understandably wasn't a simple fight for most parties. In fact, even our party had a difficult time on our first encounter with the group. However, we have since mastered how to deal with them and thus no longer consider them especially hard to fight. The key was paying minimal attention to the 10 regular yetis and focus mostly on the big yeti. Once the big yeti was down, the cooperation between the others crumbled at once, making the rest of the fight easy. Fire magic was quite effective against the regular yetis, so we usually had Hazner keep them in check, while the 3 of us took down the big yeti as quickly as we could. Well, they're not worth that much, so let's just leave them be. The big yeti defeated, we decided to ignore the rest and move on to the next floor. The yeti's fur wasn't exceptionally expensive, so it usually wasn't worth the risk, or at least, effort, to subjugate them. Starting from the 21st floor, the scenery became that of a ruin again. Only this time, it resembled a graveyard. The enemies that appeared around here were mainly undead-type monsters. Not much could be obtained from such monsters though. In exchange though, rare items could often be found in the chests here. This was on top of the fact that there tended to be more chests in ruin-type environments compared to cave-type environments. I can sense a chest that way. Is it near? I think so. Okay, let's get it then. Unsurprisingly, Camus, who could sense the location of the treasure chests, was even more helpful in these areas. That being said, since our party's primary goal was to reach the as of yet unexplored depths of the dungeon, we only picked up those that were on the way. As for the area's boss, it was a high-rank undead called a White. It was naturally a strong enemy, but it was just ill-matched against our party thanks to Gay Eye who could use light magic. Upon defeat, this area boss always dropped an item called Staff of the King of the Dead. That item always sells for an extremely high price, so we made a point of subjugating it even though we had opportunities to slip past it. Starting from the 26th floor, it was a cave-type environment again. Lava was flowing here and there, making us sweat profusely just by standing. It was more than fair enough to say that this was an extremely harsh environment. Actually, this was where we decided to head back last time. Due to the excessive sweating, the water in our bodies had nearly dried out, causing us to feel ill. We were able to deal with the cold from before simply by putting on more clothes, but the heat wasn't so simple to deal with. Thankfully, we had a countermeasure for it this time, the special, deep blue liquid made by the village's alchemist. It was a so-called freeze potion. We took out bottles of it out from our bag of supplies and poured the liquid on our bodies. Now that we have done so, we have obtained a great deal of resistance against fire and heat for a certain amount of time. Whoa, it's so cold. My body. It's shivering. It's far more effective than we thought. Just by pouring a liter of freeze potion on our bodies, it felt like we were continuously submerged in ice water, and like that, we went further into this lava-filled place. Chapter 144, A Crab Monster Would Make for a Good Boss. Luke, please advise me on how to design the next area. Sure. But, don't you have, like, 35 floors right now? Today, I went to visit Eri, the dungeon master. Yup. Thanks to you, my place has gotten quite impressive. Her dungeon only had 2 floors when we first discovered it, but it has since expanded so much. For a dungeon to develop, things called dungeon points were needed. These were awarded after each visitor to her dungeon has spent a certain amount of time within it. In addition to the dwarves living here, there have also been a great number of adventurers delving into the dungeon, so dungeon points were flowing in steadily, and recently, people have been entering the dungeon just to sightsee, essentially turning it into a tourist attraction. Somebody already cleared the 30th floor though. The 26th up to 30th floor of her dungeon was cave-type area that was scorching hot due to the lava flowing within it. Because of that harsh environment, it was hard, if not impossible, to clear it without some kind of countermeasure. Was it Alexander's party? I've heard they've asked the village alchemist to make them some freeze potions. If someone poured freeze potion onto their body, they would become highly resistant to fire and heat for a certain length of time. It was useful not just against such a harsh environment, but also against monsters who made use of fire attribute attacks. That item was actually the reason I advised Eri to make this area like this. I liked the thought that the solution to such a harsh place lied in the information and items that could be obtained in the village. Speaking of, yes, I have been helping Eri with her dungeon. It felt kind of like running a game. It was fun. As an aside, the most recent area of her dungeon, the 31st up to the 35th floor, more specifically, was a pitch-black labyrinth. Unless adventurers secured a source of light that could last them through, they would find it nigh impossible to break through. So, for the next area, I've been thinking of making it full of traps that apply all sorts of abnormal status conditions. They'll get afflicted with something every step they take. Like that, they won't be able to make it through, right? Well, that kind of gimmick is usually disliked though. Then, What about a cave-type area where the passages are so narrow, no human-sized person will be able to crawl through? Absolutely no one will like that kind of dungeon, you know. Unfortunately, Ahri the Dungeon Master's dungeon sense was the worst. If left to her own devices, she would fill her dungeon from start to finish with traps. Focusing on defense was one thing, but foregoing all sense of game balance would make the adventurers lose interest. Wait, why am I speaking like it really is a game? But then again, adventurers who have delved that deep in the dungeon were doing it more for the satisfaction rather than for profit, so a challenge that was a little bit outrageous was still acceptable. How about a cave system that's submerged in water at certain parts? Adventurers will have to swim under to get through or to get treasure chests. That sounds fun. Or how about a ruin where stepping on certain floors will make them uncontrollably move in a certain direction? If they don't figure out the exact route to the exit, they might end up at the beginning. That sounds like a headache. Or how about this? The entire floor is one vast and wall-less landscape, and the stairway to the next level is visible right from the entrance, but in exchange for all that, the adventurers have to face a horde of monsters all at once. I haven't thought of that before. In the end, Ari decided to make the 36th up to the 40th floor be a cave-type environment that had certain portions submerged in water. Can you make aquatic monsters? Of course. Fish-type and crab-like monsters could come in handy in terms of being sources of marine products, a commodity that wasn't available in the village as of yet. Of course, transporting them out of the dungeon would be a pain, but it wasn't like there would be a whole lot to transport anyway. As for clearing the area, finding a way to extend the time they could hold their breath underwater would be useful for the adventurers, but I wouldn't say that it would be absolutely necessary. Rather, the thing they might need to worry about more was how to deal with their wet equipment. Unlike in a game, letting an equipment stay wet would have an adverse effect on their stamina. I guess a crab monster would make for a good boss. Their hard shells will make physical attacks against them terribly less effective, right? Just like that, Ari and I discussed the finer details like each floor's map layout, monster types and placement, trap types and their placement as well, and many other things. Chapter 145. No, I'm not an adventurer. No. My name is Geese, and I am an adventurer. I heard a certain rumor recently. There was apparently a new city built in the wasteland located in the north of the Albert territory. Moreover, they say that place had a nearby dungeon where novice and veteran adventurers alike could reliably earn a good amount of money. And as if that wasn't amazing enough, they also say that there were safe zones within the dungeons, making prolonged dungeon exploration a lot more manageable. The city itself sounded amazing for adventurers. Firstly, there seemed to be lodgings exclusively for us. In addition, high-quality equipment made by dwarves and potent potions made by elves were apparently for sale there at a very reasonable price. Too reasonable, if what I heard was right. For those reasons, it was no wonder that adventurers were rushing toward the place. I'm sure it's all nonsense. It's just too good to be true. I didn't believe any bit of that rumor when I first heard it and laughed alongside those around me. In the first place, there was just no way a city like those in the rumors could ever be built in that wasteland. All that being said, my curiosity as an adventurer won in the end. I can't believe it. It's real. Firstly, I couldn't believe I had reached the place in such a short time despite the fact that I didn't walk any faster than usual. And when I saw the city and the rumors, I was dumbfounded further by the walls that could rival those in the royal capital, by the large buildings lined up, by the crowds of people going to and from the city, and all those things were in a wasteland where no vegetation could grow. Before checking out anything else, I headed toward the dungeon area within the city. Apparently, the lodgings that were exclusively for adventurers were just a few steps away from the dungeon itself. And near those buildings were the Adventurers Guild, the one and only in this country, as well as a training ground. I decided to take a peek at the training ground. There, I saw people who looked like fellow adventurers practicing with some swords. Oh, they're quite skilled, aren't they? Skilled and talented adventurers seem to have gathered in this city. Well, They do say successful adventurers are those who don't let their initial impressions cloud their judgment. Even if the information is unbelievable, like the one this time, they'll verify the truth with their own keen eyes. Evidently, I was among those people. While I reveled at that fact, someone called out to me. "Hey, I don't think I've seen your mug around here before. Yeah, I've just arrived. So that's why you're gonna love it, Harry. It's fantastic." His slightly slurred way of talking was quite noticeable, but just as noticeable was his well-trained body. He seemed to be a swordsman, judging from the sword on his waist. "If you don't mind, how about we spar? You want to spar with me?" "Sure, all that traveling has put me in the mood to swing my sword." "Ooh, great, thanks. I'm still learning. You see." Despite his assertiveness, the man before me was quite modest. However, this put me in a little bit of a bind. I had learned my swordsmanship from a well-known swordsman, and I've never missed a day of practice ever since. I was quite proud of myself for having a sword style different from other adventurers. If the man before me was indeed a beginner, well, fighting him seriously would be unfair, to put it lightly. "Okay, then let me teach you a thing or two. Come at me however you want." Ha, ha. Gee, good job. Let's end it here today. I was breathing hard and was barely able to say those words. "That's still learning? You've got to be kidding. You're so strong already." We were about even. About halfway through, I began to take it seriously. However, never mind winning. I could have easily lost if I got careless for just a moment. I had made a fool of myself when I said let me teach you a thing or two. Man, I shouldn't have made light of you. This is where strong adventurers like you have gathered, after all. Now I know that if I assume this place is like the other cities I've been to, I'm in for a world of hurt. Adventurers like me? What's wrong? You're an elite adventurer, right? Come on man, that's not funny. Stop talking like you're not a big shot adventurer. Despite being uncomfortable with the other person's reaction, I decided to shrug it off. In the next moment though, I realized the misunderstanding I made. No, I'm not an adventurer. No, I'm normally a farmer. I've learned how to use the sword just recently. Training ground. A facility for the practicing of magic and martial arts. Increases one's improvement rate. It also has a feature that prevents injuries. Chapter 146. No matter I look at it, you've all gotten so muscular. Say, haven't all of you gotten so, I don't know, muscular lately? When I went to one of the village's public bathhouses, I noticed everyone's improved physique. I had a bath at home, of course, but I come here from time to interact with the villagers. I don't think so, Chief. We're what we've always been. Yup. Nope. No matter I look at it, you've all gotten so muscular. I mean, your arms are as thick as thighs now. I had no idea why the villagers were denying it, but it was as clear as day that they have bulked up. Their chest looked like they were about to burst. Their backs were like a mountain range, and their thighs almost seemed armored. Moreover, it wasn't just a few people, it was all of them that became hardcore macho men. It was like I got lost and ended up in a bodybuilders convention or something. It makes sense if you were in the hunting group or if you were an adventurer, but why would your regular jobs make you look like that? I mean, look at Belrith-san. There's no way his body looked like that before, right? Unlike his younger brother, Balrith-san, who had the sword techniques gift and trained regularly, Belrith-san's regular job didn't require much muscle. Well, truth be told, I have been doing a little bit of training. I don't think a little bit of training will get that level of result though. Wondering how that happened, I pressed my serious face close to Belrith-san, and then, it looked like he just had an idea. I think we have the facility you made to thank. The facility I made? Yes. I think the reason why ordinary villagers like me have become so muscular is that we've been doing exercises in the training grounds. The training grounds? Training ground. A facility for the practicing of magic and martial arts. Increases one's improvement rate. It also has a feature that prevents injuries. I myself thought it was only for the hunters, the guards, and the adventurers, but a person one day decided to sneak in and train there. After a short while, His physique became impressive. Other men then became aware of it and began training in their spare time. Before we knew it, we all became muscular. Some of us even began learning how to use the sword and the spear, with some being able to stand their ground against adventurers who have just arrived in the village. Undoubtedly, this phenomenon was because of the training grounds. Increases one's improvement rate. Effect. Oh, that's it. Yes, I unintentionally shouted so when an idea came to me. I seemed to be destined to be eternally childlike and unable to grow taller. Those around me often say so cute, but I would rather they say to me so cool. I want to be macho just like you all, so I'm going to exercise in the training ground too. Alright, there's no time to waste. I'm going to grab. Huh? Belrith-san, why did you grab my arm? Can you let go? I'm getting out. Chief, deepest apologies but I can't let you go. Why? Because being all macho doesn't suit you, Chief. Phew, I agree. It's best you stay the way you are right now, Chief. Yup, absolutely never train. The thought of the chief becoming all muscular, it's unbearable. Please leave all the muscles to us. It wasn't just Belrith-san who asked me to stay. The other macho men quickly followed suit. It's not a matter of whether it suits me or not, okay? I've decided to do this, so please, let me go. I tried to free myself from Belrith-san's hold, but he was too strong for me. Furthermore, the other macho men stood in a line in front of me, forming a wall of muscles. It was impossible for the muscle-less me to escape. Fine. If you're asking for it that much, I'll stop. Thus, I abandoned my plans of becoming a macho man myself, or so I wanted them to believe. There was no way I was going to give up that easily. Okay, before anyone finds out, I'll go sneak into the training ground. I thought so, but, is something the matter? Village chief, you can't possibly have any business here, right? Good morning, chief. Every time I went to the training ground, a macho man would always be there and stop me. I'd like to get in. Ha ha ha. What nice weather we're having. I see, talking's no use. In the end, no matter the time of day, I was not able to get in. Section. Got that, everyone? Under no circumstance should we let Luke Sama enter the training ground. Let us all work together and preserve Luke Sama's young boy figure. Yes, the believers of the Luke faith, led by Milia, were thwarting all of Luke's efforts to become muscular. Chapter 147. Give them special education. In this world, children were considered a valuable part of the workforce. However, our village had more than enough of a workforce that children didn't have to pitch in as well. Given that, I decided to build a school where they could study for the sake of their future. School, a facility for educating children, improves the teachers' teaching abilities as well as the students' learning abilities. For now, it was a 6-year program for children ages 5 to 10. In addition to teaching how to read, how to do basic arithmetic, and history, we would also be teaching the children about this world's gifts, magic, skills, monsters, and monster-infested areas. We would of course be adding more topics later on, such as hygiene and physical education. As for who were going to be the teachers, they would be selected from the villagers based on their gifts as well as their suitable occupations, as determined by my villager appraisal. Luke Sama, I believe we must also teach theology and worship. Milia, the village's one and only priest, proposed so. Now that I think about, I do feel like religion-related topics were also taught in school in my previous life. But who's gonna teach it? Please leave it to me. As the village's priest, it is my duty to guide the children in such matters. Okay, but are you sure? I mean, you're already doing the worship meetings, right? Oh, there's no need to worry. I won't run out of things to talk about anytime soon. After all, foo. Now I can brainware. Give them special education while they're young? ? By the way, no particular day of the week was ever set for the village's day of worship, so the day she would teach at the school and the day she would hold the village's worship meetings could be freely moved around. Afterwards, I also built a library and an art museum in the village. Library, a facility where books and documents are collected, stored, and also lent to people. Prevents the deterioration of books and documents. Improves the villagers' acquisition of knowledge. Art gallery, a facility for preserving and also exhibiting works of art. Prevents the deterioration of artworks. Has security features. Improves the villagers' artistic sensibilities. In this country where war has become commonplace, it wasn't rare for books and artworks to be destroyed or simply neglected. Those who immigrate to this village would sometimes bring with them such items, so I figured we should buy as many as we could and preserve them. On a certain day, a group of women arrived in the village. Some were in the latter half of their teens, while some were in their 20s. All of them had rather thick makeup and strong perfume. A pleasure to meet you, village chief. I'm Fana, their representative. A voluptuous woman in her mid-20s, introduced herself. So, we actually have a request for you. A request? Yes, you see, all of us previously worked as prostitutes back home. However, circumstances have forced us to leave our home city behind and go to this new land. We were hoping that there would be a demand for us here in this new, rapidly growing city of yours. I had no clue what happened to them, but if what I heard was true, that prostitutes usually had poor work environments. They probably decided to take a chance in the village when they heard of us in the rumors. Yes, of course. I'll direct you all to proper jobs. Proper jobs? Yes. For example, there is currently a good demand for women in the clothing atelier and the restaurants. Due to the childbirth boom right now, there have been a lack of manpower lately, meaning a lot of jobs up for offer. I could appraise this group later on and tell them which jobs they should first try based on their aptitudes and potential gifts. Does the village chief perhaps think that prostitution is an improper job? Exclamation mark. I gasped when she pointed out something unexpected. Well, no, of course, I admit that it isn't a job that one would usually openly boast about. Many in this line of work do it out of necessity and would probably prefer a normal, respectable job, a proper job, as some would put it. However, there are those among us who do take pride in our job. Her words were incredibly thought-provoking. I realized that I did have a prejudice against prostitution. Well, let's just say that for women who loves doing the deed by an extraordinary amount, this profession is a true calling. All this talk's making me want to put a man's thing inside me as soon as possible. There are some things better off unsaid, you know. Like that, I reluctantly decided to build a brothel for them. Brothel? A facility for sexual services. Has contraceptive effects. Has an effect that prevents the transmission of sexually transmitted diseases. Foo. Say, you don't look like you've known a woman's touch, Mr. Village Chief. I will gladly take your furs. Hi? Fana-san, who was staring intently at me, suddenly became ghastly pale for some reason. Forget what I said just now. After saying so, she left as though she was running away. I looked behind me to see if there was anything that could cause Fana-san to be like that, but all I saw there was Milia with her usual, gentle smile. I wonder what happened. Chapter 148. I don't think my healing was that effective. Amazing work, doctor. I don't feel any pain anymore. Thank you very much. A patient who was suffering from stomach pains was now completely fine. After seeing that patient off, the young man named Muon smiled dry. I don't think my healing was that effective. Muon was known to be the only healing magic user in a certain small town located in the Northern Albert Territory. Despite studying healing magic at a school that specialized in it, he had always been lackluster at it. The most he could after 3 years of hard study was relieve some pain. It wouldn't surprise him if somebody told him that he was able to graduate only because of pity. Nevertheless, people who could use healing magic were exceedingly rare. So, even though he treated his patients mostly through regular medicine instead of magic like he was advertising, he was earning a living. However, about a month ago, something strange happened. His healing magic suddenly had greater potency. I can't think of anything that'll cause this improvement to my magic. But thinking of the timing, wasn't it around the time that I moved into this building? A month prior, he relocated his clinic to a new building. This new building was apparently built by the chief of the wasteland village that was always in the rumors lately. It should go without saying that the chief employed the help of carpenters, but if the rumors were to be believed, This building and the others like it appeared in the blink of an eye. Moreover, none of the town's carpenters were said to have been involved in the construction of any of the new buildings. The moment I enter the clinic recently, I feel this mysterious power. But no, what am I saying? There's no way a building can have an effect like that. When he remarked so, a person from the town suddenly rushed into the clinic. Doctor, Sir Bal's been attacked by a monster. He's seriously wounded. The others are on their way to bring him here. What? This Bal was one of the town's guards. As such, he helped to maintain the town's order and security by dealing with monsters that appeared nearby, arresting criminals, and many other things. After a while, a man covered in blood was carried into the clinic by a group of guards. What happened? He was attacked by an Almiraj variant. He thought it was an ordinary one and got careless. Bal had a serious puncture wound in his stomach. In all likelihood, an Almiraj's sharp horn was to blame. After Bal was set down, Muon immediately used his healing magic. Despite his improved capabilities though, he could not close the wound. It was simply too severe for that. If anything, at this point, it was a wonder that Bal was still alive. Just when Muon was about to admit that there couldn't be anything done, he remembered something. That, I'm sure, it's here, somewhere. He then hurriedly searched his cupboards. After a little while, he took out a vial that had a mysterious liquid inside, the potion. The legendary medicine. For some reason, this was in this clinic when I first arrived. If this is the real thing, then Muon hadn't tried the liquid before, so he was unsure if it really was a potion. However, if he wanted to save the gravely injured man before him, he had no other choice than to risk it. And so, he opened the vial's lid and made the patient drink it down. The effects were dramatic. It wasn't just that the bleeding stopped right away. The whole puncture wound was closing. Not even the healing magic that Muon's teachers used could ever produce such effect. Unbelievable. Thanks to the potion, the guard's life was saved, and just a few days later, the guard made a full recovery. So, it really was a potion. But why would such a valuable thing be in a small town like this? Muon couldn't even begin to imagine what price a medicine as potent as that could have, and yet, there were 2 of it left. Whoever left it in the clinic should have a connection to that room at Wasteland Village, Muon thought. And so, to ascertain things, he has decided to journey there. But when he arrived, rather than a village, he found a metropolis. And shocking him more was, potions are sold here like common items. Chapter 149. Why is there so much noise from the workshop today? My name is Leonius. I previously was the patriarch of an elven hamlet, but right now, I was simply a villager in what used to be a wasteland. That might sound like my fate turned for the worse, but life here was actually so much more comfortable. Most of the humans here were quite friendly too. It took no time at all for me and my brethren to get familiar with our new lives. Upon Luxana the village chief's request, we were producing potions, the medicine whose formula we elves have been passing from generation to generation, as much as we could. Prior to coming to this village, we needed to put in an awful lot of time and effort to concoct a single potion. The bottleneck to the whole procedure was the procurement of the necessary medicinal herbs. Some of the ingredients grew so rarely, even in the forest. We, of course, had tried to cultivate it over and over again, but our efforts ended in failure. Now that we live in this village though, we could easily produce so many potions in a short amount of time. Unlike before, the herbs were growing in the village's fields in large quantities. To be honest, the sight of those herbs in the fields made me almost soil myself. Moreover, the time it takes us to concoct the potions was significantly shortened. At least, it seemed so while working within one of the so-called workshops built by the village chief. Merchants were coming by one after another to buy the potions that we made. Our potions were also sold at the village's apothecary, and was greatly valued by adventurers and travelers. Potions are sold here like common items? In their surprise, a visitor shouted so. The visitor was a young human man. It seemed like what surprised him was the price and the availability of the potions. We actually were making 2 kinds of potions at the moment. The first kind was what we usually made. The other kind, What we referred to as the high potions was significantly more potent than the regular ones. Unlike the regular potions, the high potions could cure the severely wounded. The knowledge on how to make high potions was passed down to only a few in our hamlet, and for many years, it had been impossible for us to make one. After coming to this village though, we've secured the means to make it again. That being said, it was currently still hard for us to mass produce the high potions. Due to that, we decided not to have those for sale. Hopefully, our research would change the situation one day. Speaking of research, we were also working with the village's alchemists and doctors to develop another kind of potion. While the regular potions and the high potions could treat wounds quickly, they had no effect at all against illnesses, poisons, and other abnormal status conditions. So, the new potion being developed, we decided to call it Cure Potion. Would focus on curing those things. Once completed, this should be able to help old people like me live a little bit longer. We have already succeeded in producing a potion with such effects. All that remained now was increasing its potency. What's going on? Why is there so much noise from the workshop today? I thought so when I was near the potion making workshop. Unlike the usual where everyone was quietly devoting themselves in research as well as in making the potions, the atmosphere within the workshop was completely different. Leonius Dono, we have a situation. What is it? It's. For now, follow me this way. The eye was brought to a place where they were keeping a certain liquid within a vial. The liquid was glowing a faint light. I don't think I've seen that liquid before. Is that a potion? While doing an experiment for the cure potion, we unintentionally made this one. Please observe the mouse. What? The elf acting as a lead researcher opened the vial and then poured some of the liquid over to a mouse we were using for our experiments. The mouse had its tail was cut off at the base, but as soon as the liquid touched the mouse, we could see before our eyes the tail growing back. It can grow lost limbs? But that sort of thing can only. No. It can't be. Is it that? Yes, we've managed to create the miraculous medicine of legends. An elixir, chapter 150, why don't you guys take it easy for a bit? Luke Dono. What is it? Leonius-san. Why are you so flustered? To the workshop. Please come with me to the workshop, ? That day, I was asked to come by the workshop where the elves worked. Workshop. A workplace that can be used for things like fine arts, industrial arts, blacksmithing, and dressmaking. Improves one's creativity as well as one's skills. There were various workshops in the village, but this one was mainly for the making of potions. Originally, potions could be produced only in limited amounts. However, once we succeeded in cultivating the herbs needed in the recipe, the village became able to mass produce potions. There was even a more potent kind of potion called the high potion. More kinds were being developed too. Please take a look at this. Leonius-san said so and then poured a mysterious, slightly glowing liquid over a tailless lab mouse. Wait. It grew. Potions and high potions were powerful, but even those things couldn't regrow lost appendages and such. And yet, the mouse now had its tail back. I can't believe a potion can do such a thing. It can't. This thing here is that legendary medicine, the elixir. Details were unclear due to it being a legend, but an elixir was supposed to be this miraculous medicine that could regrow lost body parts, cure illnesses, remedy inborn disabilities, and, if drunk, it can even make a person 50 years younger. On closer inspection, the lab mouse didn't just have its tail grow back. Its coat of fur became so much better than before. After having it appraised, I've been told that this definitely is that elixir. Even among our ancestors, it was believed that only those who held special power, those we called high elves, could make such a thing. It's real and yet I still can't believe we were able to make it. Overcome with emotion, Leonius-san said so. He then informed me that even though the elixir was an accidental result from their development efforts in making new types of potions, they have successfully identified the precise method for making it. In other words, they should be able to make more later. However, due to the amount of materials necessary, it's not possible to mass produce them at the moment. Also, I would rather make it only when requested rather than beforehand. If it gets known that we could make such a thing here in this village, there would be a commotion. It was said that in the past, noble and royal families from all over the world wanted to have an elixir so much. They ended up waging war against each other. And all that for what turned out to be a fake elixir. The elixir has such a stigma. Yes, let's keep this between us. Later on, Leonius-san asked me to come to their workshop again. They showed me the new potions they have developed. Just by drinking this muscle potion, one can temporarily increase their strength tenfold. Please observe, even a normally powerless elf like me can do something like this. Leonius-san said so and then slammed his fist downward. With a thunderous roar, the ground became cracked. Huh? While I was still stunned like that, Leonius-san brought out another new potion. Here's another one. If you drink this one, it's your intelligence this time that will become tenfold. He drank that potion and then added 25-digit numbers together in under 5 seconds. It's 795, 165. See, correct. Contrary to what his position as the elves' patriarch might suggest, Leonius-san was. Well, he wasn't exactly the brightest of the bunch. So, for him to calculate the answer so quickly, and if you drink this erection potion, your endurance will become tenfold. What's with that name? Also, please don't drink that and show me its effects, alright? If it is done in the village's hotel, even ourselves who have low reproductive ability can conceive right away. In fact, my wife who hasn't been pregnant in over 50 years is with child right now. Congratulations. Philia-san was apparently about to have a new sibling. We also have potions that deters monsters from coming any closer, potions that completely erases one's presence, potions that makes one's body as flexible as a mollusk, potions that eliminates foul odor. Hold on. I interrupted the excited Leonius-san. Just how many have you guys developed? At least 30. At least 30. Why don't you guys take it easy for a bit? Chapter 151. Yes, I managed to make a magic sword. My name is Dolan. I and the other dwarves originally lived in a cavern system at the foot of a mountain range. However, after some events, we ended up moving to a human-built village in the nearby wasteland. Our new life at the village was very comfortable. Having spent many years of our lives inside the caverns, the sun's light felt unsettling for us, considering that the village chief decided to make a residential space underground specifically for us. Also, unlike back in the caverns where we could eat mostly only snakes and insects, we could eat all sorts of delicious food here. Water could be used freely, so everyone in the village including us took a bath each day. Thanks to that, we were always so clean. But perhaps the thing that delighted us the most was the alcohol. Back in the caverns, we ever so rarely drank alcohol, but in the village, we could drink to our heart's content. On top of that, the alcohol here was extraordinarily delicious. The village chief forbade us from drinking alcohol outside of our underground residence though. We had absolutely no problem complying with that and have been drinking among ourselves almost every night. For some reason though, we always wind up undressing ourselves. All that being said, it wasn't like we were freeloading off the village. We did various things to contribute. Some helped in making our beloved alcohol, while some did hard labor by making good use of a dwarf's strong body. Unsurprisingly though, most of us contributed through blacksmithing. Our skillful hands have produced the majority of the weapons and equipment here in the village. Materials were easy to come by here unlike in caverns, so it was easy enough to mass-produce high-quality equipment. And because we sold the equipment for a reasonable price, merchants and adventurers alike would always be in shock at first. What? This sword only cost this much? Is that supposed to be a joke or something? You do know that something like this cost at least 5 times in royal capital, right? A particular visitor, an adventurer based on his looks, was shouting so loudly. What's going on in this city? How the heck can regular citizens hold their own against me in sword fighting, and why in blazes are there so many macho men everywhere? In that particular adventurer's hand was one of the mass-produced equipment we made. Those mass-produced ones were generally made by the dwarves who didn't have a smithing gift. Naturally, An equipment made by someone who had a smithing gift or something similar was far better. It wasn't only in terms of sharpness or ease of use. Most of the equipment they made were enchanted by a skill of some kind. For example, an equipment with indestructibility would make an equipment barely lose durability, while an equipment with enhanced body would make the user's body become stronger. Recently, the dwarves with gifts have been producing these special weapons and equipment one after another in hopes that theirs would be better than the others' works. What's going on? Why is there so much noise from the workshop today? I thought so when I was near the workshop for smithing. Unlike the usual where everyone was quietly devoting themselves in their work, the atmosphere within the workshop was completely different. Dolan, we have something. What? What is it? It's. For now, follow me this way. Donia. The one being called was Donia, a dwarf who has just recently turned 12 years old. Upon coming of age, she received their weapon craftsman gift. Ever since then, she has developed many new kinds of equipment. To name but a few, special swords that could transform into whips, prosthetic arms that could be moved like the real thing and even be used to swing a sword, and shields and armors that reduced the damage received by absorbing the shock. Apparently, that girl has made something new again. Am I missing something? It looks like nothing but a normal sword to me. However, what she held in her hands looked nothing more a perfectly ordinary sword. I couldn't help but wonder if it was again something like that sword that could turn into a whip. After Donia shouted and swung the sword, a bright light assailed my eyes while a thunderous sound assailed my ears. A moment later, when my vision returned to how it was, I saw the floor burning. That lightning just now. Did it come from the sword? Then that means. No, it can't be. In contrast to me who was in shock, Donia was all matter-of-factly. Yes, I managed to make a magic sword. Chapter 152. We also have one that can fire projectiles in quick succession. Chief Luke. What's the matter, Dolan-san? Why are you so flustered? To the workshop. Please come with me to the workshop. That day, I was asked to come to the workshop where the village's dwarves worked. Naturally, it was a workshop that focused on smithing. Thanks to their excellent talent when it comes to smithing, many of the dwarves have contributed to the making of the equipment and tools available in the village. They didn't like being under the sun, so I decided to build their homes as well as their workshop within the dungeon. A side effect of that was that it made it easy for them to directly procure materials from the dungeon. The equipment they made, even the mass-produced ones, were all of a high quality. Furthermore, they were cheap. So much so that many merchants and adventurers even suspect that the items were fake or something. Many dwarves possessed a gift called smithing. This allowed them to bestow the equipment with skills. Equipment that had skills were originally so rare that only a few were available in the world. After all, even if someone possessed the smithing gift, they would only seldomly succeed in adding a skill. Yet the village's dwarves were making these items like they were nothing special. Or rather, it was more like they were competing who could make the equipment with the best overall quality or who could come up with the newest skill. You have to take a look at this, Chief. How should I put it? I've got a bad feeling about this. I thought so while recalling what happened when the elves wanted to show me something. Donia, quick, show it to the chief. Prompted by Dolan-san, Donia presented the sword she held in her hand. It hasn't been long since Donia received her weapon craftsman gift, but she has already developed many new and innovative equipment. Anyway, the sword she presented looked perfectly ordinary to me. In the next moment though, a bolt of lightning flew from it and hit a target that was prepared beforehand. Magic from a sword? Wait, are you saying that's exactly it? This is that weapon of legends, a magic sword. Magic sword? Much like what its name implies, a magic sword was a sword that allowed one to use magic. It was obviously useful to people who couldn't use magic, but even those that could would find it useful since a magic sword didn't require magic power or any chant to activate. It was a powerful weapon without a doubt. It might even be called an ordnance at this point. I've had it appraised, and they're absolutely certain it's that. It's said that our ancestors once were able to produce such weapons, but all techniques pertaining to it have been lost. Until today. Overcome with emotions, Dolan-san said so in a teary voice. Mithril is needed to make it, so as long as that's rare to find, it'll be hard for us to mass produce it. We should still be able to produce some more though. Of course, those can be fire or wind magic swords instead. According to Philia-san, the Dwarven Empire from ancient times had powerful weaponry and was intent on conquering the world, only to fall into ruin by some divine punishment. It was very much possible that magic swords were one of those weapons. If it ever gets known that our village could produce such weapons, it was all but certain that there would be great trouble. Yeah, let's keep this between us as well. Afterwards, I was shown the various other weapons made in the workshop. Most of them were developed by Donia. This is a shield that perfectly reflects the attacks it has received. An arrow was then fired at the shield that Donia held. At the moment of impact, the arrow curiously turned round and flew toward the one who originally fired it. What the? Of course, it reflects back magic too. While I was still in shock, Donia proceeded to exhibit another one. This is a crossbow that will always hit the intended target. The bolts it fires will relentlessly pursue the target. She then held the crossbow upward and fired it against a bird. The bolt flew straight up at first but then took sharp turns to follow the bird until it was hit. This is a small golem warrior. It will charge against an enemy and then explode on its own. Boom. What an insanely dangerous thing. There's more. This thing, through the application of magic power, can launch these large metal balls. I also have a smaller, carryable version of it. Hold up a minute. I hurriedly interrupted Donia when she said that. Did you come up with that yourself? Yes, I did. No matter how I look at it, those were an artillery and a gun. Magic existed in this world, so I thought I wouldn't ever encounter weapons like these. What's more, she made it from scratch all by herself. She even thought of engraving spiral grooves within the barrels to make the projectile fly in a more stable manner. We also have one that can fire projectiles in quick succession. You even got a machine gun? It was strange how much this girl alone has made civilization progress. Why don't you take it easy for a bit? Chapter 153, our first joint action. All right, we're leaving. Are you all ready? Yes, Mom. The hunting group led by Celine assembled before the village's eastern gate. It only had 20 or so members, yet each one of them possessed gifts. Thanks to that, each of them were comparable to 1,000 men. Truly, a team of elites. Some of them were even double gifts. Celine had dual wield and blue magic. Celius had dual wield and green magic, and Philia had bow techniques and green magic. Other long-time hunting group members were also part of this group. Noel, who had shield master techniques, Balrat, who had sword techniques, Rando, who had spear techniques, and Goat, who had Herculean strength. Also participating was Dorail, the paroled former bandit leader, who had axe techniques, in addition to the ones with combat-type gifts. People like Curita, a girl who had the convenient gift called Enemy Search, also participated. I can't help but laugh whenever I see this village's war potential. Bazara, previously a soldier of Dan the former governor, unintentionally said so out loud while smiling wryly. He was a skilled soldier himself, making him another fine addition to the hunting group. At any rate, their objective today was to search the towering mountains east of the wasteland for any possible alternative to their now dwindling supply of orc meat. Like the forest to the north of the wasteland, the mountain range to the east was also a monster-infested area. Unlike the forest though, the mountains remained unexplored for the most part. Compared to the forest, the mountains were quite farther away from the village. Just going to and from should take about half a day. Thankfully, as long as they traveled along the road that Luke built, that distance didn't matter. Wait, we're already here? Hasn't it been just an hour since we left? Like this, we might be able to make it back today. Celine was surprised by the road. They simply walked on it, yet they moved faster than if they ran at full speed along any other road. At Celine's side was Philia, observing the towering mountains. "By the way, the cavern we used to live in is around there. Thinking about it now, I can't believe we used to live in such a place." The one pointing at a certain location and being nostalgic was another member of the hunting group, a dwarf named Bamba. He had what was a typical body for a dwarf, short but really muscular. He possessed the gift called heavy blade techniques, allowing him to easily wield swords several times bigger than him. The foot of the mountain range was covered with thick vegetation. Starting around halfway up though, the vegetation becomes thinner and thinner until only the bare, rocky surface was there. "Do you sense any monsters nearby?" "Yeah, to the front right. About 100 meters from here. I'm getting a small reaction though. It's probably just a rat or something." Curator, the one with enemy search, replied so. The hunting group had been briefed beforehand by the dwarves about what kind of monsters to expect in this area. The rat in question was a bipedal mouse monster that, while somehow edible, didn't taste good at all. Apparently, the other monsters were pretty far into the mountains. The hunting group could climb and search for them, sure, but let's use those incenses that attract the monsters. "Yes, I also think that's the better approach, my sister." The group decided to lure monsters down to where they were by using a scent the monsters loved as lure. "Celiostono, why don't we make the wind blow toward the mountains?" "Why yes." Celius's voice cracked while trying to reply to Philia's suggestion. Both of them had the green magic gift, so making the wind blow a certain direction was easy for them. "Oh, our first joint action. Is something wrong?" "Celiostono?" No. It's nothing." Philia was so puzzled on why Celius's face looked so red. As for the other hunters, they simply affectionately watched the two. However, at that moment, "It's here. The big game's here." Curator shouted so. And a moment later, Selene was able to catch the shadow of the said monster as it made its way down a mountain slope. The monster had a fiery red comb on its head, had a body that was completely covered in feathers, and had a snake-like tail. Yes, it was a cockatrice. Chicken Meat. Chapter 154, Focus on the fight. Back in the mountains we used to live in, there were these bird monsters called cockatrices. They look like giant chickens, except they have a snake for a tail. They're pretty aggressive creatures. They wander from time to time into our cavern, so we have little choice but to fight and defeat them. They're troublesome, but at least their meat tastes great. That was the information given by the village's dwarves about the bird monster that was sprinting down the slope with great speed. Including its tall, red comb and its snake tail, it was a little over 4 meters long. If one was struck by its axe-like beak or by its thick legs, they would almost assuredly be sent flying. Stimulated by the monster-luring scent, the cockatrice let out an ear-piercing cry. Cockatrices were more dangerous than orcs. Even alone, these monsters shouldn't be taken lightly. However, upon encountering such a fiendish monster, the reaction of the group of hunters led by Selene wasn't that of fear. Instead, the hunters rejoiced in finally finding their prey. The cockatrice naturally didn't understand the language spoken by people, but suddenly being treated like game made it flinch. Swoosh! Taking advantage of that opening, Philia let loose an arrow. The arrow was heavy, but thanks to the wind that supported it, it flew straight toward the cockatrice. However, the cockatrice quickly spattered the arrow, making it fall down to the ground before it could reach the monster. When it was fired, the arrow was made of wood for its shaft and iron for its tip. However, upon coming into contact with the spit from the monster's beak, it was completely turned into white stone. "I see, so that's a cockatrice's petrifying spit. If we're not careful, we'll turn into stone immediately." As countermeasure to the monster's saliva, the hunters brought various kinds of potions, but whether any would actually work remained to be seen. Boom! The cockatrice began charging, but it stopped when it crashed into Noel's gigantic shield. Noel was already tall before, but after hitting his growth spurt, he became even taller. Moreover, his once slender body was now so muscular thanks to all his activities and training. His physique might even be better than an orc's now. "Great work, Noel. It's quicker than it looks though." Maybe because it's a bird? For now, let's strike. Taking this chance, the hunters all jumped at the monster. The cockatrice hurriedly leapt back and spat at the hunters. Unfortunately for it, the group managed to avoid the attack. It bends its head back before it does a spit attack. As long as we can recognize that movement, evading its attack's not hard at all. Having confirmed its pattern, Celius shared the information with the others. Why evade, when we can just freeze its attack? Meanwhile, Celine dealt with the petrifying attack by freezing the spit mid-air, causing it to fall down to the ground. Well, you're the only who's able to do that, my sister. Having its signature attack be completely neutralized, the cockatrice made a quack-wee sound. Additionally, any and all attacks using its beak, claws, and snake tail would have been guarded by Noel and his shield. Understanding that it was no match against this group, the monster turned around and tried escape, but it was already too late as the upward slope that served as its escape path was already blocked off. Kekwi, ha, another of that petrifying attack. We already know that pattern. No, wait. It's, the former bandit leader Doral mocked the monster, but Belrith sensed that something was different this time. In the next moment, what came out of the monster's beak was a mist-like white breath, a petrifying breath. It'll be dangerous if it keeps breathing that out. If it was a spit attack, they could dodge it and be done, but as mist, it could continue to spread in the area and make it harder to avoid. Based on this switch between attacks, a cockatrice could be said to be highly intelligent for a monster. Unfortunately for it, the hunters had an easy solution to this tactic. Celius Dono. Why yes. Philia and Celius synchronized and made an updraft together. The updraft sent the breath attack upward until there was nothing left. Oh, our second joint action. It seems you and I have great compatibility, Celius Dono. GGGGG, great compatibility. Hey, Celius. Focus on the fight. Celius couldn't help but be angry with his sister. Chapter 155, maybe the cooks should also take it easy. The hunting group that went to the monster-infested area in the east has returned. Luke, look. We got some chicken meat. Chicken meat? Celine gleefully told me so, but I was only perplexed by it. The creatures the group was carrying did look like chicken, given the red comb in its head, but not only did it have a snake-like tail, it was gigantic as well. If my estimate was correct, it had an overall length of about 4 meters long. The chickens in our barns were rather large as well, but this creature was 2 or maybe 3 times bigger than even those chickens. Is this probably a cockatrice? Yup. I didn't think they'd be this big. I heard that these monsters known as cockatrices had an attack that could petrify others. So, I couldn't help but wonder if even the amazing hunting group might have had trouble dealing with it. Once we figured out its moves and how to deal with them, fighting it was easy. We should be able to hunt more in the future, but for now, we managed to get 10 of them. Didn't only 20 people join in the hunt? It was quite a sight to see the 10 gigantic chickens being lined up in the village's public square. They hunted down this many with just 20 people. At this rate, they'll be hunting dragons like it's the most normal thing in world. Celius Dono and I worked well together. It seems we have great compatibility. Celius Khan's face grew bright red upon hearing Philia San's words. While he was like that, I whispered something to him. You should confess soon, you know. Seacon? WWW, what are you talking about? I don't feel anything like that for Philia San. Huh? Did I even say I was talking about Philia San? Exclamation mark W whatever. It's not like that. There's no sense in denying it, you know. Because it's so obvious. The only one that wasn't aware was Philia San herself. Rather than say she was just dense about such matters, it might be likely that she just didn't have much interest in these things. Even so, I believed that if Celius Khan were to passionately confront her about it, she would consent rather easily, saying something like, sure. Let's go out. At any rate, let's take this chance and have a celebration. Let's celebrate the success of today's hunt. Yes. The number of cooks in the village had increased. Many of them possessed cooking-related gifts as well. Given that and the quality of ingredients here, the village's culinary level has become fantastic. There were even tourists lately who would visit our village just to have a taste of the food here. And so, These capable cooks were asked to cook the cockatrice brought home by the hunting group. By the way, there apparently was an organ near a cockatrice's throat which secreted the petrifying components in its attacks. As long as that organ was safely removed though, the rest was supposedly edible. At the moment, there were over 20 stalls set up in the public square. Each cook was going to offer their own recipe using the cockatrice meat, and the villagers were free to order any dish they wanted from any stall. Simply put, we wanted something like a food court. In order to avoid any stall from being crowded due to people lining up, orders were taken beforehand and would be delivered once ready. Because this was an event hosted by the village, the villagers wouldn't be asked to pay for today. That being said, it wouldn't be great if people ordered so much more than they could eat. To prevent this, a meal ticket system was implemented. As long as the amount of food they ordered was within the limits, it would be for free. But for anything over that, the villager would have to pay for it themselves. All the stalls seem to be offering super delicious food though. I want to eat at each one. But yeah, over 20 stalls is a bit. Ha ha ha. This a dream scenario for me who was there. Gluttony, gift. Finally, it's time for this gift to shine. Huh? I have to pay when I'm over the limit of the meal ticket? Indeed, there was nothing but great food, but isn't there a bit too much variety? Grilled chicken wasn't rare in this world, but there were even better coated deep-fried chicken, Chinese-style deep-fried chicken, kebab-like dishes, and Spanish garlic chicken. That stall even has tandoori chicken. Wait, there's also chicken and dagoyakudon and ramen. I don't think these dishes are prepared elsewhere in this world. Did the cooks make them from scratch? Maybe the cooks should also take it easy. That aside, the food was naturally super delicious. So like that, the new cockatrice meat dishes were added to the village's list of special products. Chapter 156. Don't you learn? Viscount Franco, are you seriously going to attack again? Don't you learn? Having learned that the lord of the neighboring territory would once again try to invade, Viscount Dolls shouted so. Territorial disputes between the two Viscount houses were commonplace before, but the previous heads of their houses have somehow reached an agreement and prevented any large-scale war between them. However, when the current lords of both houses came to power, the relationship between the two noble houses deteriorated right away. Skirmishes between their forces have happened multiple times already. You should know by now that my mighty force is more than able to squash your cowardly soldiers. It's almost like taking candy from a baby. You'll regret attacking. Viscount Dolls confidently declared so. The two Viscounts have had a rivalry since they were young, since they attended the same class in the Royal Academy. Even throughout their school years, they would get into these violent fights against one another. Each time they fought, they grew to hate the other more and more. And instead of the one-on-one fights back then, it was now army versus army. My lord, grave news. What happened? A vassal assigned to the task of marshalling the soldiers for the upcoming battle hurriedly sprinted toward Viscount Dolls. As you know, the enemy has about 5,000 soldiers. We tried to gather at least as many soldiers, but the most we were able to was only 3,000. What are you talking about? There's a heavy penalty for anyone who disregards calls for conscription. Not gathering enough is simply impossible. Unable to understand his vassal's report, Viscount Dolls shouted so. It's not that people are not enlisting, it's that there aren't enough people to enlist. The population itself has dwindled. Sir. What? After hearing a totally unexpected reply, the Viscount grew even more perplexed. The number of people leaving the territory has been gradually increasing, but these past few months, that rate has exploded. According to reports, as much as 50 whole villages have already left. 50 whole villages? Where the hell can all those people have gone to? I believe most have gone to that rumored village in the wasteland. A barren wasteland could be found east of the Viscount's territory. According to the rumors that managed to reach the Viscount's ears, a village was recently established there. TCH. That frontier village in Duke Albert's territory? But it's just been established, so it should be impossible to accommodate all those people. In the end, many should return back to us. The wasteland village in the outskirts of the Albert territory was left undisturbed, mostly because it was in a wasteland and people thought a settlement there couldn't amount to much. We believed so, but the village apparently has developed at an incredible rate. In fact, rather than call it a village, it might be more apt to call it a city. Not just any city too, since it has developed to the point that it's comparable to the largest cities in the Albert territory. Comparable to the largest cities there? How can a recently established village do that? We don't know. We've sent people to investigate, but none of them have returned. Some time later, the Dolls' army was defeated again and again by the Franco army. Both sides had about the same war potential originally, but because the Franco army now far outnumbered the Dolls' army, such results were pretty much inevitable. And after some more time, the Franco army finally made it to the capital of the Dolls' territory. If Viscount Dolls' side focused on the defense, they wouldn't be defeated so easily. However, given that there was reinforcement on the way, Viscount Dolls' surrender would be simply delayed rather than prevented. Master, we must escape from the capital while we still can. You want me to turn tail and run? Only so that you can have your revenge. If you fall here now, you won't be able to reclaim what's yours. GHH. Very well. Viscount Franco, don't think you've won just yet. I shall have the last laugh. Like that, Viscount Dolls fled from his capital along with his vassals. As for where they were headed, it was the place that contributed the most to their loss, the village in the wasteland. Chapter 157. How does enjoying the life here in this city to the fullest fit into that? What's going on? In front of the gigantic gates, Viscount Dolls was dumbfounded and unmoving for a good while. Never mind the gates of his territory's capital, even the royal capital's splendid gates seemed shabby in comparison. Add in the walls that stretched for an incredible distance, it was almost like they strayed into a foreign superpower's dominion. This was a village just a while ago? Then, the only possible explanation is that construction of this began long, long ago. At any rate, this should make for a great place to plan our comeback. As you might see, sir, immigrants are flowing in one after another. If we blend in with them, we won't have to worry about raising suspicion. Truth be told, I resent that we will be taking refuge in the place that brought our downfall in the first place. However, indeed, even Viscount Franco won't be able to lay a hand on us here. Viscount Dolls and his vassal approached the gate while talking like that. A group of guards at the gate asked them a few questions, but once they told the guards that they were from the west and they wished to immigrate, the guard let them pass through without suspecting anything. Apparently, people migrating from the Dolls' territory have become a common occurrence. After passing through the gate, their group saw the vast fields spread out. And beyond those fields was another set of impressive walls. They surrounded even the fields with walls. There might be 2 monster-infested areas nearby, but this place should be safer than most cities. Afterwards, they were surprised over and over again by the gigantic crops in the fields, by the buildings the kind of which they've never seen before, by the high-quality equipment as well as the existence of potions, and by the dishes made using monster ingredients. Regardless of all those surprises though, Viscount Dolls, his family, and his vassals all managed to enter the city safely. Moreover, they were even given places to live in as well as employment. And now, to build ourselves up and bide our time, I swear, my territory will someday be mine again. Until then, savor what little victory you've had. Viscount Franco. Kukaku. Wow, a great show as always. I've seen plays in the royal capital several times before, but this one is on a level all on its own. I've seen it many times already, but I still haven't had enough. I agree. Speaking of things we can't get enough of, have you tried this thing called ramen? I haven't even heard of it. What is it? It's a noodle dish that I think is from another country. It's absolutely delicious. I've been eating almost daily recently, but since there's so many kinds of soups and noodles, I still haven't had enough. Oh, that sounds delicious indeed. But if we're talking delicious, I feel I must mention the steak made of minotaur meat. When I first tasted it, I can't believe it's of this world. Still can't, to be honest. Yeah, its juices are something else. Whether it be minotaur meat, orc meat, or cockatrice meat. The dishes in this city are phenomenal. Oh right. Actually, the soup stock in ramen can be made from those kinds of meat as well. That makes me want to try that ramen even more now. Well, let's go then. While we're at it, why don't we taste other dishes as well and then compare them to one another? And before you worry about it, this city sells digestive medicine and they're quite effective, I must say. We also don't have to worry about putting on some weight because they also sell dieting potions that burn off fat. Truly, we can eat as much as we want. Oh, so that's why there's almost no fat people here. All right. Let's go eat some of the train. Viscount Dolls paused as though he suddenly remembered something. Did I come to this city to enjoy plays and great food? No, I absolutely did not. What's wrong? If you've changed your mind, we can just go for some hamburgers instead. I mean, minotaur meat patty and fresh tomatoes and lettuce. Oi, wake up. Have you forgotten about the rage you felt when we had to leave our home without a proper fight? Being grabbed by the collar and shaken back and forth, the vassal slowly came to his senses. And now that you say that, don't give me that. Our goal is and has always been to reclaim our home. How does enjoying the life here in this city to the fullest fit into that? The vassal had a face that said he has completely forgotten their goal and was instead enjoying the life here. Chapter 158. I wish I can go back to being a baby and redo it all over. One of the things Viscount Dolt thought he should do to take back his territory was to gain the support of his territory's former citizens who were in this wasteland city. However, since those people have already casted away what life they had there, asking them to help in taking back the territory was a tall order. And if the Viscount pushed too hard, there was a chance his presence in the city would be exposed, making things even more complicated. And so, their first step was to spread rumors about how despicable Viscount Franco's rule over the former Dol's territory was. A change in leadership might have led to some disorder, but generally, the state of things wasn't too different from before. If anything, it could be argued that things were better now because there was no more fighting going on. Whatever the case might be, it was irrelevant for Viscount Dolls. What mattered was appealing to the sense of justice of the former citizens. What? Really? While it's true that we left behind the place and decided to stay here, it still makes me feel bad to know that my hometown's suffering like that. Those Franco guys. What awful people. The fabricated lies succeeded in riling up many former citizens of the Dolls territory. More and more of them began voicing out that they must do something about their old home. Eventually, the lies spread to even people not from there, just like what Viscount Dolls planned. I've heard that the boy governing this city has a strong sense of justice. If I reveal to him my true identity while putting on a great act, he should aid me in reclaiming my land. Considering this city's war potential, Viscount Franco's army won't stand a chance. Victory shall be mine. What an amazing plan, my lord. Convinced of his success, Viscount Dolls laughed out loudly. Meanwhile, his vassals all applauded. When they were like that though, soldiers suddenly broke into the apartment unit they were using as their meeting place. Who are you people? What are you doing? Unhand me. Do you have any idea of who I am? Viscount Dolls, right? How did? Viscount Dolls and his vassals were immediately apprehended by the muscular soldiers. Like that, they were escorted out of the apartment and then into the rehabilitation facility section. I can sympathize with you wanting to reclaim your territory, but spreading lies is another matter. The Dolls' territory was the place that Belrith-san and some others were originally from. The lord, rather former lord, of that place had escaped and taken refuge into our village. Of course, we knew of their presence as soon as they arrived. If you went about it in an honest way, we wouldn't have minded looking the other way. However, to rile up everyone with misinformation is too much to ignore. For that reason, we decided to detain their group in a rehabilitation facility. After a month, Viscount Dolls was released. Luke Sama. My sincerest apologies. Viscount Dolls suddenly jumped in the air and then prostrated himself on the ground. I've been wrong all this time. I'm so sorry. As long as you understand what you did wrong, don't incite the villagers anymore, okay? No, what I did wrong is not just that. Everything I did as the lord of the land was wrong, just because I detested the lord of the neighboring land. I waged war after war at the expense of the people. With such a foolish lord, it's only natural for the people to leave, and my desire to take back the territory wasn't out of concern for them either. It was purely to satisfy my petty pride. I'm a total scum. I wish I can go back to being a baby and redo it all over. My lord, it's not just you who was in the wrong. All we thought about was how to protect our interests, when what we should have done was give you our full support in improving the territory. The Viscount and his vassals have been reformed to an absurd degree. As usual, the rehabilitation facility's effect was too strong. Rehabilitation facility, a place to rehabilitate criminals and wrongdoers. The likelihood of reformation is increased for the targets. Chapter 159. How dare he amuse himself like that this early in the day? The now reformed Viscount Doles began talking with a meek look on his face. Luke Sama, I have a request. What is it? Is there a chance you can help me in taking back the territory that was once mine? Of course. Unlike before, it won't be for my petty pride. No. This time, I'd like to do it for the people. I want to govern the place so that I can make it, hopefully, as wonderful as your city. It's not a city though. It's a village. Unfortunately, Viscount Franco is much like how I was. I can tell that instead of focusing on developing his expanded territory now that I'm out of the way, he would just find a different land to claim. I didn't hear any resentment or animosity toward Viscount Franco in his voice. That led me to think that maybe his prediction was an objective one. I don't know how many years it'll take to reclaim the land if it was just us. So, ashamed though I might be, Luke Sama, please lend us your support. I guess I don't mind. Yes, I know. An insect like me is asking for too much. Wait, you'll help us? Yes. That much shouldn't be too hard. Not too hard. Viscount Franco's army has fully occupied our land though, so I fail to see how that's not too hard. Oh wait, are you bringing in the Albert army? Nope. I had zero power over the Albert forces, so I couldn't drive out Viscount Franco by using it as a threat even if I wanted to. Don't worry. I have a plan that might work without anyone getting hurt. Luke Sama, just what is this tunnel? I built it. This should take us all the way to your capital. What? Viscount Doles was suddenly dumbfounded as we progressed through the underground tunnel. We had a fighting force of about 100, with Solon's group of hunters serving as its core. Our goal for the moment was to traverse the tunnel until we reached the Viscount's castle in his capital. A villager with their infiltrator gift had already surveyed the grounds beforehand, and apparently, Viscount Franco has been staying in this castle ever since he led his army into the Doles territory. The current plan is for us to emerge from the castle's courtyard. Is that okay? I don't think anyone will expect an enemy to appear there, so we should be able to proceed without much resistance. All right, let's go with that. If we were to infiltrate the castle and then capture Viscount Franco, we should be able to take back the territory without anyone on any side getting hurt. What should normally be impossible to even attempt. Well, this is Luke Dono, after all, as ridiculous as ever. Normal strategies don't work against him anymore. While those around me talked like that, we made our way through the tunnel. We're almost there. Already? Only 2 hours have passed, hasn't it? Walking on foot should take at least 2 days. Through facility upgrade, I made it so that we moved faster. It consumed quite a lot of village points though. At first, I thought we should start traveling in an above-ground road and only use underground tunnels once we were at least halfway there. However, in order to increase our chances of executing a surprise attack, I decided that we should use underground tunnels right from the start. I'm going to build the staircase now. Or rather, I guess I should build multiple staircases. If I only built one staircase, all 100 of us wouldn't be able to emerge all at once. Luke Sama, according to Barbara, Viscount Franco should be in this room at this time. Satin explained so while pointing at a map. Through his telepathy gift, he was able to communicate with Barbara, the one who infiltrated ahead of us, to completely see what's going on inside the castle. My lord, isn't this room your bedroom? That bastard. How dare he amuse himself like that this early in the day? By the way, the castle layout has been shared with everyone beforehand, so there shouldn't be a case of anyone getting lost. Are you all ready? On my mark, everyone go climb the stairs, alright? 3, 2, 1, go. Now that I opened the tunnel, bright light flowed in. Let's go. Yes, ma'am. With Celine in the front, everybody charged into the castle. Everybody except me, as I was to remain here, apparently. Chapter 160, Everyone, fight back at once. Good grief, what a troublesome lord I have. Whispering so along with a sigh was Rudolph, a general in Viscount Franco's army. The lord he served, the aforementioned Viscount Franco, had pushed all work to vassals like him and instead enjoyed each day by snatching dolls, women. I understand he's happy that he won against his longtime rival, but there's still ruling his new and still unstable territory to worry about. I wish he'd take charge during my day at least. Moreover, they had no clue where Viscount Dolls was. By the time the Dolls' capital fell, its lord was already gone. If left as it was, there was a chance Viscount Dolls would attack to reclaim the land someday, but then again, judging by the state of this land, that's not going to happen so easily. Originally, the two Viscounts had about equal war potential. However, due to a sudden and massive drop in the Dolls' territory's population, a large gap in power between the two sides emerged. Moreover, the population was decreasing still. Assembling an army that was strong enough to re-challenge the Franco army wouldn't be so simple. But now, it's our Franco territory that's going to drop in population. No, it's already slowly dropping, and it's all because of that new village in the Albert territory, isn't it? Rudolph had heard rumors about this mysterious village. Those rumors were all hard to believe, yet considering the Dolls' territory's current state, he found it harder and harder to deny. Thanks to the geography, the village's effects had less effect on their Franco territory. However, it might just be that the effects were delayed, and a massive decrease in their population could still happen in the near future. In other words, they were at risk of sharing the fate of the Dolls' territory. But with my lord acting like he is, our land might be in serious danger. Rudolph whispered so to himself as he walked along a corridor in the second floor of the castle. At that moment, he saw through a window something strange outside. What's that? A staircase? Has that always been there? It was a staircase that led underground. When they took over the place, they thoroughly searched within the castle, and he didn't remember anything like that being in the garden. Just a moment later, several figures emerged from the staircase, much to Rudolph's surprise. Wow! To make matters worse, the ones that emerged were armed with equipment that were not of the Franco army. An enemy attack? What nonsense is this? While still trying to make sense of things, Rudolph was hit with another blow. He discovered another staircase a little bit away from the first one he found. Much like the first one, the other staircase had people emerging from it. There's one there too? What? Another? What the hell is going on? Shit. The enemy attack. Enemy attack. The enemy has already gotten inside the castle. Everyone, fight back at once. Despite being in peak distress, Rudolph managed to shout so. While shouting so over and over again, he recognized someone among the invaders. It was someone who has fled from the castle once before. Is that Viscount Dolls? Is this his army? The invaders' equipment was not matching with one another, so Rudolph couldn't tell which faction they belonged to. However, upon seeing Viscount Dolls among them, Rudolph became certain. Rudolph then noticed a person on the ground drawing a bow against him. However, as there was over 300 meters between them, he didn't worry about the arrow reaching him. Such an optimistic prediction was shattered right away. The released arrow roared loudly as it flew straight in the air. Had Rudolph not bent his body forward at the last moment, his head would probably have been blown to bits. In the next moment, he heard an explosion behind him. When he nervously turned around, he saw the wall behind him had a crater similar to those made by fallen meteorites. Wah. Rudolph has never seen anyone fire an arrow that monstrously powerful, and he certainly has never heard of anyone among the Dolls' army capable of doing so. It wasn't just the archer who terrified him though. There was a girl who defeated Franco soldiers one after the other with her 2 swords as well as the ice projectiles she fired. There was a giant of a man who sent Franco soldiers flying by charging with his large shield. There was also a lad clad in wind who defeated Franco soldiers before anyone could even see him coming. There was even a man who possessed extraordinary strength. More and more Franco soldiers were noticing the ongoing situation and quickly getting into position, yet they were still finding it hard to repel a group of at most 100 individuals. What in the world is happening here? Chapter 161. Have your rotten nature be whipped out of you? Ha 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 ha. All things considered, it's all worth it. To walk as I please in that bastard's castle. It's a shame I can't see his miserable face. But what can I do when he's such a coward and escaped? Ha ha ha. Viscount Franco had recently triumphed against his old nemesis Viscount Dolls and conquered the latter's territory. He had pushed all post-war cleanup to his vassals, and instead reveled to the fullest each day. On a certain day, he was drinking as usual in the middle of the day. He also once again took advantage of the fact that his wife stayed behind in the Franco territory by snatching another young girl in the castle and taking her to the bedroom he was using. Please sir. Cuckoo, it's fine, isn't it? I'm the lord of this place now, don't you know? If you do as I say, your family will be blessed. Many of the people working in the castle under the previous lord were allowed to continue their service. However, true to his reputation as a philanderer, Viscount Franco had already laid his hands on many of the women with at least decent looks. Sir, an emergency. What's the meaning of this? While Viscount Franco was in the middle of doing the deed, a vassal of his suddenly barged in. In response, the naked Viscount shouted, "Who the hell do you think you are, coming in here without even so much as a knock? Don't think you'll get away with this easily." Sir, it's an enemy attack. What did you say? Certainly. You don't mean it's an attack by the Doll's army, do you? That fool. Has he forgotten already his series of defeats? Or how he had no choice but to abandon his precious castle? There's no way he could have assembled a competent army in such a short time. Well, how strong are their forces and where are they now? In contrast to his panicking vassal, the Viscount laughed out loud. We're still not certain of their numbers, sir. But the enemy, they're already here. They've already made their way inside the castle. What? Never mind that they got into the capital. You've allowed them to get inside the castle? And why am I only hearing about this now? We didn't know they were here until just now. Sir, we've not received any report from guards on the ramparts and the guards outside of the castle that says there's an incoming attack. Such a thing was supposed to be impossible. First of all, the capital was surrounded and protected by its ramparts. The only way in and out of the capital was through the castle gate. This gate was under careful and constant watch, so it was pretty much impossible for anyone to slip through without at least being noticed. As for the perimeter of the castle, it was heavily guarded. Forcing one's way through was hard enough, let alone appearing within the castle undetected. Did they use the secret passage? We've posted soldiers there, didn't we? But could there be more? I doubt this castle has more though. They had already searched all over the castle and found the secret passage that Viscount Dolls used to escape. It should be difficult to use that one to invade now. While they were talking like that, the door into the room slammed open once more. This time, a group of people rushed in. Viscount Franco recognized one of them. Why you? It's been a while, Viscount Franco. You really must be a fool to come back here. The man who once abandoned and fled from the castle was back, despite the fact that the castle was now fully occupied by Franco soldiers. Seeing such absurdity, Viscount Franco was quite unsure if this was real or if he was simply dreaming it. Well, how was it, the short time you were able to have my castle? I mean, TCH. What are my soldiers doing? Everyone, come here at once and arrest this fool. Viscount Franco shouted so. But no matter how much time passed, no soldier of his ever rushed into the room. I'm sorry to inform you, but no one's coming. We've already occupied the castle. Wait, occupy isn't the right word. This was mine originally, after all. Lies. How can I assemble an army in this short while and be able to take back the castle? Is that what you want to know? TCH. Very well. I'll tell you. But before that, Viscount Dolls then said something that Viscount Franco was not able to comprehend. Enter the rehabilitation facility and have your rotten nature be whipped out of you. Just like what happened to me. Chapter 162, My humblest apologies once again. My sincerest apologies. Viscount Franco shouted so as he jumped in the air and then immediately prostrated himself upon landing. I've seen this scene before. Haven't I? Much like with Viscount Dolls, I don't really get why you're apologizing, but I believe that, much like me, Viscount Dolls apologized to you and to everyone for being such a selfish, egocentric lord. Yes, exactly. My humblest apologies once again. Like always, the immediate and drastic reform of people were quite frightening, but then again, wouldn't our rehabilitation facilities make the world become a peaceful place? I've seen the error of my ways, and from this point on, I want to do my absolute best for the territory and the people. I've of course made peace with Viscount Dolls. We plan to deepen our friendship while helping one another in developing our territories. Isn't that right, Viscount Dolls? Most definitely. Let's do our best together, Viscount Franco. The two seem to now have a better relationship. Be that as it may, I wonder why I hated you so much. I can't quite understand it now. If we maybe tried back then to talk properly, we might have seen we had lots of things in common. Who knows? We might have become great friends. Now that you mention it, even though we attended the academy at the same time, we've never really tried to get to know another. I guess if there's anything to blame, it was my envy of you, Viscount Dolls. Your envy of me? You were so good in the martial arts that I've never once been able to beat you. Moreover, your physique was so manly. You were so popular among the female students back then. You know, I was manly. But if you say that, I must mention how you eclipsed me in terms of studies. Moreover, you looked so refined. So, if anyone's envious, it's me. I looked refined? No, for men, it's better if we looked like you. If I was a girl, I've no doubt. No. If I was a girl, a man like you is. Viscount Dolls. Viscount Franco. Huh? What's happening? The two of them just stood there and looked at each other with watery eyes. Anyway, good luck to the two of you. If there's anything you need, I'll do my best to help. At that moment, the two of them prostrated themselves once more. We'd like to ask your help in building a city almost as magnificent as yours in our territories. We beg you. Aren't you asking for too much so soon? I mean, I did say I'll do my best to help, but what happened to that resolve of yours earlier? Don't get us wrong. We will still try our best. It's just that we know for a fact that no matter what we do, we still couldn't build a city as marvelous as yours. Given that, it's understandable that people wouldn't want to live in our territories. Before long, it's possible there wouldn't be anybody left. The same, of course, applies to our Franco territory. However, we've heard of a rumor that you, Luke Sama, have built a new city in the northern region of the Albert territory, and that city could rival your first one. So, we thought that if you could do the same for our territories, perhaps then we can somehow defend against the dwindling of our population. Rather than say I built a new one, it would be more accurate to say I rebuilt it. But then again, I wouldn't mind if you took over my territory, Luke Sama. Wait, seriously, what happened to that resolve you had earlier? Our resolve was to make our territories a better place. As long as that happens, I have no problem at all if I'm not in control anymore. It's as Viscount Dolls says. The two of them have reached the realm of complete selflessness. It'll complicate things for me, so I'll have to decline. If I suddenly become the ruler of two territories, my father would have something to say, to put it mildly. That thing with the Albert territories north was somehow fine because it was a behind closed doors kind of thing, but I don't mind agreeing to rebuilding some cities. It comes with some conditions though. Conditions? Firstly, your territories will be incorporated into my village. Next, your citizens would be registered as my villagers. Don't worry though, it's just for my gift to work. On the surface level, nothing will change at all. Chapter 163, does that mean I can make a copy of me or something? After this and that, I decided to incorporate both the Dolls and Franco territories into my village. Of course, The ones to rule these places would still be the 2 viscounts. This would be just like what I did for the north. I would only build facilities and roads, but nothing more. The Doll's territory has been added to the village. The Franco territory has been added to the village. The territories were automatically added to my village, without even using territory takeover. My best guess was that it was because the 2 lords already gave me their consent. In the case with the north, I only had Mitchell-san the governor's consent, and that maybe wasn't enough to forego the use of territory takeover. Immediately after that, the residents of the 2 lands were registered as my villagers. The 47,392 citizens of the Doll's territory are now your villagers. The 83,901 citizens of the Franco territory are now your villagers. So many! That's an entire dominion for you. The Doll's citizens alone would have doubled my villager count. The number of my villagers increased by more than 100,000 in one go. I had about 40,000 villagers before, and now I had 4 times that number all of a sudden. Ta-ta-ta-da. Congratulations, because you now have more than 100,000 villagers. Your village has become level 10. 1 million village points have been acquired as level up bonus. You can now build more kinds of facilities. Maximum village area has been increased. The village skill, body double creation, has been acquired. My village level increased again. The facilities that I became able to build were nursery, 100 points, a facility for nursing young children, a safe environment, improves the effects of intellect training, retirement home, 200 points, a facility where the elderly can comfortably spend their time, prevents senility, maintains health, theater, 300 points, a facility where plays and concerts could be presented to an audience, improves the villagers' artistic sensibilities. High-rise apartment building, 500 points, a very tall apartment building, has excellent security. Also has underground parking. Hospital, 1,000 points, a medical care facility where patients can stay for further treatment. Abates the patient's pain. Improves self-healing. Improves the effect of medical treatment. Given the recent childbirth boom in the village, a nursery is surely going to be needed. Hospitals that can provide inpatient care is so valuable as well. I also got a new village skill. Body double creation? Does that mean I can make a copy of me or something? 100,000 village points will be consumed to produce a body double. Proceed? Yes, no. At 100,000 points, it's got to be a high-performance double, right? At the moment, I could easily spare that many points, so I proceeded to make one right away. A body double will now be produced. In the next moment, my shadow started wriggling. Before long, a 3-dimensional figure started to emerge from it. When it was complete, I found myself staring at another me. So this is a so-called body double? Yes. Whoa, it replied. I did. A pleasure to meet you. I'm Luke. It's got a robotic way of talking though. The double seemed capable of talking, maybe even of conversation. It was like it had an AI. I can learn through experience, so please teach me lots of things. It seemed to have a learning function. It really is like an AI. You can also control me remotely. Remotely? How? With my voice? By transferring your consciousness into me. When I tried it out, I saw the world from the double's point of view. I even saw my real body. I also tried moving the double's body, and then talking. This is amazing, isn't it? Apparently, if I took control of the double's body, it couldn't give any reply. Moreover, it seemed like I could still use my gift while possessing the double's body. I also found out later that I could send my consciousness to the double even if the double was so far away. Doesn't this mean that I can send the double to some faraway place and have it act on its own until I think it's necessary to take over? Maybe I should try this out by sending it to the Dolls and Franco territories. Chapter 164, but the only way to get one will likely be to stealthily abduct it. The body double was super helpful. Thanks to it, I could do various things in faraway places, all while remaining in the village. Sure, we had roads that allowed us to travel quickly, but given the size of the whole village at the moment, it was still troublesome to go from place to place. However, if I stationed a body double at various key points beforehand, I would be able to go there instantly whenever necessary. Ideally though, I wanted the doubles to become able to decide and act on their own, without any help from me at all. To that end, they must first experience and learn all sorts of things. Fortunately, the knowledge that each double has acquired was shared to the others, speeding up the whole process. The result, huh? How is the village chief here? I swear I saw him walking in the other direction just a while ago. Say, isn't the village chief acting a little strange today? Like, his responses are, how do I say it, awkward, I guess. Actually, you know what? I feel like I've been seeing an awful lot of the chief lately. It's almost like there's many of him. Oh, what am I saying? There's no way that's the case. Hey, I just saw something. There were two of the chief. Their face, their physique, everything, it all looked the same. Does the chief have a twin? The villagers were confused. I guess I should have warned them about it beforehand, huh. And when I did tell them about the doubles, their responses were I see. So, it's like that, huh, and just what you'd expect from the village chief as through they understood things right away. Shouldn't you, I don't know, be more surprised? The chief multiplying is amazing, but it's not something that'll surprise me anymore. I mean, if we get surprised by this, we'd get surprised at every little thing you do. Will every home get their own Luke Sama now? They pretty much told me they developed a tolerance for surprises. And then, as though brushing it all aside, some expressed to want their own double of me. I had no idea what they would use it for though. A copy of Luke Sama? I want one, but the only way to get one will likely be to stealthily abduct it. Ha, ha. For some reason, Milia was breathing hard. I didn't know what it was about, but I felt like it would be better if the body doubles kept their distance from her. Afterwards, I once again stationed the doubles and let them act independently. Much like before, I had instructed them to contact me if the villagers requested something from them or if they just had any concerns. Apparently, my doubles and I could communicate over long distances through a telepathic link of sorts that was not unlike Saturn's. Also, I could easily locate the doubles anytime on my map since they were represented by a star. If you have trouble in making a decision, feel free to ask me. Okay, understood. I did say to contact me if you're having a problem on a decision, but a double had contacted me. Anyway, what's it about? I don't know whether to accept or decline the request asked of me by some women of the village. I'm gonna need you to be more specific. Actually, it might be better to hear about it myself. I'm transferring my consciousness to you right now. I transferred my consciousness over to the double and soon realized what a mistake that was. I should have looked where on the map the double was beforehand. What I saw upon assuming control was a warm, steamy room. The visibility in there wasn't great, and yet, I could still see many naked bodies. Yes, it could only be that place, a public bathhouse. Worse yet, the double wasn't in the men's section. Rather, village chief, let me wash your back. No, let me do it. Hey, you two. Don't go stealing a march on me. I'll be the one to wash the chief's back. The ones talking in front of me were some of the adult women in the village. Although I could only see the half of their bodies that wasn't submerged in the water, I could tell that they were totally naked. ! What am I the double, doing here? And why am I, the double, also naked and in the water? I didn't know which one of them I should allow to wash my back. Or is it better to not choose anyone? That's not the problem. In the first place, why did you enter the women's bath, huh? But they said it's all right for the village chief to enter the women's bath. It's not all right. Well, we're all here, so why don't we all wash his back? That's an excellent idea. Oh, huh? Village chief, as soon as I could, I got out of the bath and escaped. Oh, what a cute bottom he has. Please wait a moment, chief. No, I won't. I then built an underground tunnel and exited the women's bath through that. Evidently, the body doubles still had a lot to learn. Chapter 165. You were like a wild beast back then. The unprecedented childbirth boom in the village was still ongoing. Considering the number of people immigrating to the city at the moment, this boom was likely to continue for some more time. So, to somewhat deal with that, I decided to use 1,000 village points to build a hospital. A medical care facility where patients can stay for further treatment. Abates the patient's pain. Improves self-healing. Improves the effect of medical treatment. Ordinary illnesses and injuries could be instantly treated through the use of potions, so we could afford to have majority of the hospital be used for maternity-related care. Given that this move would further help lessen the illnesses and pain associated with childbirth, the pregnant women were sure to be pleased. Nurseries would be next thing we'd need, probably. VVVV Village Chief, you've got to hear this. On a certain day, Bal, a former bandit grunt, rushed toward me. Being a former bandit, he was imprisoned in the village's jailhouse. His stay there was longer than most though. Regardless, he was now working as one of the village's guards. He was deemed not a danger to others, but that perversion of his that baffled even Granny still remained. I'm not doing anything wrong. Just let me do what I want to, he protested. What is it? What with the hurry? It's the old bat, Granny Nima. What's with Granny? Nima was the old lady whose recommended occupation was to be a torturer. There were now other villagers older than her, but she was the oldest when we first started. Given Bal's flustered state, I worried that something might have happened to Granny. She was healthy for her age, but the fact remains that she was old, especially for this world. Just when the anxiety was about to overwhelm me, Bal continued. The old bat, she's pregnant. Excuse me? For a good moment there, I didn't comprehend what Bal just said. After all, Granny was over 60 years old. Even with the help of the technology in my previous life, conceiving at such an age was difficult if not impossible. Yet, what's more surprising to me was, hey, Bal, maybe it really was a mistake to let you out, huh? That's quite an unforgivable act, you know. I can't believe you would do that to Granny. Wait, no, it's not me. Why are you so convinced it was me? Just so you know, the one to impregnate her was her husband. Oh, I see. Wait, isn't her husband almost 70 or something? That surprised me as well. How can he even get it up at that age? And for Granny of all people, you don't have to say it so bluntly. And so, along with Bal, I went to see Granny in the apartment unit that she and her husband was living in. Granny, I've heard you were pregnant, but surely she is. Hello there, Gramps. In an overly excited voice, Gramps greeted us like so. Behind him was Granny. Why, it's the village chief. Aren't you busy? You didn't have to come all the way here. Wait, you're really pregnant? Apparently. I did think something strange was happening to my body, but never would I have though it was because I was pregnant. I didn't believe it myself until my stomach got big. By the way, the couple already had and raised 3 children. Those children had grown up and left home. At the moment, they were not in the village. Hey, Gramps, how do you do it? How do you make Granny pregnant? I mean, hey, Bal. This guy really lacked tact. Have you heard of the hotel in the underground district of the village? Well, I begged Granny to go there and we did it after a long time since the last one. I also drank the elves' erection potion. It surprised me how effective it was. We ended up doing it 5 times because of that. Goodness. You were like a wild beast back then, dear. Later on, elderly couples who heard of Granny and Gramps' story also tried conceiving. Chapter 166, It Got Bigger That Way. Luke Sama, I think you should consider building a castle for yourself sometime soon. One day, Dan-san suggested so. Huh? A castle? Yes. While the estate you're living in now is magnificent, when compared to the tall buildings surrounding it, it looks almost common. Even if you say that, the one I'm living in is more than spacious enough for me. Certainly, amidst the tall apartment buildings and whatnot, my home didn't look as grand. However, since it was ordinarily just me, Milia, and Celine using it, it was, if anything, too big. Well, there were the body doubles now too, but still. However, if the growth of the village continues at this pace, you will need more people to share the duties of governing the entirety of the village, and after a certain point, I'm afraid your estate won't be enough. Apparently, the suggestion to make a castle wasn't just in consideration of my living space. Will the village's growth reach that point though? Honestly, we were already too big at the moment. I couldn't imagine us getting so much bigger. By the way, in regards to who was in charge of what, they were as follows. The one in charge of affairs with other towns and territories was Dan-san. The one in charge of affairs within the village and the villagers was Belrith-san. The one in charge of commerce and industry was Brookley-san. The one in charge of public order and perimeter defenses was Satin. Brookley-san was formerly a merchant that belonged to the North's most prominent company. He was part of the founding family and have reached the rank of vice president, yet he still chose to step down from that in order to work here in the village. Anyway, how to solve minor issues were left entirely to their judgment. To be frank, I was pretty much an outsider in each area. Oh, and I also made a body double follow them around so that the doubles could learn more things. Furthermore, the number of important people paying us a visit would increase in the future. It might be seen rude if we don't let them stay at a castle. It's not like I'm wishing for more nobles to come though. In the first place, I wasn't a lord or a governor. I was only a village chief and this place was just a village. Actually, I don't think we should assume more nobles will come. Viscount Doles, Viscount Franco, and Governor Mitchell might disagree with you. I should mention that those three have already expressed their wish for you to build a fitting castle as soon as possible. So, it wasn't just Dan-san who thinks I should build a castle. When you put it like that. Persuaded, I decided to build one. Well, I wanted to, but when I recalled the list of facilities that my gift allowed me to build, the closest one to a castle was called a palace. A palace is fine, right? Will there be a difference? Well, won't know till I try it. I guess it's just 500 points anyway. It's not that much. Plus, if I upgrade my current home from being a large house to being a palace, it'll only cost me 300 points. Alright. But before I do that, I should probably clear some space. I assumed the palace would be 3 times as big as a large house and then moved the surrounding buildings accordingly. Luke Sama's first castle. If it's all the same, isn't it better if the castle's bigger? Yeah, you should clear more space. At this rate, it'll be smaller than my parents' home. Nah, this much is enough. I mean, the village chief having a castle is strange enough. It'll be stranger still if mine ends up being bigger than accounts. I turned down Milia and Silan's suggestions of making the castle bigger. Consume 300 village points and upgrade the large house into a palace? Yes, no. The moment I chose yes, the large house began shaking. Not a moment later, it grew bigger. What I expected was for the palace to stop getting bigger once the space that I reserved for it had been occupied. And it did, technically. For some reason though, it continued to grow taller and taller. Huh? It got bigger that way? Before long, what appeared was a building that could be called a skyscraper. Chapter 167. It looks like this building's got an elevator too. I had upgraded my large house into a palace. I had assumed that the large house would expand up to 3 times its original size, so I reserved space for it accordingly. This way, it would be as large as a baron or a governor's estate. Once it occupied that reserved space, I thought the expansion was over, but it still continued to grow taller and taller until it was like a skyscraper that towered over the other tall buildings in the area. By my estimate, it was about 100 meters tall and probably had about 30 floors. Wow! But it can't be larger than Castle Albert, can it? The plot of land that my palace occupied was definitely smaller than Castle Albert, but it was so much taller. And thanks to being taller, it gave the impression that it was the bigger of the two. It looked more imposing too. Moreover, my palace had white, shiny outer walls, ornate designs here and there, and just prettier exterior. That being said, it should be mentioned that Castle Albert was built more for defense than anything else, so it wasn't really fair to compare the two like that. The royal castle on the other hand. Nah, better not even think about it. Amazing as always, Luke Sama. Your magnificent castle's comparable even to the royal palace, Milia. And after I tried so hard not to imagine it. Can you add a vast courtyard to the surroundings? And then maybe enclose it all within some ramparts. I don't know what it looks like inside your castle, but as it stands, it's a little vulnerable. But that'll also make it harder for me to convince myself into thinking the castle's just alright. After turning down Celin's suggestion, we decided to check the palace's interior. The entrance was spacious enough that it could probably hold a small gathering. A large part of the first floor didn't have a ceiling, thus forming an atrium with the second floor. Two staircases that were symmetrical to one another connected the two floors. It looks like this building's got an elevator too. An elevator? What's that? I've never of that either. Oh, you two haven't used an elevator? Of course. There weren't any elevators anywhere else in this world, but here in the village, our hotels, office buildings, and hospital all had elevators. In hindsight, considering the height of this palace, an elevator was pretty much necessary. On the side of the elevator door was a panel with two buttons, one for up and one for down. The fact that there was a down button here in the first floor made it seem like there was at least one underground level. For now though, I pressed the up button. Who opened the door? Did it open by itself? Is this some kind of magic tool? To use an elevator, you first press either the up or down button there, depending on where you're going. Then, when the door opens, you get inside this room and press a button again, this time specifying what floor you want to go to. After a moment, the doors will close and the elevator will take you there. I explained so to the Milia and Celin. When I checked the set of buttons, I saw that it was for the basement floor up to the 30th floor. Yeah, it'll take some time just to check each floor. After looking around the inside of the palace, I was now more generally familiar with its layout. Each room in the lower floors were a bit small, suggesting to me that it could be a place to stay for the officials and the guards working within the palace. The middle floors seemed a lot like an office building's interior, so I assumed it was office space for civil service employees and the like. The higher floors had many spacious rooms. Some seemed to be used for holding assemblies or perhaps as a lord's audience room. Further up were floors that were also for residential use, only the rooms here were so much bigger. There were also spaces here that had kitchens, probably implying that they were to be turned into restaurants that would make the daily life of the lord and their top-ranking officials even more enjoyable. But for the very top floor, it was a single, luxurious suite. This suite was comparable to even my previous residence, which was a large house. It goes without saying that the interior design and the furnishings themselves were utterly superb. The suite also had a terrace that protruded out as though it was suspended in the air, and in there were a pool and an open-air bath. As amazing as those were though, what overwhelmed us more was the view from there. Amazing. You can see the whole village from here. What a wonderful view. At present, this palace was the tallest building in the entire village, so an unobstructed view of the whole village was more than possible. When I looked down though, I noticed the villagers who were dumbfounded while they looked up to this skyscraper that appeared all of a sudden. I guess this is where we're going to stay starting today? Yup, of course, where else would we? This was a residence fit for a king, yet, I was but a mere village chief. The king won't get mad at us for this, will he? Chapter 168, from an agent of ours. The royal palace was in the midst of an unprecedented chaos. The cause was none other than the statement that Marquis Albert declared before the royal messenger, a declaration of war against the royal family. This has caused the royal palace to be divided in half. One faction was of the opinion that opposing Marquis Albert, who has now become the most powerful in the kingdom, was unwise. They were instead advocating to calmly negotiate with the Marquis. The other faction, however, found the Marquis's demeanor to be outrageous and absolutely unforgivable. They were advocating for an immediate military response. Some of them were even proposing to make an alliance with all the other forces in the country in order to take down House Albert. With the two factions opposing one another over and over again, the situation within the palace became tenser than usual. But then, something happened that changed it all over again. The royal court nobles who were at the forefront of advocating for military action were attacked and killed one after another. Who was behind it remained unknown, but it was commonly assumed that it was Marquis Albert. And even though this faction of royal court nobles advocated for war, in the end, they were nobles who have lived a safe and comfortable life. Now that their own lives were in danger, they were frightened. There was another major reason for them to give up on their pursuit of eliminating Marquis Albert. The two dukes, Duke Iron and Duke Talister, did not accept the royal palace's request for cooperation against Marquis Albert. Without their help, the path to defeating the newly strengthened superpower has closed. As such, the discussion within the palace has gradually shifted to how can we meet Marquis Albert's demands while still maintaining the current power structure? After repeated deliberations by the primary court nobles, they eventually reached a certain conclusion. Your Majesty, it pains me to admit, but Lord Albert has now greatly exceeded our forces. For that reason, it'll be extremely hard for us to turn down his demands, and we may very well be forced to comply. However, what he desires is the kingdom's throne. It should go without saying that without any relation to the long-standing royal family that has guarded it for generations, the Marquis cannot assume the throne. The Chancellor said so in a grave tone of voice. On the other hand, King Darius III only quietly listened as he sat on the throne. The king was young and, especially in contrast to the obscenely fat kings of the past, also slender. Instead, it was the court nobles in the audience room who had bulging stomachs, a sign of the kingdom's descent into corruption, if there ever was one. As such, we have a proposal. At that moment, the Chancellor's line of sight shifted toward the young girl by King Darius III's side. This girl, who had received a rite of blessing just a few years ago, was the kingdom's first princess. Even within the magnificent royal palace, her beauty still shone radiantly. So much so that there was endless number of marriage proposals that she receives from both within and outside the kingdom. For that and many other reasons, she was King Darius III's beloved daughter. Upon guessing what the Chancellor was about to say, her body immediately but subtly stiffened. Our proposal is to have Princess Darinia succeed the throne and have her welcome Lord Albert as her prince consort. That way, not only do we comply with Lord Albert's demands, we also ensure that your royal bloodline continues to the next generation. What should I do? After hearing his supposed vassals, King Darius III retreated to a private chamber and racked his brain. My girl, she's still so young. If that Marquis Albert becomes her prince consort, he'll essentially take control of the palace and the country. And then, given how much of a warmonger he is, he'll surely set his eyes on another country. Blood will flow more than they ever had if we allow him. But what can I do about it? Nothing, absolutely nothing. He was a king only in name. All manner of governance has been taken over by the court nobles, and he was not allowed to intervene in any way. The exchange earlier where the court nobles asked the king for his final judgment on the matter was nothing more than an act. Even if he rejected the proposal, the nobles would not back down. After all, these nobles had the power not only to dethrone the king but also to appoint a new one. As for how a king could have so little power, it was the fault of the previous kings themselves. More specifically, it was the fault of foolish and abusive kings who sat on the throne for years while their kingdom suffered. After seeing such a thing repeat over and over again, the court nobles amended the laws and gave themselves the power to change the ruler. However, that increase to the court nobles' power eventually gave birth to the current corruption plaguing their kingdom. Moreover, even if a capable leader like King Darius III appears, the current system made it hard for such people to properly govern the country. Your Majesty, a report. While racking his head like that, a certain report was brought to the king. It's from an agent of ours who succeeded in infiltrating the Albert territory. Upon hearing that, hope suddenly returned to the king. Chapter 169. I promise you I'll succeed. Darinia. The fate of this kingdom rests on your hands. I hope you can someday forgive me for being such a powerless king. Father, worry not. I promise you I'll succeed. Despite knowing that this could possibly be her last time to see her father, Darinia steeled herself and spoke confidently. As a princess, she had worn only luxurious and beautiful clothes her whole life, but right now, she was dressed with the shabby clothes that a traveler might wear. Shabby as clothes might be though, it couldn't hide her unmatched beauty. This secret journey she was about to go on was unsurprisingly too dangerous for a young, beautiful girl to go alone. If she ends up being captured by bandits and the like, Who knows what ill fate awaited her? On the other hand, it was impossible to provide her a large group of guards. In the end, they settled on entrusting her to a single guard. Marisha, I beg of you, please take care of Darynia. I vow to do my utmost, Your Majesty. Not only did she possess strength enough that she was made a member of the royal guards even though she was a woman, she also had a good background as well as great loyalty toward the royal family. These qualities made her the ideal companion for the princess. Your Highness, to hide our real identities, I suggest we pose as sisters. However, since I can pass only as the older sister, I'm afraid I will have to talk to you casually. Apologies in advance. I understand, Marisha Nizama. Just to doubly sure, I also propose that we use aliases. If I may, I'll be referring to you as Ria from now on. Very well. Then, I shall refer to you as Rin Nizama from now on. All right. Let's be off. Ria. Yes, Rin Nizama. Like that, Princess Darynia stealthily left the palace. Despite struggling, the princess uttered not a single word of complaint as they traveled northeast. What lied northeast of the royal palace was the Albert territory. We'll finally enter the Albert territory tomorrow, won't we, Rin Nizama? The princess had known beforehand that they were traveling into essentially enemy territory and thus prepared herself. Yet, understandably, she was unable to hide her nervousness. After all, if ever Lord Albert knew of their presence, their mission and the king's plan would come to nothing. There's no need to be afraid, Ria. Lord Albert himself is in the Formishniga territory right now, and his attention is completely set on the royal palace. We're not exactly under his nose, but it should still be hard for him to notice us. Why, you're right. But even so, can the Hope Further Spoke really be here? I don't know the details myself, so all I can do is believe right now. Either way, we should know for sure once we reach the city called Reason. And so, they continued traveling. Once they entered the Albert territory, they continued going north. Before long. So, that's the city of Reason. What impressive walls. Why yes, and it's not even their capital. That's the Albert territory for you, I suppose. When the two entered the city, they were even more surprised. What a fantastic city. I heard this was an old city though. The buildings and the roads in the city looked as though they were built just recently. Furthermore, not a piece of trash could be found anywhere. If you take a walk around most cities, even in the royal capital, you're bound to see trash and animal waste somewhere along the way. At times, human waste as well. The people in the streets are clean too. Too clean, even. Indeed. Yet, judging by the clothes they're wearing, they seem to be just ordinary citizens. But are they really? Moreover, the city was abuzz with activity. For some reason though, vagrants, which were a common sight in the royal capital, were nowhere to be seen. What's going on in this city? If Lord Albert managed to build a city like this, can it be that he's actually a great lord? I've heard countless tales about his warmongering, but I don't believe I've ever heard of a tale saying that he's skilled at territory administration. Bewildered like that, the two proceeded to their destination. What awaited the two there was, Chapter 170, really got mad and sent someone. Oh, so that's Luke Sama's new home. It's so tall and amazing. It suits our chief, doesn't it? Wow. Papa, I want to see what it's like up there. Looks like we can from the viewing deck at the top. The villagers were surprised by the sudden appearance of such a tall building. However, it only took them a moment to realize what happened and say, "Oh, must be the chief again." The villagers were in a commotion not out of fear, but rather out of wanting to get a look inside. Given that, I decided to customize a part of the top floors into a viewing platform that was open to the general public. Of course, I also added an elevator that was exclusively for that. If I remember right, the tallest tower in the royal palace is about 50 meters tall, isn't it? Yup, once the king sees this, he's definitely going to get angry. Fortunately, the king would never come to our village just to visit, but he could still hear about us. I fear it might escalate into him attacking us. You need not worry at all, Luke Sama. Though they might be called the royal family, they can't easily make a move against any place within the Albert territory. I guess I should worry more about angering my father then. Perhaps, But he should be busy taking over other territories right now, right? According to the rumors, my father has finally started to make a move against other domains. At the rate things were going, the entire country could soon be involved in all-out war. However, the Albert forces should have expanded to the point where they're larger than all the other territories' forces combined. I've heard lords with mid-size armies are already surrendering one after the other. If this goes on, I think it's likely that the royal family will also surrender without even giving a fight. That analysis was given by Celius Khan. If what he said happens, my father would soon be ruler of the entire country. Given my father's power, he could very well be able to unite this war-torn country. However, the problem was that he wasn't going to stop at just that. Either way, he'd be busy for a while. I just hope that means he won't shift his attention toward this wasteland. My father still seemed to be unaware of this village, so it was probably safe to assume that Raoul kept to our agreement. Nevertheless, rumors about the village continued to spread, and it was only a matter of time before my father hears about us. While we were talking like that, Satin contacted me via telepathy. Luke Sama, the North's governor, has arrived in the village. Wait, you mean Mitchell-san himself? Not a messenger or something? Yes, the governor himself. I wonder what could he be here for? Mitchell-san was the one to replace Dan-san as the North's governor. Understandably, he was quite the busy person, which made this visit all the more mysterious. I had also attached to him a double of mine, yet I didn't receive any message from it. At any rate, I instructed Satin to guide Mitchell-san to a place where I could meet with him. Good to see you again, Luke Sama. I see that in the short while that I haven't been here, you've built another unbelievable thing. Yeah, I tried to build a palace, but what I got was this skyscraper. Haha. You're the same as ever. Mitchell-san said so and they laughed in a dry manner. By his side were two people. They had a hood on, so I couldn't get a good look at their faces, but based on their physiques, they seemed to be women. They didn't give off the feeling that they were Mitchell-san's guards though. Anyway, what can I do for you today? I'd like to introduce you to someone. Luke Sama. Introduce someone. At that moment, one of the women lowered her hood. She was so beautiful. It was almost like she came right out of a painting. In spite of the normal-looking traveling clothes she was wearing, I could tell at a glance that she was a woman of noble birth. But why would a woman like her come to our village? Are you Luke Albert Sama, the one who built this village? I've heard many tales about you beforehand, but I didn't imagine you're this young. May I ask who you are? I hope you can forgive the late introduction. I am Darinia, King Darius III's eldest daughter. The royal family really got mad and sent someone. Chapter 171. Winning against Lord Albert. Going back in time a little, we've been expecting you. No, I'm not the person you're looking for. I'm here just to guide you to that person. Pardon, but I'm going to have to ask you to follow me to another location. Princess Darinia and her guard Mariza had arrived at the place they were told to go. There, the person waiting for them guided them somewhere else. More specifically, that person guided them to the governor's castle. This is the governor's castle, isn't it? I see, this is where the spy. Please head this way. As you might imagine, having you enter from the main entrance draws too much attention. Despite their suspicions, the two entered through the rear entrance. Eventually, they arrived at a drawing room. Hello there. Thank you for traveling all this way, Your Highness. The man waiting in that room stood up and bowed. I am Mitchell, the North's governor. It's an absolute pleasure to meet you, the governor. Not expecting the person before them at all, the two immediately put their guard up. What? Why is an Albert governor here? No, it can't be. Has our plan been leaked to the enemy? A governor ruled over towns and cities as the reigning lord's representative. It was only prudent for the two to be wary of a person who likely had Lord Albert's favor. I get it now. It's only reasonable to be taken aback, I suppose. But there's no need to worry. I am genuinely your ally, Your Highness. I am from the outskirts of the Albert territory, true enough, but more than that, I am part of Your Highness's mother's noble house. It is by orders of His Majesty the King more than a decade ago that I infiltrated my way through the ranks of House Albert. Between you and me though, I didn't imagine I'd ever become a governor. My mother's? When Princess Darania relaxed a little, the governor began telling her stories about her mother's birthplace. His stay there was mostly only during his youth, but his fond recounting could convince just about everyone that he did in fact lived in the area. I have been there a few times, so I understand what you're saying. It truly is a beautiful and wonderful place. Thank you for believing me. You're quite perceptive, Your Highness. Though you are His Majesty's daughter, so I suppose that's only to be expected. In an ideal world, King Darius III could have accomplished much as king. Just the fact that he recognized early on that Lord Albert would soon become a threat and sent a spy to infiltrate should say a lot about the king's competence. It should be said though that, in order to avoid anything unexpected, I'm not the only one deployed by the king. But of course, I have no clue of the others' identities or locations. How smart of father. And then, while keeping her eagerness in check, Darania nervously asked a question. So, about the thing that'll overturn this dire situation. Section T. There's a city this big in this kind of place. Surprising, isn't it? More surprising is that just about a year ago, this place was nothing but a wasteland. Just a year ago? Along with Mitchell, the two traveled to the north of Reason. What awaited the princess in the vast wasteland there was a great city not at all inferior to the royal capital. And the person who made all of these possible, is in conflict with Lord Albert. He's not exactly in conflict with Lord Albert, but he has been exiled by Lord Albert after his rite of blessing. Then, what a fool Lord Albert must be. Ha ha. That might indeed be the greatest mistake of Lord Albert's life, but in all fairness to him, no one but a god could have foreseen this. Towering over the other buildings in the center of the city was a large structure that was more than 100 meters tall. Apparently, that's the village chief's current residence. The village chief's residence, you say? But it exceeds what you would expect of a royal palace of any country. With a face that said he's gone and built another ridiculous thing in the short time I didn't see him, Mitchell declared something to the two women. I fully believe Luke Albert Sama is the key toward turning things around and even winning against Lord Albert. Chapter 172, I'm actually a spy. I hope you can forgive the late introduction. I am Darania, King Darius III's eldest daughter. Someone from the royal family? I am Luke Albert, the chief of this village. I did worry that they would send someone to protest why I built a palace grander than even the royal palace, but I didn't expect it to happen so soon. Nevertheless, I'm terribly surprised. I've never seen such a tall castle before. I knew it. She might not be direct about it, but she's definitely angry. The interior is beautiful and very intricate as well. Building something like this would be hard for the royal family, especially with how things are right now. I deeply apologize. Huh? What are you apologizing for? Huh? I scrambled to apologize, but she just looked confused. Can it be that she's not angry? Well, aren't you angry at me for building a palace like this? I'm not. If anything, I'm impressed. Oh, I see. Thank goodness. But then, if she's not here to rebuke me, why did she come all this way? There's quite a distance between the village and the royal capital, so she can't be here without a specific reason, right? And now that I think about it, my father's in the midst of overthrowing the royal family. So, visiting me, the son of her enemy, makes a lot less sense. Well, Mitchell stands with her, so I guess she knows that I'm not attached to House Albert anymore. Wait, why is an Albert governor with the princess anyway? Luke Sama, I have a favor to ask. A favor? I had a bad feeling about it. So much so that I wanted to turn around and exit the room. And then, the princess said something unbelievable to me. I'd like to ask for your help in defeating Lord Albert. Section. How did this happen? I forgot to speak formally and shouted so. Wait. Are you not aware that I'm also in Albert? I am aware, but I'm also aware that you've been exiled after your blessing ceremony and that you're in conflict with Lord Albert. We were not in good terms, sure, but we were not at odds either. Probably everyone in the royal palace, save for a small number of people, is already leaning toward surrendering to Lord Albert. At this rate, he would soon rule over the entire country. With a serious look on her face, the princess explained so. When asked for details, she said that the current plan was for her to be the new ruler and then welcome my father into the royal palace as her husband. However, more likely than not, my father would actually be the one in power and she would be a figurehead whose only real duty was to ensure that her royal bloodline would continue. Of course, if Lord Albert was someone who could lead this kingdom toward prosperity, I could somehow tolerate such a fate. However, what likely awaits us all is an age of tyranny through fear and power. Moreover, based on his actions thus far, it's easy to predict that he will soon invade other kingdoms to further expand his domain. Yeah, I won't argue with that, but why ask me? According to what I heard, you easily defeated Albert forces led by your younger brother. Given that, you should stand a chance against Lord Albert as well. Mitchell, who is over there, thinks so at least. Before we noticed it, Mitchell-san was standing behind the princess as though he was hiding. I for one stared at him with distrustful eyes. I think you're asking a bit too much of me. But in the first place, what's your role in all this, Mitchell-san? Haha, you see, I'm actually a spy sent by the king himself to infiltrate the Albert territory. Oh, and it really doesn't matter if you turn us down. Right about now, His Majesty should be telling Lord Albert about this village. You've got to be joking. Chapter 173, I don't know anything about it. So that's Lord Albert. Huh. What an intimidating presence. I'm so glad we decided not to go to war against that guy. Marquis Albert and his soldiers imposingly marched into the audience chamber. By that act alone, the court noble waiting in there were easily overwhelmed. The Marquis proceeded to walk until he was at the foot of the throne where King Darius XIII was sitting. However, instead of kneeling down, he remained standing and said something utterly disrespectful. Your daughter's to be queen and I to be her prince consort, is that right? I don't mind that deal. I have no interest in the throne itself, as long as this kingdom moves according to my will. I don't see any problem. In order to deal with Marquis Albert, who was about to take the throne by force, the court nobles suggested this compromise. Fortunately for them, the Marquis thought it was beneficial for him as well. If the Marquis went ahead and usurped the throne, he would have had to deal with the resulting uprisings all over the country. Of course, as a warmonger, it would be easy for him to suppress the public with force, but in consideration of his future endeavors, he concluded that internal affairs should be dealt with as soon as possible. So, where is the princess? She is not here. Fetch her quickly then. If she's to become my wife, I ought to have a good look at her face. You misunderstand. She's not here in the royal castle. In fact, she's not even in the royal capital. What are you getting at? Marquis Albert frowned at what the king just said. Sharing that sentiment, the court nobles began to make noise, and then, the king stood with force from the throne and uncaringly laughed, all while looking down at the Marquis. Ha ha ha. I didn't expect that you, of all people, were not aware of the growing threat within your own lands. What are you talking about? I'm talking about Luke Albert, your very own son. Luke, that incompetent brat? Ha ha ha. If he truly is as incompetent as you say he is, then how is it that he was able to build a grand city that is grander than even the royal capital in less than 2 years? Everyone in the audience chamber who heard the wildly incomprehensible words of the king were left wondering if he has perhaps gone mad. And yet, his eyes were still full of reason and sanity. If you don't believe me, then go send your subordinates to investigate. And like I told you, you won't find my daughter here. I don't want her marrying a man like you, so I've sent her to escape to the city in the wasteland that your son has built. You, at the king's troublesome action as well as his gloating, Marquis Albert bit his lip. He could kill the king there and then, but that would result in the uprisings he was hoping to avoid. It could be that the king was simply bluffing, so there was no need to rush things. Fortunately, the wasteland in question was within Marquis Albert's original territory, so retrieving the princess should not pose any difficulties. As long as he had the princess, the rest would be fine. Go check that wasteland at once. Yes, sir. No, Before you go, check every corner of the palace first in case the princess is just hiding somewhere. It doesn't matter whether they're royalty or a noble. If they get in the way, cut them down. This place is ours now. You understood, sir? Like that, the Albert forces has captured the royal palace. Section. Back at the capital of the Albert territory, a city in that wasteland. Who told you this nonsense? It's the Marquis. Apparently, your older brother built that large city in the wasteland. Ha! It's nonsense, I tell you. In the first place, his gift was village building. What's that got to do with a large city? Huh? Why, you're certainly right, but if you want to look, go look yourselves. I don't know anything about it. You understood? Raoul just refused to help the investigation team sent by Lord Albert. A little while after they left, he muttered something. You're about to be found out by father, brother. What do you plan to do now? Chapter 174, Then bring her to me right away. A report from those sent to investigate the wasteland in the northern Albert territory. About a week after the Albert forces had occupied the royal palace, an unbelievable report was brought to Marquis Albert. It has been confirmed that a city within that wasteland do exist. It has many tall buildings, and is surrounded by 2 layers of imposing walls. Its population has already reached the tens of thousands, with immigrants still continuing to arrive. The report not only confirmed what the king said to be true, but it also told other surprising, almost impossible things. That's absurd. There should be nothing in there at all. A city of that many people was built just 2 years ago. What kind of trick did Luke's armor use to achieve that? I had no idea he was that talented. Marquis Albert listened to that with a sour look on his face. After all, he failed not only to recognize his son's true talents but also exiled him. However, the one to let things become this way was his other son, the one left in charge of the Albert territory. That Raoul. Why didn't he report this sooner? He likely had no idea of its existence as well. As to be expected, even Raoul Sama couldn't have predicted that there would be a city like that in the wasteland. A retainer hurriedly followed up with that. However, the truth of the matter was that Raoul knew of its existence long ago and only chose to remain silent. And, have you found the princess in that city? Why, yes, sir. Then bring her to me right away. About that, the princess has refused our requests to come back. Moreover, she is also being protected by that city, making it difficult to bring her back by force. Then send a message to Luke. Tell him that if he doesn't hand over the princess right away, I will personally lead an army to crush that precious little city of his. Marquis Albert shouted such a command to his subordinate. However, the reply he received days later only made him angrier. We're going back to the Albert territory. I'll show that brat what happens to anyone that defies me. Leaving affairs in the royal palace to a retainer, Marquis Albert began his way back to his own home territory. Section. The princess is now part of this city. If you wish to bring her back, then do your worst. That is what's written on the letter I sent. Give or take. Their armies should be here before long. What? Mitchell-san turned out to be a spy sent by His Majesty to the Albert territory. And, as a desperate move to prevent the kingdom from being stolen by my father, he has seemingly made it so that this village and the Albert forces would clash. Honestly, I found it truly troublesome. Wait a moment. Did you do this without approval from Luke-sama? Of course, I did, Your Highness. After all, had he refused, it would be all over for us. Hence, the need for me to put him in a position where he couldn't refuse. Apparently, the princess did not know the details of Mitchell-san's plans. Ha, ha ha. Please, your eyes wound me. It wasn't like I enjoyed doing it. I was reluctant up to the last moment. Besides, given Marquis Albert and Luke Sama's contrasting ideologies, they're bound to clash with one another sooner or later. It's impossible to keep the existence of this village a secret from the Marquis forever. After all, Luke Sama, I humbly apologize. However, it is true that you are the only one we can rely on. Please find it in your heart to lend us help. At that, I sighed deeply. I'm not enthusiastic about it, but I've got no choice now either way. Besides, it's not like I'm incapable of imagining what will happen to this kingdom once my father has taken over it. Then? Well, My fate might be sealed, but the village's isn't yet. For a formal decision, I'd have to discuss it with everyone first. Haha. I'm sure if you say you want to do it, the others will follow suit right away. That aside, what do you think is our chance of success? Mitchell-san asked so in such a carefree manner. I think I should hit him in the head at least once. I guess it all depends on the strategies we end up using. I just wanted to spend my life living peacefully in this small village. How did things turn up like this? You just want to live peacefully with that crazy gift and all the absurd things you've done with it. That must be some kind of joke, right? Chapter 175. It seems I've failed at educating you. It's been a while, Father. HMP. I'm surprised you came. Whether you came because you were frightened of the consequence or not, what matters to me is that you're still doing what I tell you to do. We were in the castle of the Albert Territory's capital city. In other words, we were in what I used to call home. As for why I traveled to this place that I thought I would never return to, it was because my father sent a message telling me to meet with him after he has arrived from the royal capital. In addition, the messenger also told me, in a very condescending manner, I should add, that they had an army ready to attack the village at a moment's notice, but they were willing to stay their hand depending on the answers I would give in the meeting. According to what I heard, your gift apparently allows you to easily build buildings. Thanks to that, you managed to build a city in a wasteland like that in such a short time. Aside from its uselessness in combat, it seems I underestimated your gift. If you hand over the princess, I have no qualms in you continuing to use your gift, even if it's to build yourself a good fortress. So, how about it? I was asked what I thought on the offer, but the way I was asked made it clear I couldn't refuse. That made my body tense up, but I steeled myself and spoke. Before I give an answer, I'd like to ask something first. What is it, Father? Once you've gained control of the entire kingdom, what do you plan to do? My father displeased as though he wanted to ask why he even had to talk about such a thing. Despite that, he still chose to answer. Firstly, I'll strengthen this country. To that end, I'll take away the armies of every lord and incorporate them into mine. Once it moves precisely according to my commands, it'll become the strongest kingdom army there is. And what do you plan to do with this kingdom army? What else is there to do? Attack another nation? Of course. Before long, all the neighboring nations would become mine, and I would hold the legacy of an unrivaled domain. Yeah, his reply is pretty much what I expected. It was inevitable that my father's way approaching things was quite different from me, who has lived a previous and totally different life. But even in terms of this world's standards, my father would be considered an extremely militaristic and hegemonistic man. I fail to see what meaning such a path can have. What? Governing the territory to be better than what it currently is and making the people's lives be richer and fuller, that is what I believe a lord's most important duties are. So, why someone would sacrifice the lives of their people simply for the sake of territory expansion is beyond me. Don't be a fool. Territory expansion is the most important goal a lord should strive for. To stand still is to stagnate. One should always aim to expand. It seemed clear that no matter how much we talk about it, we would never see eye to eye. But then again, if it was so easy to change my father's mind, this much of an expansion during a single lifetime could never have happened. I expected this to be the case, but it really seems I can't offer you any assistance. Offer assistance? You seem to have the wrong idea here. I'm not asking you to do something. I'm telling you, you have no choice in this whatsoever. No, I do have a choice. I am my own person, and I'll do whatever I decide to do. Not what you want me to. It seems I've failed at educating you. With immense intent to kill, my father drew out the sword hanging from his waist. There is a limit to how stupid you can be. The moment you nonchalantly stepped in here, the only choice left to you is to do what I tell you. Yeah, even I'm not stupid enough to walk here myself. What are you saying? Well then, if you're going to attack me, go ahead and do it. I'll be waiting in the wasteland. My father had a questioning look on his face when I made my consciousness return to my real body. Yes, the one to attend this discussion with my father was a body double. By the way, whenever a double receives a certain amount of damage, it would simply vanish. When Marquis Albert slashed Luke's chest with his sword, the latter mysteriously turned into sand that then fell to the floor. It's not his real body? Still, for him to declare war on father. This person breathed out a sigh of relief after stealthily watching the exchange before the Marquis and Luke. For some reason, the words Luke spoke of earlier crossed his mind again and again. I am my own person, and I'll do whatever I decide to do. Chapter 176. I get the feeling it's something really crazy again. I've just talked with my father. Don't worry though, unlike with Raoul, I used a body double this time. There's nothing you can't do anymore, is there? You're amazing as always, Luke-sama. After my consciousness returned to my real body, I told Celine and Millie about my meeting with father. So, there's no doubt about it now. An attack's coming. This is just an estimate, but I'd say it's more than likely that they'll have a force of over 20,000 troops. Wasn't Raoul's force composed of 5,000? Moreover, not only were there more veteran soldiers this time, this army would be led by none other than father. Meanwhile, we only had a force of about 10,000, and most of them were civilians. The village might technically have a count of over 100,000, but that number included the population of the north, the Franco territory, and the Dolls territory. But then again, a lot of villagers have been training themselves lately, so they might be comparable to regular soldiers now. Will Viscount Dolls and Viscount Franco be lending us aid? I guess I can also request help from my father. Was Celine going to say threaten just now? Well, if possible, I'd like the village to handle it ourselves. Then how about making another labyrinth of walls? We'd be able to shave off a lot of their forces if we do that. Actually, I think I have a better idea this time. From the attacker's point of view, it might seem downright unfair, foo-fa-foo. I don't know what it is, but I get the feeling it's something really crazy again. A week after Luke's body double has met with Marquis Albert, the Albert forces led by the Marquis himself has departed from the territory's capital. Ho ho ho, 20,000 troops for a single city plus bringing 3 of the 4 generals along? Idel-sama is being really cautious this time, isn't he? Goes to show how much of a threat he thinks the enemy is. Rumor has it that Raoul-sama led 5,000 soldiers and lost. Ho ho ho, is that why he didn't report anything about the city? Raoul-sama is still but a child. They might share the same gift, but as to be expected, he's not on the same level as Idel-sama. Not yet, at least. Later on, depending on his growth, that exchange was by the Marquis's closest aides, the so-called 4 generals. They, who have sworn loyalty to the Marquis, were deeply trusted and were even authorized to move armies based on their discretion. Moreover, each one was a mighty fighter. Each time they descend upon the battlefield, the enemy forces just get trampled. They were a significant factor in why the Albert territory has expanded so much so quickly. Among the 20,000 troops was Raoul. However, the unit he was leading was much smaller than the one he led in his first campaign. Moreover, he was placed in the rear end of the whole army. This was because he had told the Marquis everything when the latter interrogated him. What angered the Marquis was not the fact that Raoul didn't report anything or leading an army without permission. No. What angered the Marquis was the fact that Raoul lost. For the Marquis who had won each of his battles, losing was the most unforgivable thing. The Marquis would cast aside anyone weak, even his own son. Even a son that had the swordmaster techniques gift. But the fact is that further increased the number of soldiers to 20,000 after hearing my story. Even he is on guard. But then again, my story is full of ridiculous things, like a labyrinth of moving walls and a gigantic tree dragon. Who knows how much of that he believes? At that moment, the ones in the vanguard began making a commotion. Yeah, as expected. Raoul expected such a commotion would arise once the soldiers see the labyrinth of walls. He couldn't deny that he was looking forward a little bit to how the Marquis would overcome such a challenge. Because of his placement in the army though, Raoul arrived in the wasteland later than most soldiers. What he saw was nothing. The city's gone. Chapter 177. I'm moving it. They should have arrived in the wasteland right about now, I think. They're probably quite surprised. After all, The city that should have been there is nowhere to be seen. Zugogogogogo. Luke Sama. My eyes aren't fooling me, are they? I think I'm seeing the city move. Yup, it's moving. Or I guess I should say that I'm moving it. Wait. What? Cities don't usually move, you know? Why are talking like it's the most natural thing in the world? Yes, at the moment. I was moving the entire village through the reposition village skill. Just what you'd expect from Luke Sama. I don't think this is to be expected of anyone, even Luke Sama. Ha, ha ha. You always so easily exceed my expectations. Shouldn't you be a bit more surprised than that? The princess was panicking like that, but everyone else was rather calm. After all, me moving buildings around has become a common occurrence in the village. Even moving the entire village has happened once before, but this is the first time I've moved the village this far. So, does that mean we can escape without fighting? Maybe, but that's not why I'm doing this. Your Highness, I'm moving the village so that we can win with as little damage as possible. We could probably run until my father gives up, but I felt bad for his soldiers who were just following his orders, a moving destination. The advancing enemy soldiers sure have it rough. I don't even want to think about it. Dear sister. See, certainly, if we do it like this, the enemy soldiers would lose a lot of morale and stamina. Where do we stop though? The plan was for us to move west of the wasteland first, and then after it was certain that we would not bump into the enemy army who was headed north, we would head south. Most of the places we would be passing through weren't part of what my gift considered as my village, and I would have to use the territory takeover village skill to make it so. In fact, considering our destination, I might end up incorporating places all the way to the southern tip of the kingdom, and then, after a few days of moving southward. Is that really the royal capital? Off in the distance, I could see walls that were comparable to the ones in the Albert Territory's capital, though not to our village's walls. Yup, it is, Your Highness. I didn't think I'd be back here so soon. But wouldn't it be occupied by the Albert army right now? And that's why we have to take it back first. Come again? Section. My name is Neon. I am one of the 4 generals who supported Albert Sama. As a strategist, I had guided our side to victory in many battlefields. In consideration of my talents, I have been assigned another important task, to command the Albert army occupying the royal capital in the absence of Sama. Many parties naturally weren't fond of us, but even so, I must maintain the current state of things using the limited number of troops I had. Keeping track of every move of the royal family and the court nobles was no easy task, but thankfully, nothing major has happened thus far. There have been small attempts to oust us, but we had immediately quelled such attempts. We even managed to arrest some nobles before they had set their attempts into motion. In order to live up to Sama's expectations of me, I plan to keep the royal capital under control no matter what. Neon Sama. What is it? Another rebellion? A flustered soldier rushed in, but in contrast, I was perfectly calm. As a commander, no matter how dear the situation might be, always looking calm was required. See city. In the city, then, dispatch. No. An unknown city is moving toward the royal capital. Section. This was probably the most surprised I have been in my entire life. When I looked from the tallest tower in the royal palace, there it really was, a city. A city with walls more impressive than the royal capital's. Is truly approaching at great speeds. That city also matches the city that Sama was headed to. You mean to tell me that city moved all the way from the wasteland in the north of the Albert Territory? How in the world? Chapter 178. I didn't think you'd come back so quickly. It is stopped somewhere near the royal capital, but the soldiers from that city has begun getting over the walls and into the royal capital. Their numbers. They're reported to have over 10,000 troops. There's too many of them. The soldiers we've deployed can't handle them. Our soldiers need immediate reinforcements. The enemies have made it to the palace. We have a few soldiers within the palace, but we have no choice but to close the gates and prepare for a siege. It was one horrible report after the other. Try as I might, I couldn't think of a way to deal with all of these developments. Neon Sama. What should we do? Please give us your instructions, Neon-sama. My subordinates please sounded so far away. I mustn't let them take the royal palace. I dread to imagine how angry Del-sama would be should I let that happen. No, failure is not an option. At all cost, I must defend it. My pride as one of the 4 generals is on the line. But how do I hold it? I can't think of anything. It's over. It's all over. Neon-sama. Neon-sama has lost it. Section. And stop. Right before we hit the royal capital's walls, I made the village stop. All right, are you guys ready? Yes. When I shouted so, the armed villagers enthusiastically replied, each of them armed. They climbed on top of the village's walls through specially prepared staircases and then jumped over the royal capital's walls. Well, since the royal capital's walls were lower than the village's, it might be better to say that the villagers jumped down. At any rate, that was how we managed to enter the royal capital. We pushed back the Albert forces who were surprised by our attack and made our way to the royal palace. We expected it, but the palace's gates were closed shut when we arrived. However, through the underground tunnel I built, Silan's main troops burrowed under and entered the palace. Why are they coming from deeper inside? When did they? After Silan's troops appeared from behind the Albert soldiers and took care of the latter, they opened the gates from within. Like that, we took back the palace in no time at all. Father, Darania, we managed to rescue the king from his house arrest and bring about an emotional reunion with the princess, but I didn't think you'd come back so quickly. Neither did I, Father. And it's all thanks to Luke-sama over there. Oh, I'm Luke Albert, Your Majesty. Considering the state of the kingdom, I had thought the king would look like the typical corrupt, lecherous, incompetent, and fat ruler. However, upon looking at him, I saw that he had rather normal physique, rather simple clothes, and a rather earnest and wise look about him. I deeply apologize for our actions. We had dragged you in this ordeal without your consent. The king suddenly bowed his head and apologized. That shocked me quite a bit. It's all right. I'm an Albert, after all. I'm partly responsible for my father's violent actions. But I've heard that you've parted ways with Lord Albert some time ago. That's right. I was exiled right after my rite of blessing. Do you hate your father for that? I don't hate him, but our values do differ vastly. Unlike him, I have no interest at all in power or war. A peaceful and quiet life is more than enough for me. Ha ha ha. I understand now. You and I are quite alike. It seems. Truth be told, there have been many times in my life where I considered stepping down as king and living that kind of life. Alas, being born as royalty comes with duties I must prioritize. Just like what I heard from the princess and Mitchell-san, the current king seemed like a wonderful person. But how did you outmaneuver Lord Albert? I've heard from your soldiers earlier that you took the opening made by Lord Albert marching to the wasteland and went here instead. Yes. We did it by moving the entire village here. Excuse me? Father, please look over there. Encouraged by the princess, the king looked out of the window. He was so shocked that he fell down. What's going on? Chapter 179. The village has temporarily moved to the royal capital. What's the meaning of this? Why is there no city? It was here just yesterday, sir. If that's the case, then why is there nothing here right now? Don't tell me it just vanished overnight. Hi. Lord Albert's shouts reverberated through the wasteland. After arriving in the wasteland, the 20,000 Albert troops saw nothing but the vast wasteland and the nearby monster-infested areas. The rumored city was nowhere to be found. Or have we been following false information from the very start? That can't be the case. Multiple investigators have already confirmed the city's existence, not to mention the many citizens who have entered the city themselves. Maybe everyone only saw an illusion? Ho ho ho. An illusion of that scale is impossible. Then, what other explanation is there? What? Did the city move itself elsewhere? While 3 of the 4 generals were perplexed like that, the scouting unit sent to run around the wasteland returned. We've discovered a mysterious road that leads to the center of the wasteland. A road? The Marquis rode on his horse to the said location and found the said road. The road was a beautiful stone pavement that ran straight through the wasteland, almost as though slicing it. By following the road, the Marquis found something. Is that a stone monument? At the place where the road ended was a giant rock. In that rock, some characters were written. The village has temporarily moved to the royal capital. Village Chief Luke. What the hell is this? Is he mocking me? The Marquis did not care for the words written in the monument and instead ordered the scouts to expand their search radius. In the end though, the scouts found nothing else. Because of that, they decided to fall back for the moment to Reason, the largest and closest city in the north. The day after returning from the wasteland, the Marquis received an urgent report from the royal capital. The capital has been invaded by an unknown army, and the palace was taken immediately. What? And what of Neon? P probably taken prisoner, useless fool. But that unknown army? There shouldn't be any army capable of defeating Neon's troops in such a short amount of time. About that. According to the report, the unknown army came from the mysterious city that appeared out of nowhere beside the capital. To the royal capital. We're going to the capital right this moment. It was decided later that the Albert army would head to the royal capital. It was, naturally, to take it back. However, on their way there, they have been ambushed multiple times. They got our supplies again. The soldiers also haven't been able to get a good rest because of the repeated attacks. Enemy soldiers have been appearing out of nowhere in their campsite in the middle of the night. It would seem the enemy's primary goal was to make their supplies and weapons unusable. After denying them of what could be said to be the lifeline of every army, the enemies would disappear as mysteriously as they appeared. No matter how vigilant they become, they still couldn't catch their enemies, much less prevent their attacks. On the other hand, the loud alarm bells going all through the night have prevented the soldiers from getting enough rest and thus sped up their exhaustion. This has caused more and more soldiers to desert. However, since their food supplies had dwindled so much due to the attacks, soldiers leaving strangely worked in favor for the Albert army. A round trip to and from the wasteland has made the soldiers reach peak exhaustion. Our food supplies quite low as well. I think we should rest and stock up here for the meantime. Nonsense. If we take too long, the other nobles' armies will join in the fight as well. That'll make it harder to take back the capital. It doesn't matter how many men desert, we will continue marching. Like that, Marquis Albert dismissed his subordinate's suggestion. If it was made known that the Albert army was struggling at the moment, the nobles who had decided to stand back and watch might instead make their own moves against the Albert army. And so, before that happens, they must recapture the capital as soon as possible. After force marching all the way to the capital, about only half of their soldiers remained. Chapter 180, Something's flying at us. Let's go. With that command, they climbed up the stairs. The place they were climbing up to was a place with a great many tents and some bonfires burning brightly in the middle of the night. That should be where they're storing their food supply. All right, let's burn it. Upon throwing a torch on a certain tent, fire began to engulf it. Enemy attack. Like that, their raid was finally noticed. However, it was already too late. They have already climbed down the stairs, and once all of them have descended, the stairs itself vanished. Where did they go? This should be where the intruders have gone, but they had vanished into the night, leaving the soldiers dumbfounded and confused. Section. It looks like we've managed to reduce their numbers by a good deal. I nodded while confirming the chaos we dealt to the Albert army. I was able to do this safely and also accurately thanks to me possessing a body double that was in the site. It seems they still don't suspect that we're hiding underground. We were actually following and matching the Albert army's march. Only we were traveling underground, and whenever they would camp for the night, we would begin our raid. Some of the villagers had infiltrated their ranks and posed as soldiers. This allowed us to obtain some information, and apparently, they were having a hard time stopping soldiers from deserting. However, due to the fact that we have been constantly burning their food supply, their commanders didn't seem to mind too much their declining numbers. That being said, Further seemed quite irritated. Our spies reported that they could often hear him shout. Even before our raids, the Albert army has been marching as quickly as they could. They must really be worried that the other lords would get involved with the affairs in the royal capital. In fact, now that there was a chance to defeat the Albert army, the opportunistic court nobles have simultaneously switched sides and were now convincing other lords to do the same. And when the Albert army finally reached the capital, we managed to reduce them to 10,000 troops. I'm glad we reduced them to half of their original size, but I'd like to decrease them some more. Well, are you all ready? At that time, I transferred my consciousness to the double that was at the top of the ramparts surrounding the capital. Yes, we're ready to go anytime, the village's dwarves enthusiastically replied. So, Donia, this range has been set, right? It's perfect, the dwarf girl named Donia confidently replied. So, then, fire. At my signal, the dwarves rushed to the iron objects set beforehand. These objects that they built themselves sent iron projectiles to a given destination. In other words, they were cannons. Section. That's the royal capital? I'm sure the walls didn't look like that when we left. And next to the capital's another city. What the hell's going on here? The Albert soldiers were finally close enough to see the capital. However, upon looking at it, a huge commotion among them occurred. After all, the capital's walls were clearly more imposing than before. What's more, next to the capital was something that shouldn't have been there at all, another city, Idelsama. It would seem that the reports were true. That much is obvious from looking at this. Now that they were here, they had no choice than to believe those ridiculous reports. The city that should have been in the wasteland has somehow relocated itself here. And the walls, did they replace it with something new? It looks like that to you too? For me, too. I hope. This is just an illusion. The generals, who were fierce and battle-hardened, had no choice but be dumbfounded before the series of things they haven't experienced until this moment. But then, something else happened. From the mysterious objects that were lined up on the walls, smoke as well as thunderous sounds emerged. What is that? Exclamation mark. Run. Something's flying at us. Lumps of iron crashed in front of the Albert army's vanguard one after the other, each one making the ground shake more and more. It also sent the shattered earth flying down on the soldiers' heads. Exclamation mark. Chapter 181, Be lucky and don't die. What was that just now? Magic? What a deafening sound. And those tremors and storms of dust. It was so powerful. Look up there, there's smoke there. Is that where they're firing that wide-range magic? You've got to be kidding me. No way we fight against that. Let's just run. The soldiers, all of whom haven't seen a cannon before, thought that the attack just now was some kind of magic. Seeing such tremendous power filled them with dread, prompting them to escape to as far a place as possible. Idelsama. It's too dangerous. At this rate, we won't be able to approach. Calm yourself. Look closely at the ground. Not that much has holes in them. As the cloud of dust gradually cleared, they were able to see the condition of the ground ahead. While the ground was gouged quite deeply here and there were about 10 or so meters between the holes. That meant that compared to a volley of arrows, the chances of receiving a direct hit that should be lower. Be lucky and don't die. Go. The remaining soldiers gave a do-or-die shout and then simultaneously restarted their march toward the capital. However, as though to snatch away their newfound resolve, another volley of cannon fire descended upon them. Thunder, tremors, and flying dirt happened once again. Some soldiers couldn't endure fear anymore and left. In truth though, the cannon projectiles didn't hit anybody even once. This was unfortunately not noticed by anyone. After a while, they finally made it to the capital's gates. At that point, the Albert army was reduced to only 5,000 soldiers. Section. All right, the cannon scare tactic worked well. Now then, everyone fall back. Through the body double on top of the walls, I gave the instruction to retreat to the dwarves. In this kingdom at least, No one has used cannons in warfare. That was likely because they focused more on developing martial arts and magic but didn't put much attention to developing weaponry. So, when our cannons made a roaring sound and produced a wide explosion on the ground in front of them, they probably thought it was some kind of magic. If they knew what a cannon was, there was a chance they would have been less scared. They'd even be less scared if they knew we were aiming at only the ground and not them. A way to put it was that we were just bluffing with our cannon shots. That being said, we still managed to reduce their numbers. Even with the reduced number of troops though, my father was unsurprisingly not deterred from charging toward the capital's gate. Gay Iron. Yes, sir. At the very front was a man named Gay Iron, standing at over 2 meters tall. He was quite a giant of a man. This was, without a doubt, one of the so-called 4 generals of my father. While riding a horse that seemed small because of him, he wielded a club and headed straight to the gate at great speeds. Dogo. Like that, he swung his club against the gate. That single blow destroyed the said gate, allowing him to pass through. What power! He probably possessed some kind of gift. With a person who could do something like that, it was no wonder the Albert army was unmatched in castle sieges. On a side note, gifts that granted overwhelming power to people was another reason why weaponry development had such low priority. Oh well, it's still within our assumptions. The Albert army got into the capital and were now headed toward the palace. However, when about half of them had made it into the capital, I rebuilt the destroyed gate! The gate fixed itself? We can't get in? The gate suddenly reappearing before them. The soldiers at the back were forced to stop. That resulted in nearly 3,000 soldiers being unable to enter the capital. I had already incorporated the royal capital into my village, so not only was I able to build walls, I was also able to do other things like instantly rebuilding the destroyed gate. My father didn't seem aware of what happened to those in the rear. At the very least he didn't stop the march of the remaining 2,000 soldiers toward the palace. The end of this battle was getting closer and closer. Chapter 182, Let's beat them all. Where is the rearguard? Damn, the vanguard doesn't look like they'll stop. We have no choice but to continue forward as well. Zugagogo. What? Where did that wall ahead come from? Shit. Let's get around it. Zugagogo. There are walls to the left and right now. Zugagogo. And now behind us? Aren't we caged in now? The Albert army advanced toward the palace through the main street, but their numbers kept on decreasing. The reason for that were the walls that suddenly appeared and caged in those in the rear. By the time my father noticed it, they were reduced to only a force of 300. Idelsama, we only have a few hundred soldiers left. At this rate, taking the palace won't be easy. It doesn't matter. The few that remains are our best soldiers. They're more than strong enough. Even that situation wasn't enough to dampen Lord Albert's fighting spirit. If anything, his fighting spirit has only grown fiercer. Phew, ha ha ha. It's as Idelsama says. There's no fortress that the 4 generals can't take down. But right now, there's only 3 of us. Ho ho ho. The 3 of us are enough. I must say though, how many years has it been since we have been cornered like this? I'm raring to go. The general's fighting spirit wasn't dampened at all as well. Zugagogo. When they were near the royal palace, a huge wall rose from the ground and blocked their path. Phew, ha ha ha. This is nothing. Prepare to get crushed, wall. Ho ho ho. Leave this one to me. Marabella. The general named Marabella invoked magic. After he finished, a mat of earth appeared out of nowhere in front of the wall and formed a slope. He was an outstanding magician who specialized in using yellow magic. By creating and controlling the earth, he could change the terrain of the battlefield according to his will. Through the slope up as well as the slope down he made later, the Albert army went over the wall with ease. Afterwards, they reached the vast plaza in front of the palace. In that plaza, their enemies awaited. Ho ho ho. By my estimate, there's only 500 or so of them. Our numbers might be reduced, but an enemy force of this size can't dream of holding us back. It's possible that there are enemy troops hiding somewhere. Phew, ha 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 ha. They can use whatever trick they want. Our victory is guaranteed. Let's beat them all. Chaj. Upon receiving Lord Albert's command, the remaining 300 soldiers simultaneously whipped their horses. These soldiers were the elites of the elites who had triumphed over many battlefields with the Marquis. Many of them possessed combat-related gifts, so even though there were only so many of them left, they were confident that they could take back the royal palace. However, just before they clashed with the enemy soldiers, something unexpected happened. The ground beneath them vanished. Wow! The soldiers fell to the large hole that wasn't there just a moment ago. The hole in question was about 2 meters deep. Although they had to get off of their horses, the strong-bodied soldiers managed to fall safely. As soon as they landed, a volley of arrows rained down on them from above. The soldiers managed to survive, but their horses received heavy damage and were no longer usable. Ho ho ho, my time to shine. Marabella once again made a slope. The now horseless soldiers used that to climb out of the hole. Despite all that just happened, the soldiers were just as fearless in charging forward, if not more. Let's go kill them. Their enemies who had a mishmash of armor and equipment should not even be able to put up a good fight unless their enemies did something truly desperate. And yet, time after time, their enemies have been toying with them so much. As to be expected, the soldiers had now reached their limits of their patience. Nevertheless, this battle was about to be concluded and the way to determine the winner was through close quarters combat. Unfortunately, something the Albert army totally didn't expect was about to happen. Chapter 183, That Man is Extraordinary. Just like what I did when I fought Raoul's army, I made a moat beneath the Albert soldiers' feet and made the ground they were standing on vanish. However, as to be expected of Father's most elite soldiers, they were able to land on the bottom of the moat quite safely. Even so, that move succeeded in taking out their horses out of action. That was more than enough for me. It was quite troublesome to deal with mounted charges. After all, the 500 or so troops we deployed in front of the palace were composed of villagers as well as of adventurers who were using our village as their base of operations. Equipped with weapons and armors made in the village, they clashed with the Albert soldiers as soon as the latter made it out of the moat. By the way, the soldiers of the capital and the palace had expressed their intention to participate in the fight, but we had deemed it best for them to stand by within the palace in the meantime. To be frank, it was because we thought they were far inferior to our villagers and adventurers. After all, their actual combat experience wasn't much. They had high social status, sure, but the other nobles' soldiers were far stronger than them. Who are these guys? They're so strong. The Albert troops likely expected to easily crush us, but they were being pushed back instead. It wasn't just because we had the numerical advantage. Our troops' ability outmatched theirs without a doubt. They had the advantage experience-wise, but that much wasn't enough to close the gap brought by gifts and skills. All this and I still haven't used my villager enhancement, village skill. Fool. You think you can defend against my attack? Even Iron, one of the generals, was struggling. Despite being capable of destroying a castle gate with a single hit from his club, Iron was being kept in check by Noel Kun, who possessed the Shield Master technique gift. Ho ho ho, 2 swords and ice magic. You must be Bazirata's Frozen Blade Princess. Marabella, another general, was completely being held back by Celine. They have people who can go toe-to-toe with the generals. GHH. Don't falter. We must not lose here. Their morale remained strong, but the Albert army's inferiority in this battle was clear. Except to one person. HMMP. Ga? My father swung his sword and caused a shockwave to occur. That much alone was enough to send multiple people flying. Courageous villagers have been challenging him consecutively, but none of their attacks have hit so far. That man is extraordinary. So, that's your father, huh? Yeah. To be honest, I don't think we can take him down. By my side and shooting arrows was Philia-san. She was quite astonished by the strength of my father. By the way, I have been using my villager enhancement on the villagers fighting my father, but it still wasn't enough. Even our Balrat-san couldn't do a thing. Maybe even Noel Khan won't last a minute despite focusing on defense. Phew, ha 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 ha. Nothing less from Adel's armor. No matter how much you get our numbers down, as long as we have Adel's armor, we can't lose. Ho ho ho. Never mind being worth 1,000 soldiers, Adel's armor's worth 10,000. Even by himself, he can turn the tide of any battle. While 2 of the 4 generals rejoiced at the prospect of their victory, my father looked and then charged straight at me. Luke, you've made me completely angry. I'll send you to the afterlife with my own hands. So scary. Like I'd let you. Will protect the chief. You weaklings are in the way. Gah. Our village troops tried to stand in the way, but they were unable to put a stop on father's charge. Phileasan tried to shoot arrows at him too, but they were all cut down and deflected, and when there was only about 10 meters between us, my father's whole body began to shine brilliantly. It was similar to what Raoul showed before. An intense fighting aura. I won't let you! Exclamation mark. However, someone suddenly jumped in front of father and forced him to defend himself with his sword. As soon as father recognized who it was, his eyes were wide open. Raoul, I won't let you harm my brother, you shitty father. TCH. You little. Chapter 184. You know who I hate most? Raoul, I won't let you harm my brother, you shitty father. TCH. You little. The one to intercept father's charge was Raoul. Realizing what Raoul's words and actions meant, father shouted angrily. Raoul, you brat! Are you really betraying me? Raoul was then sent flying. He managed to land safely and even gave us naught HMP. Betray you? When the hell did I ever become your ally, huh? TCH. I've always hated that piece of shit Luke, but you know who I hate most? You shitty father. While shouting so, Raoul leapt forward. Tell me, what have you ever done for me? You've pushed me and my mother to a remote corner of your castle. You forgot about us, but as soon as you found out that I have the same gift as you, you're suddenly my father? TCH. Ever since I was a kid, I vowed to beat you up and make you kneel before me. Raoul let out such words as well as a storm of slashes. Father, who has overwhelmed all his opponents thus far, have been put entirely on the defensive. Compared to when he led an attack against the village, Raoul has definitely gotten stronger. He has surely undergone rigorous training since then. However, each and every one of you should just do what I tell you to do! Exclamation mark. After shouting, father began counterattacking and turned the tables all at once. GHH. Against father's fierce attacks, Raoul was barely keeping up. Unfortunately, despite his best efforts, some attacks were slipping through his defenses and he was steadily becoming wounded all over his body. Raoul was sent flying again, only this time, he crashed on the ground and tumbled some distance. He managed to get up right away, but if his coarse breathing was any indication, he was nearly at his limit. On the other hand, Further still seemed composed. It was almost like his strength was bottomless. As to be expected, when two people possess the same gift, experience using that gift was a significant factor, and father had years and decades over Raoul. At this moment, it was clear even to Raoul himself that he could not win. Expected as much from you, my shitty father. It really looks like it's impossible to bring you down with just my power, isn't it? I hate to do this, but I don't think I have any choice but to get some help from that guy. Oi, brother. Do it. Upon receiving that signal from Raoul, I nodded. All right. Villager enhancement section. Back when we just took back the royal capital from the Albert army, Raoul secretly sent a messenger out. According to that messenger, he wanted to meet me while he was marching toward the capital. Father's strength is out of the ordinary. You can keep on fighting him until he reaches his limit, but by then, you would have suffered great damage. Yeah, he is worrisome. I have an idea. An idea? I'll fight him. Eh? You will? Yeah. You already know that I hate you to death. But more than I hate you, I hate our shitty father. If I get a once-in-a-lifetime chance to beat him down, I'll tolerate cooperating with you. Hate me to death. Oi, are you shocked or something? Whatever, that doesn't matter right now. What matters is that even though I have the same gift, I still wouldn't be able to beat him. That's where you come in. You have a power that lets you strengthen an ally, right? Huh? How'd you know about that? Apparently, when Raoul was fighting with Noel Khan back then, he noticed a large spike in Noel Khan's strength. Use that on me. You have to be registered as my villager first though. Are you sure? I fucking hate it. But fine. If that's what it takes to beat that shitty father. Section. And that was how Raoul came to offer his assistance. Make Raoul a villager? Yes/no. I needed to make him a villager before anything else, so I selected yes. Villager enhancement. Exclamation mark. Ha ha ha. This is amazing. So much power. 5 minutes. Be mindful of that time limit. That will be more than enough. I had doubled Raoul's fighting capabilities, resulting in a time limit of 5 minutes. Let's settle this, you shitty father. No. We will make you know the taste of defeat. Chapter 185, One of my body doubles. Raoul, drink this. I tossed a bottle of potion to Raoul after strengthening him through villager enhancement. Glug glug ha. This is great. All my wounds vanished just like that. As soon as Raoul found an opening, he drank the potion and all his wounds from before vanished. You'll make me know the taste of defeat? Do you still not realize the gap between our strength? You're the one who doesn't realize. Can't you see I'm so much stronger than before? TCH. How did? Enough talk. I want to beat you up right away, you shitty father. Probably mindful of villager enhancement's time limit. Raoul said so and then kicked the ground. For a moment there, I lost sight of him. When I next saw him, he had closed the gap with father already. Wah, careless. This ends now. Gakiai. Sword clashed against sword, producing a loud metallic, clanging sound. Father was having a hard time defending against Raoul's slashes, and eventually, Raoul's overwhelming power caused father to rise to the air. Such power? Horror! Exclamation mark. Father was able to do a safe landing, but the moment he did so, Raoul has already approached to follow up. Exclamation mark. What's wrong, father? Is that all you can do? As to be expected of doubling Raoul's strength, he not only closed the gap in power between them, he was even overwhelming father. This is stupid. How can I? Aura. Upon seeing Raoul's drive and terrifying strength, as well as further being pushed back in the duel, the soldiers around them unintentionally stopped fighting and watched. Oi, why is Raoul Sama? More importantly, look, Idel Sama's struggling against him. This is just a joke, right? Unfortunately, because Raoul had a time limit, that meant that even at this point, victory wasn't guaranteed. That said, if things kept going like this, he should be able to defeat further before that deadline. But then, there was suddenly an impact in my back. Wondering what could have caused it, I nervously turned around. There, I saw the last of my father's generals. This rather small man had stabbed me in the back with a dagger. The reason why Raoul Sama is suddenly this strong is you, Luke Sama. If so, we should deal with you first. This man with a peculiar way of talking was named Pipan. His specialty was assassination through excellent covert action. He was capable of completely erasing his own presence, just like what he did now. By sneaking into enemy lines and killing the enemy's commanders without anyone noticing, he could win a war all by himself. This dagger is laced with poison. In 10 seconds, you won't be able to move at all. So, it was you. No wonder I didn't sense anything even when you were near. My map was showing you as a red dot this whole time though. Why? Why are you so calm? After being stabbed? No, before that. Why aren't you bleeding? Oh, that's because this is a body double. While in this body, I didn't really feel pain and poison didn't have much effect if any at all. A body double would vanish after receiving a certain amount of damage. But it didn't seem like I've crossed that threshold just yet. You're using the term body double in a strange way. You bastard. What have you done to Luke Sama? Don't expect mercy. Exclamation mark. My consciousness then returned to my real body. From this new vantage point, I saw the nearby villagers getting furious and attacking Pipan. No, I'm all right though. I waved my hand and tried to say I was perfectly fine, but maybe due to being blinded by rage, none of them noticed me. Luke Sama. Hurry, drink this potion. Don't panic. I'm fine. That was just one of my body doubles. In no time at all, the villagers managed to pin down Pipan and proceeded to beat him up. More importantly, how is the battle between Raoul and further going? Chapter 186. You've lost. Idil Albert's life began with loss. When he was but 8 years old, a neighboring territory attacked theirs and took over the whole area including their capital. That attack also led to the death of his father, who personally led their soldiers against the enemies. Along with his mother, he managed to escape from their now former territory. However, from then on, he had no choice but to live a considerably harsher life displaced from his home. "Mother, why can't we go back home?" "Because somebody has taken it away from us." "Why?" "Because we're weak. If we were strong, they wouldn't take it away." "Yes, they wouldn't have. If anything, we would be the ones doing the taking. If we're strong, we can be the ones doing the taking. As long as we're strong." These experiences he had at such a young age has made Idil's resolve strong. "I'll become stronger than everybody, and I'll be the one doing the taking. Never again will others take things away from me." And when Idil turned 12, he received through the rite of blessing the Swordmaster technique gift. Soon enough, this lad was successful in taking back his home. However, he wasn't satisfied with just that. He took over neighboring territories one after the other. Eventually, he was recognized as one of the 5 superpowers in Kingdom, and upon defeating his greatest rival, Marquis Schnigger, he was finally ready to assume control of the kingdom. In all these years of conquest, he has not suffered defeat, not even once. No matter how disadvantageous or ill-advised a battle might seem to an observer, Idil still managed to win every single time. That is, until this day. "This is stupid. How can I?" Idil was unable to keep up with Raoul's movements now that the latter suddenly gained so much power. Be it speed or power, Idil just couldn't compete. Idil found it ridiculous that he could be beaten in a one-on-one fight, especially so against his own son who was just a lad of 15 years of age. They might have the same gift, but the difference between their skills should be like heaven and earth. "Goo, ha, you're nearly done." Raoul's quick attacks have gradually slowed Idil down. So many attacks were slipping past Idil's defenses and cutting him all over his body. It was almost like Raoul was painting the air with Idil's blood splashes. It has been some time since an enemy has landed so many attacks on Idil, and as though his old wounds reopened and added to his body's fatigue, Idil's movements grew slower once more. "I can't lose here." "Give up already, you shitty father." Gah! Idil received a heavy blow, causing him to stagger and fall down. It was such a serious wound that he couldn't stand back up. Soon enough, a pool of his own blood began to form underneath him. Even then though, the fight in Idil's eyes never left. "I can't fall here. This kingdom needs my power." "Say that again?" "The neighboring kingdoms are certain to be aiming for this country of ours that's always been engulfed in internal fighting. We can't afford to keep on fighting one another. As soon as we unite the kingdom, we would launch our offensive, take before they take things away from us. If we take over every kingdom, no one be left to take things away from us." Idil's hometown was taken over by somebody when he was young. This time, a similar fate might happen to the entire kingdom. "So, what you're saying is, with you at the top, this kingdom can become stronger than any other kingdom." "Exactly. Through me. We can always be the ones doing the taking." "Can you really still say that now?" Exclamation mark. "Use your eyes and look at your soldiers." Only upon being prompted did Idil notice that all sounds of fighting have ceased in the surroundings. Nervously, Idil turned to look. Wah! Idil's elite soldiers have all been defeated. Some have been wounded badly, some tied up with rope. Regardless, there was no one else who could fight. Forgive me, Idil-sama. They're stronger than we expected. Even the generals have been defeated and restrained. On the other hand, the few enemy soldiers that were wounded have already received medical treatment, so their numbers remained mostly the same. You've lost as a commander to Luke. That is the reality of things. I'm posse. Can a loser like you really say that you're the best choice for making this kingdom strong? Ha! Don't make me laugh. I still haven't lost. I can't lose. After hearing Raoul's harsh words, Idil summoned the last of his strength and charged forward. Idil and Raoul's swords clashed once more. Clang! I haven't lost. As long as I defeat you and the rest, I'm the winner. Snap! Idil's sword suddenly broke in half, sending one part to dance in the air until it hit the ground. Much like Idil himself, The sword has reached its limit after such a fierce fight! Exclamation mark. Accept your defeat. Adele had no more power to defend himself. Like that, Raoul mercilessly swung his sword. Gah! A rain of blood fell to the surroundings. Chapter 187, A Simple Village Chief. Zugogogogo. The village has departed from the royal capital and heartily made its way across the land. It was headed northeast. Yes, it was going back to the wasteland it has occupied before. We had won against the Albert army led by my father and successfully held the royal capital. But now that our business there was over, there was no reason for the village to remain adjacent to the capital. Say, Luke, are you really sure about this? About what? The king personally asked you to serve in the palace, didn't he? Plus, he wanted to granted you peerage. Nah, that kind of thing's not for me. Being able to live peacefully in the wasteland as a simple village chief is more than enough for me. I reaffirmed my decision to Celine. A simple village chief, you say? I don't think a simple village chief can move an entire village like this though. When I decided to respectfully turn down the king's offer, the king and the princess both looked terribly saddened. Understanding now more than ever how much the kingdom must change, the king was determined to implement reforms. The court nobles, having learned their lesson, were generally in support of the king's proposed reforms. It seemed like the kingdom would become more united in the future. Not that it mattered, but some villagers have expressed some crazy statements like, now that we've taken the royal palace, Luke Sama should become king. It was fine that they thought highly of me, but recently, the number of radical villagers seemed to have increased. I wonder why though. But I did leave behind a body double to support the king in my stead though. You're wise as always, Luke Sama, ? In other words, Luke Sama intends to gradually take over behind the scenes. By the time they notice it, Luke Sama has already become the one truly running this kingdom. Fufafu, Luke Sama's foresight is truly magnificent. I had the feeling that Milia was thinking of something off the mark. At any rate, for the crime of insurgency against the crown, the original Albert territory was confiscated and placed under the direct control of the royal family. Also, the lands captured by father, including Marquis Schneider's territory, were returned to their former rulers. In light of the fact that another Albert was responsible for stopping father, some considerations were given to our family. Firstly, the governor to be installed in the original Albert territory was father's younger brother. Unlike father, he was mild-mannered and also disliked war. When he was a teen, he left the Albert territory to study in the royal capital. In time, he apparently worked as a civil official in the palace. Truth be told, this position as governor was actually offered to Raoul, but he turned it down. Another reason the royal family has fallen this much is that the kingdom's army is just as too weak. I'm going to join them and make sure they're tough enough. The king has apparently approved of Raoul's plan. If the kingdom's army becomes stronger to the point where they could intervene in the disputes between nobles, the kingdom's internal wars might subside and eventually become a thing of the past. And then, of course, there was my father, the principal offender. Raoul's sword attack dealt a heavy wound that could have been fatal if not for the power of our potions. That said, father was still unconscious last I heard. As soon as he wakes up, he would be put to trial. A trial that would assuredly give him a death sentence. Section A. All things considered, what an absurd gift he has. He has remade the entire palace so quickly, and now, to rebuild the rest of the capital. And this was all done by a so-called body double. I can't tell it apart from the real one. As a form of greeting, Luke's body double quickly began its work for the royal palace. It remade the palace into a tall building of over 100 meters tall. Much like the real Luke, the body double had a tendency to overdo things. Luke Sama, you're so amazing. When I ascend to the throne someday, I want Luke Sama to be my prince consort. He. Without the king or the double noticing, the princess was fully enthralled just by looking at the double. At that moment however, urgent news, Your Majesty. What is it? Lord Albert. He's escaped from his cell. What did you say? Section. When Lord Albert escaped from the palace's dungeon, the entire palace has descended into a state of panic. Meanwhile, at a place far from the capital. Ho ho ho, quite superb, Neon. You might not have been able to defend the palace, but at least you got something out of staying there. Silence. I don't want to hear that talk from someone who failed to retake the palace. Let's not fight. Exactly. There's no point anymore in blaming each other. These people were Lord Albert's closest aides, the so-called four generals. The generals were defeated and imprisoned, but they were now navigating their way through the palace safely thanks to Neon's prior knowledge of the palace's structure. Aside from the four, there was one other person in their group, Idel-sama. What are we to do from here on? We're now fugitives. If we are to try to take this kingdom once again, we must first find a place where we can compose ourselves. Yes, despite the security placed on him, Idel has escaped not just from his cell but from the capital itself. I'm no longer interested in this kingdom. No matter how many weak people we gather and train, in the end, those people would still be weak. It's not worth the effort. Ho ho ho, I see. I couldn't agree more. Yes, leading that kind of army isn't worth it. I would rather know just how much stronger I can become as a combatant. After that, Lord Albert, now simply Adele Albert, walked forward. The other four looked at his dependable back and followed after him as though it was the most natural thing to do. Phew, ha ha ha. That's Idel-sama for you. I don't know about you, but I'd like to accompany him in this new path. Ho ho ho, I won't let you steal a march on me now, gay iron. Marabella, I too am going to follow Idel-sama. Come blood or tears. I'll stay. It seems we're all of the same thought. Like that, their group made their escape from the kingdom. Even so, that underground path that we used to escape, why was its entrance in a place like a castle dungeon of all places? End of Volume 3.